So we'll see if the YouTube chat is here. Alright. And YouTube. We are live on YouTube. Wonderful. Let me test my command on YouTube. Exclamation mark ladder work? It doesn't. Oh, it does. That work on Twitch? It does! Yay! Okay, StreamerBot, you're working. Lovely. Alright, I still need 2 monitors to see both my chats, but I'll handle that later. I'll handle that later. I can speak English. Right. So people were asking about the ladder. So I have this wonderful overlay I've been putting together based on the website. Also, let me know if the overlay is readable or if I need to do more of a gradient on the background. I took the website, but I took the image and I put it in the back there and I did my own gradient on it. And I don't know how readable it is. Looks really good. All right. I changed the font so it is a serifed font for the player names and whatnot. I think that looks really pretty. So how the ladder works. Everyone here is trying to qualify for the main event. There will be players going to London in April. Tickets are already sold out for fans. Unfortunately, they sold out like hotcakes. But they will be there in April. And this ladder, if you go to AOE2DE right now, go to what was the Empire Wars tab, there's a Red Bull ladder game mode. The top players on that ladder qualify. The qualification is the top 4 players based on their highest achieved elo. So you see on the ladder right now, it lists in the first column highest, the second column current. Hera looks like he had lost some games at some point. He's 1678 as his current rating, but that is not what is used for his qualification. It is the 1707. So if you play and you lose, you're not messing up your chances by losing more. ACCM right now is second. That little squiggle to the right of his current elo means he is currently at his highest rating. And let's see if there's a case where it's sorted differently. Yeah, like right now, Sebastian is at spot number 11 with a 1473 elo. Jordan's at spot 12 with a 1498 elo because they're seeded by their highest achieved elo. And since Sebastian's highest achieved of 1516 is higher than Jordan's 1498, Sebastian is ahead of Jordan on the ladder. So, if you don't qualify, if you're not in the top 4, then there also will be a single elimination qualifier, which will be seeded among the remaining players on the ladder based on their ranking on the ladder. So if you're outside the top 4, the next 4, seeds 5 through 8, get essentially a bye to the finals, where they will be playing someone else, and the winner of that match goes to the event in London. The seeds 9 through 12 get a bye to the semifinals, and the rest of the players have to play through the bracket. There. Yeah, Lewis took some points from Hera. I've seen him taking points from Viper too. So hopefully the stream is working. If anyone on Twitch could hop over to YouTube and let me know if it's working on YouTube too. I should make an announcement that I'm going live. Let's see Andy's opponent's history, 93% with 41 games. It's part of your history will also depend on when you start playing on the ladder. ACCM had an insane win rate of 100 games the other day. But if you're... ACCM has a weird advantage of his time zone that I think he is by far the strongest player in his time zone, unless Yo decides to play in his time zone, but Yo's on a European schedule. So you look down that list of flags, include Yo with the European players. You have Hera, Vinch, Hart, Yo, MBL, Andy, Lewis, Lucho, Liry, Sebastian, Jordan, Viper, Sato. You have to get down to Vivy, then in Sorokuma, before you have more players in ACCM's time zone. So if he's playing a ton of games when no one else is on, that's going to be interesting for him. I don't know what his matchups are going to look like. Maybe he's not gaining as much elo from opponents and losing more from losses if the players he faces aren't as high on the ladder. I don't know. Hello, Arbase. How you doing, Arbase? Leave Andy. I mean, Andy might be purposely trying to do as well as he can, right, by dodging the top players. So that would give him a good win percentage. And as far as I know, you're allowed to do that. MBL has been grinding games. This is 132 games. And hello, Kai World. How you doing over on YouTube? Let me know how the YouTube stream is playing out. I'm hoping that I'm not going to have those issues I had before. They seem to be encoding issues on my end, and right now everything seems good. I actually, on my end, upgraded my monitor. I was using 1440p, and NVIDIA DSR to upscale to 4K, and then streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube and rendering the streams differently. And I now have a native 4K monitor, which actually looks so much better. And I'm not using DSR, so my GPU is less taxed, and I'm hoping that those issues I was having the other week are not going to occur anymore. I'll get him banned. No, directly, like if you find a matchup and then quit out of it, that's disallowed, but simply planning to play on the ladder at certain times is allowed. As far as I'm aware. I don't really think you have a way to punish that, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what Nilly will do? So, smart player Andy, indeed. All right, so now that we're here, I think we explained the ladder. We know what's going on. We're going to find some games to cast, and we're also going to show, is the ladder established, or will I get wiped if I jump in? I mean, the top players are here. You will start at 1,000 elo. The ladder's been going on for 5 days, so most players have been playing. You know, Sato's been on a vacation, and Nikov has been sick, so a couple of players who are going to be competing for maybe not the top 4 slots, but potentially 5 to 12 even. Aren't there right now. You intend to donate your points to someone. Yeah, you might donate points. I have no idea how competitive it's going to be if you just jump in right now. Like I said, it's been a few days. Also, if anyone has any comments on the overlay, would love to hear them since I'm working on the overlay right now. Let me check the chat. Do I need more pixels at the top? Might. I'll think about that. Anyway, let's get into a game and cast something. What do we want to cast, chat? Give me some casting advice. I'm wondering if there's anything I forgot to click when I went live. Oh, I forgot to make a message on Discord that we're live. Yeah, do this. Haven't been live on YouTube for a couple days, so I'm hoping that it works out. Let's get going. Use the YouTube link to Discord. There we go. Great. You just don't like the HP bar over the ship? I don't either. It's part of their overlay though. I noticed that as I was doing it. Maybe I'll see if I can edit the image and remove the HP bar. There's also a selection box around it. Let's see, what do we have going on? We have Viper, Sebastian on Stonefront. Is Hera streaming? It says he's casting that. Check out the AV2 category in Twitch and see who's streaming. Hera is streaming. We'll cast some Hera games too. Not sure about that. Are Yo and Hart playing? They are 21 minutes into a game though. I don't want to speed through that much of Empire Wars. Let's get warmed up with Viper Sebastian. They're only 9 minutes in. My plan is to put underneath the webcam on this scene some sub goals, and we'll see how that works out. Also, we can show off the new Capture Age overlay now. Studio mode, Capture Age, and swap scene. Boom. So let me know what you think of this Capture Age. We got some cyan bits all over the place now. I do want to do some more stuff with other stuff on Capture Age, but that'll be on my end. I need to do some programming. Vivy helped me out with the overlay and adding all the cyan stuff, which is lovely. So let me know how it looks, if the chat's readable, if the webcam is visible. And I have some more tweaks I need to make. But I feel like it looks a bit more T-West themed with the cyan now. This did replace the 1v1 Empire Wars ladder. Yes, indeed. Yep, and if you do the pix command for the spectator dashboard bot, you will see whether players force-picked or got random civs in the chat. So caught up to real time, looks like Viper is Georgians and Sebastian is Lithuanians, and Viper has Sebastian sandwiched in the back as the mule cart garrisons and the villager dies. Ooh, looks like their bread of the sandwiches, losing to the meat. Sebastian did a bit of micro to clean that part of the army. Monk comes out for conversion, and Viper can run his army away and leave 2 crossbows. I didn't want to leave crossbows hoovering in the back. A couple of skirms coming over as another fortified church will go up for the Viper. Will it go back to Empire Wars afterwards? Yes, I believe it will. Our base could do a sandwich. Ooh. Honestly, I could go for a good sandwich right now. I'm willing to eat lunch at some point during the stream. So let's see, we got leather archer armor on the way for Viper. So what I'm actually thinking of is, do we think we actually need player names and civs at the top? Because I realized in team games they're not there and they're all down here. So what I was thinking of, let me explain my thought process. Maybe I'll just grab an overlay and show this off later. Was to cover this up with my own image, and not like an image of me, but my own PNG that I create, and dynamically generate to put the player names and flags on it. And I feel I just basically have to set that every game, but I need to set stuff in Capture Age every game anyway. And then down here, same thing, player names and civ names, and we replace the civ icon with a unique unit. As I've always have the feeling that unique units are better than civ icons for explaining what the civ is. Because if you played Age of Empires as a kid, you'll know what the Teutonic Knight is, you'll know what the Cataphract is, you'll know what the Longbow is. But you come and see the civ icon and you're gonna have no idea what that is, unless you really dedicate yourself to watching AoE 2 or learning it in the menus. And Masty, hello Masty. And leads to believe we'll get more team game events. I'll have to talk to Paradox about some team game stuff, because I know he had some plans. So, forward Monastery here in the stone from Sebastian, wiped out from a Viper, 1 left, and the Knights come over to hit the skirms. You don't mind the civ icons, you're already biased, know them. How long has DE been out now? This is the 7th year now, it came out, I guess we're on year 6, it came out in 2019. So this will be the 7-year anniversary at the end of this year. I still don't know the civ icons. Still don't know them. So I'm thinking top is simply maybe flag, player name, and maybe a Red Bull logo in the top. Like right in the middle, I feel like the scoreboard middle does need some type of centerpiece. I get this stuff down here by the minimap and actually just cover that up with an AoE 2 logo. And then here is unique unit, player name, civ name, and I get more room on the UI by basically clobbering this value %G column, taking this stuff here and moving it over, sliding it over. The one from the castle. Although that is true. Would people recognize Koreans with the turtle ship or Vikings with the longboats more than the war wagon or the berserk? That's true. Need to consider that. Oh, or that's true. That well, we can do whatever we want. The flaming camels for the Tatars. That's true. Well, there's a GG for Sebastian. And it's so hard to cast an Empire Wars game if I join late, because we're 9 minutes in and then it's already over. So Sebastian did his best with the Lithuanians to pick up all of the relics on this map. So he had 3 relics down here. And then looks like was trying to get another 2 in the north. And I would expect the Lithuanians with those relics concentrated in areas like that to play essentially the way Sebastian did here. Forward monasteries to try to grab them as ASAP as possible. But it's hard to take advantage of those relics in early Castle Age because you need a lot of knights before it really starts to pay off. And I have a feeling that on Empire Wars, the game is over too quickly. And thank you, Yoban0 for the follow. A flaming camel more recognizable than a Keshik. I have all of the units. I figured out, Hazemi helped me with this. I figured out the translation of the... Oh, YouTube is not receiving. Okay. This looks like an internet thing. What is happening on YouTube? What is YouTube stream? Is the YouTube stream okay? Let me check my stream health. Says YouTube is receiving buffering. Snack raid incoming. Thank you very much, Viper, for the raid. From raiding Sebastian in-game to raiding us. Hello, Mr. Snack. Thank you very much, everyone. Snack sends regards. I'm just sorry, I'm double checking the quality of my YouTube stream right now. Anyway, y'all coming over can give me feedback on the overlay. I need to make that alert slightly smaller. It's way too big. Hold on. Need someone. I need people to follow. I can make the alert a little bit smaller. There we go. There we go. That HP bar on the ship annoys me. Thank you everyone for the follows. And thank you, Viper. So let's see, where is Viper right now? Where is Viper on the ladder? Oh, so many people following. Also, we are very close to 15K followers, so if you follow, you're helping us get there. Like fast on YouTube, it seems like just when I started checking. Okay, I need to figure out what that is. If it's my internet or if it's rendering. It looks fine in OBS, so I don't know. Anyway, so where is Viper? Viper is 13th on the ladder, 3 points off his highest rating, but not as high as Jordan. Imagine that if Jordan knocks Viper out of Red Bull. When do we get the hut on Seychelles? In a day or so after I cast today, I'm going to update the maps. I've gotten a couple other bug reports. I'm making a list. I'm waiting for some more to come in so I can adjust them all at once. So we have, let's see, Hera, ACCM, Vinch, and Hart at the top. ACCM has been beasting on the ladder. Still an 80% win rate after 60 games. Hera at 82% over 70 games. MBL's been grinding. He's at 132 games. He's been grinding the ladder. It is highest. Highest achieved is how you qualify. So let's see. Who else is playing right now? Has Hera started playing? Let's see. Hera, we can go... I hesitate to join games that are 8 minutes in because I feel like the game might be over then. I was gonna cast Teoquay, but they're 9 minutes in and that might be too far. So we'll go Sebastian again, and I don't know how to say his name. Teoquay. Okay, and thank you. Let me read the follows: Summit, Tech Control, a Rat Snack, Bengalao, Rabid Monkey, Super Wicked Bad, Atlax, Kajiro, Ebehabat, Lord Lentil, Sabarobai, Mr. Hyde SVK, and Summer. Thank you for the follows. Great. So we will head into... Alright, good. We'll join this one right from the start. Sebastian and Teoquay on Crownwood. Hello, Colin over on YouTube. Yeah, I saw Hera was casting earlier. Starting a new career as a caster, just like Lewis. Just like Lewis. Books are on my shelf. A lot of math books. Hello, General Octo. Vinch is playing well. Vinch is a player who definitely has a chance at the top 4. He was over 3K on the normal ladder. So we'll not be surprised to see him do well. The round building in London, that is the Royal Albert Hall. Next time we see Thames, we'll show it off. It's in the game. That is where the finals are going to be held. Now, I know nothing about it, but maybe people in London will. Let me know if the stream starts to lag or anything. So here we have Teoquay as the blue Berbers to the west, and Sebastian as the yellow Dravidians to the east. I'll be taking some of these wild chickens. Am I casting in London? I'm not. I'm going to be there, but I'm not casting there. I just physically have tickets to attend. I was going to cast at the canceled NEC Berlin event that GL was hosting last December before that got canceled. So Teoquay, can I set the flags? It's going to be annoying to set the flags every single game when they're 5 minutes long. So Drush, or I can't say it's a Drush, we start in the Feudal Age. Militia, men-at-arms coming forward from Sebastian. As the Dravidians, favorite civ, the Dravidians, going for that men-at-arms opening. Men-at-arms on Crownwood, yes. Crownwood, I absolutely love this map. It has these little bits of hill with some forest atop them. Each player, from what I can tell, has 3 hills. It's 2 on one side, 1 on the other, and that is mirrored on both sides of the map, with the rest of the forests pretty evenly distributed. So it feels like a pretty symmetrical map once you start to notice that. Could always add a bit more randomness to stuff, but this feels pretty symmetrical, as do most of the Red Bull maps. At least this one rotates you around a bit. Our base is on all the streams. Our base has to admin everywhere. So men-at-arms versus scouts. Vils being pulled from blue to go fight. And we'll stand atop the hill and hit the scouts. Andy's here. Hello, Andy. Andy with a 90+% win rate on the ladder. So men-at-arms cleaning everything. I think Sebastian committing even more to men-at-arms. There'll be more reinforcements on the way, pushing blue off of that forward lumber camp, and he'll have to go to the back. Good thick wood in the back, but we'll have to abandon the front. Hello, fire. So Berbers. Oh, and thank you, Jeep, for the cheer. When is the next modeling session? I've actually been doing some therapy on my shoulder, so hopefully I'll get back to the gym and be able to do it. Finally be able to do that villager calendar. What do you guys reckon is the top 4? You thinking Hera, Yo, Viper, Liry? I don't know about that. I think Hera and Liry are pretty safe locks, but I think a lot of it's going to depend on who really puts in the hours to grind the ladder. We were talking about Vinch earlier, and I think he's a shot to be in the top 4. He was over 3k on the normal ladder. So, men-at-arms with the hill for Sebastian. And clearing most of the scouts. That took a pretty decent fight there and killed a few scouts. Sebastian's a player I think has a chance of being in the top 4 too. Yeah, men-at-arms with armor, committing to the armor upgrades. Extra important for the archers, especially when the archers don't have fletching. Based on the people in the chat, obviously it's going to be Andy and Fire and Jordan and Vinch in the top 4. A full Onomaru top 4. Lewis is top 4. Ooh, Lewis. Lewis certainly does grind the ladder. That's true. I think top 10 that are especially suited for the start. Well, Hera and Liry certainly jump out at you there. I think probably Vinch too. It does feel like the younger players are better at the start for Empire Wars, but that might just be a bit of recency bias for tournament performances. What we really need is Empire Wars Arena. That would be crazy. Even Fire's on the Lewis hype train. Everyone's on the Lewis hype train. Is there a hole there? No, just a straggler tree. Would love to see a villager chop that and palisade through. Oh, Rage Empire Wars? Rage Forest Empire Wars? My gosh. I don't know, does Rage Forest... I made the map, I don't even know if it supports Empire Wars. There's a chance it might, because I based it on the DE map script for object generation. I'll have to check up on that. That would be absolutely crazy. Imagine having 27 vills at the start and sending all of them to go fight while walling up. That would be absolutely crazy. Empire Wars Regicide or an Arena or Fortress is actually incredibly fun. I've never actually tried that. Empire Wars Regicide Fortress sounds pretty cool. Empire Wars Frontline. So we'll have blue trying to break in through this palisade. A few vills from Sebastian will be forced back off the wood line. And both players up to the castle age, but Sebastian just a bit faster. And despite all that men-at-arms pressure, Sebastian didn't really kill too many vills. That palisade wall will stay up for now. Empire Wars Nomad. Hey, that's how I beat Mihai in a tournament game. First game was Arabia. It was Arabia, free pick of any civ. He won that. Second game was loser of the first game picks the map. I needed a map that I was pretty sure Mihai had never played, and the game mode was Empire Wars. It was just after I had made the map pool for the original Warlords, and I had noticed that there was Empire Wars code in Water Nomad. So I practiced a build on it 2 or 3 times and thought, I'm sure Mihai's never played Empire Wars Water Nomad. And he hadn't, and I won the game. So he said, always got to be prepared for those weird Empire Wars settings. So market wall from Sebastian, he will go crossbow bodkin bowsaw. As the scouts try to break in. Crossbow's coming over for Sebastian. Yeah. Izarbe says, for the tournament settings, I'm often taking a map and very, very particularly balancing things for the settings that the tournament uses to ensure that there are no bugged maps in the tournament. And being able to do that type of very precise debugging for every single game mode is not something that I have the time to do if we're doing, say, 15 to 21 maps for a tournament like we do for TTL or cartographers. Would love to be able to do that more easily, and some of the map scripting and patch changes have made that easier. Everyone complains about siege towers and how melee units won't stand ground patrol, and yet we see archers skirms every game for both players. I think the problem with stand ground patrol is that it's just the patrolling has changed since it was in the past, and units stack up on top of each other more easily in their own engagements, and it feels more like a pathfinding difference. It feels kind of like back in the past when archers didn't have that delay when using attack move. It's kind of that same type of complaint. The siege tower, I think, is just silly. Wasn't there a gentleman's agreement? I think that there was an actual rule in the handbook that says you can't do it. So Mangonel shot on the skirms. Ooh, he dodges just in time. And the crossbows come forward. Stand ground patrol. Specifically, melee unit stand ground patrol repeatedly on the same location, continually stacking, is banned. You're allowed to stand ground patrol into an engagement, which is basically the way engagements have been taken for years. They even back in 2012 when I started playing, using stand ground to patrol into an engagement and swapping stances at the right time was kind of a crucial part of taking engagements. What if I told you the siege tower is a clown car? Someone gave me the idea of converting the siege tower graphics to a Red Bull can. I haven't done any type of graphics or 3D modeling in a long time, but that sounds like an amazing idea. So Bloodlines finishing at the stable. We have our Berbers player trying to go Knights against the Dravidians, and if he gets a good number of Knights out, that should be good against the Mangonels. We have 5 Mangonels, and right now just waiting for Blue to get enough Knights. He takes 1. Knights with +1 armor right now. No ballistics on the crossbows for Sebastian. And cheap, stable production from the Berbers. Did a good job to take off 1 Mangonel, but now needs to hold until he gets more Knight numbers, and needs to pump them out fast enough that Sebastian doesn't have a counter. Starting to do some monks, but they're pretty slow. And now we're up to 6 Mangonels. 6 Mangonels as crossbows run in. And as crossbows hit the farms, that'll hit the Knight production. 4 Knights, and I think the Mangonels got a good shot. Going to dive the Mangonels. They get the skirms, and the crossbows clean the Knights. And there is the GG. Sebastian is victorious. Everyone says standing ground patrol is OP, but it actually helps balancing out the Archer Knight discrepancy. So GG. And let's see what we have here. Military, that's 35 to 20 KD in favor of Sebastian. Eco, bitter eco for him, up by 10k res collected. And Dravidian's OP with that men-at-arms upgrade. And I've also noticed how I have this custom browser sources and overlay, and the scoreboard jumps to the side when I open the stats at the end. And it misaligns, but that's okay. Things kind of get misaligned for stats anyway. Can't really avoid that. Just like unit collision is broken. Archer attacking actually is kind of broken in DE too. And also thank you very much, Jeep, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you simply take an archer and walk or like take a villager and walk it in a straight line away from an archer, it never gets hit in DE, and it gets hit pretty consistently in the original game. So ballistics is much more important than it used to be, especially if you have, say, cav archers getting around a woodline and raiding it. Right now, you can't hit the villagers if they simply run away, and you don't have ballistics, whereas you could hit them pretty consistently in the past. It is aesthetically ugly. That is true, definitely true for the stand ground patrol. So what do we have now? Hera's still casting. We got Hart versus Sebastian. Let's go into that. This will be on Dorothea Quarry. Alright. Looked like the stream lagged slightly as Capture Age was starting, so that's interesting. We have a brief pause here. Is yellow versus green okay? Should I make it yellow versus red so it's Red Bull colors? Yeah, I think that's better. Yes, a Hart has 4 vills missing. Oh no. Oh, Sebastian is deleting 4 vills. Yeah, I have seen that sometimes on the Red Bull maps. Players with vills missing. So I guess Sebastian, did he delete vills to make up for it? Do we have to delete somewhere? What a gentleman. Yeah, 26 to 26. I guess he deleted 4 vills? Where are they? Where are the dead bodies? Oh, there we go. The dead vills from Sebastian. What if it get some flowers in the chat for Sebastian? Deleting 4 vills to make the game even. So he will be the Berbers to the west. We'll keep him in the yellow, and Hart will put him in the red as the Vietnamese to the east. That's maybe just what you got to do. You know the I advance to the Imperial Age trick? Don't do this, but if you have a map where you have 4 vills missing, oh my gosh, look at that lumber camp too. Okay, so what happened here? This is what happened. So Hart looks like his lumber camp spawned on a straggler tree. You're supposed to get 3 lumber camps on 3 separate wood lines with 4 vills each, but his lumber camp spawned on a straggler tree, so that's a map bug. Sebastian over here properly had 3 lumber camps on 3 forests, and he got 4 extra vills because of that, so he deleted the vills to make them even. Yeah, just type in the chat, I only started with 3 vills, please delete 26 of yours. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, chat trick your opponent to deleting their vills. You would definitely get disqualified for that, but it would be hilarious if it works. Morning, good morning. When a lumber camp spawns in the straggler, the vills don't have room to spawn. So now we have scouts coming forward for Sebastian after that vill nonsense, and we have Sebastian docking the oysters at the very west side of this lake. Oysters, you gather gold from them. So you have some big fish in the middle for food, and now some oysters for gold. And the archer counterattack from Hart will come onto the berries. Several archers for dealing with the spears. And that'll make the counter defense from Sebastian rather difficult as he needs to run around with the scouts and deal with the spears. And thank you, Esquizotipo22 for the follow. I think part of the problem with the maps is not necessarily that it's hard to fix the bugs, but that they have to go through the entire approval and patching process. And it is not as rapid as it really needs to be for making changes to official maps in the game. I mean, the great thing for TTL, if there was a bug, or like for cartographers, I literally had a bug in the map, and I alt-tabbed, fixed the bug within about 5 minutes, and uploaded the map. And they don't have that same turnaround time for the content that's in the game. Thank you, Grass Pyramid, for the follow. That is... Oh my gosh, we need a pyramid emote. Yeah, Death Counter, you've made some maps now. You've made Seychelles. And definitely some other ones. Now, spear added in along with those archers, so Sebastian won't want to engage. He has a fire here. This is where Andy, if you're playing the water maps here, you have to go make demos. I've seen so many times players have like 5 or 6 vills on the oysters, and then someone comes in with 1 or 2 fire galleys instead of a demo. And it makes me sad that we don't have huge demo explosions. There we go, see Hart, right on cue. Right on cue, goes for it. Okay, will he bypass the fire? Ooh, will he make it? Will he make it? No, he has to turn. Oh, Sebastian defending from the demo. You gotta be sneakier than that, though. At least he gets a good demo hit on the fire. And Archer is still coming forward, but now there's a couple of skirms out for Hart. I mean, for Sebastian to defend against Hart. Hart has done a good bit of damage, though. As the scouts come around, spear defending. Did the water changes get reverted? They were never official in the game, if you're talking about the thalassocracy changes with the Hulk. That was on a beta just for that tournament. I don't know anything, but I would imagine they get added officially with the DLC. Personally, I wasn't a fan of them. It felt like it took Hulks just replaced fire galleys on hybrid maps and made those maps more boring because they didn't have demos. It maybe worked for islands or the type of water map where you're farther apart and have more time to add in ships, maybe something like migration. But for all the small hybrid maps, something like Dorothy Aquari right here, it would be nothing but Hulks. And I think that actually makes it less interesting, so you end up using fewer ships. Yeah, I've always been a fan of the galley micro from AOC. It's a weird thing because this type of map, the very small pond hybrid map, didn't actually exist in AOC, if you think about it. There was, yeah, Baltic and Mediterranean, but those were much larger than something like Four Lakes or Kawasan. Maybe Salt Marsh, but that no one played that. It was such a weird map. The other maps were, what, Team Islands, Archipelago, Crater Lake, Baltic, Mediterranean, Coastal, Continental, Nomad. You didn't have these very tiny ponds like you would on a map such as Cross, even. Cross was a custom map back then, but of course you didn't have the fire galleys then. So the entire concept of small pond maps, we didn't have the Mango Shallows terrain, didn't really exist for a long time. Yucatan's never been a water map though, because it doesn't have any fish. Right? I've never seen that played as a water map. That was always, if you were picking a save, that was always a Mongol map because of all the extra hunt. Yeah, wrist pain scrolling through each script. Yeah. I know my scripts definitely have a bunch of jank in them too that I need to update. But that's also from the fact that I have a preprocessor and I don't see the jank, only the output has the jank. So here we go, big scout army from Sebastian. Hart is up to the castle age. Sebastian will be slower, but he might be able to trap and kill those archers with the scouts and skirms from behind before they become crossbows. Another 15 seconds for the upgrades. The skirms are closing in, the scouts are not fighting. Maybe that was a bit of miss micro from Sebastian not to engage immediately there. We'll clean it up no matter what though. Only 5 crossbows left, 4 or 5 crossbows. They'll be trapped in the forest and slaughtered, joining the corpses of those deleted vills right across the trees. And right now see, this is where we need the demo. We need a demo, Sebastian, right here. Upgrade War Galley, do demo, and boom. What happened to Dravidian's match? Sebastian won that one. Sometimes the Empire Wars games can feel a bit anticlimactic too with how fast they end. And PA11, thank you for the follow. Yeah, lots of mangonels happened in that Dravidians game. Lots of mangonels, and the Berber knights were killed by crossbows before they could stop the mangonels. And then the crossbows got onto the farms to stop knight production. So, crossbows at the front for Hart, idling some of Sebastian's military, and through all this pressure, Hart's opened up a nice res-collected lead. But Castle Age will be here now for Sebastian as the Berbers. He'll be ready to do the light cav upgrade. And also, maybe get some knights out, maybe do the armor. Also needs elite skirm. Doesn't have the res for upgrades. Hart's been harassing with those crossbows. And you kind of don't want to engage yet, because then you waste all that time you've been waiting for the upgrades before you get the upgrade. Now, those 7 crossbows should be picked off no matter what. But Sebastian, 25 seconds away from the light cav upgrade. We'll see if he waits for it. Not like the crossbows are going to harm anything here, so he can pull back and wait for the upgrade before engaging. On the other side, still a demo from Hart. Happy to see that, but nothing else running around. And 3, 2, 1. Now he'll turn and fight if he wants to. Still a couple of those light cav are low, and he doesn't have upgrades on the skirms. So still a bit awkward for him. Hart's going to find one tile in the forest where he can hide and focus on the skirms. Less HP for the skirms, and if they're feudal skirms, crossbows can still pick them off decently, so at least Hart will get a few kills in that engagement. Sebastian takes the score lead from cleaning the army, though. Build counts are still the same, but TC being added in the back for Hart. Oh, we have a Genitor! We have a Genitor added in from Sebastian. Nice, nice, nice. And, ooh, here comes a demo. Okay, another hit on a fire. Another hit on a fire. Still looking for a good demo hit on units, though. All this shallow terrain. And it'll be cav archers for Hart. So Genitors versus Vietnamese cav archers. That's interesting if a Berber player gets out quite a few Genitors. Skirm going down to the cav archers. And spear here. The one thing Genitors do not have would be in the attack. Well, actually they do. They do have plus. Oh, that's right. They had that added a while ago. Originally, I think they didn't have that attack versus spears, but that was added to them many years ago in a patch at some point. So house walling from Hart to try to keep this army out. Quite a few light cav to try to break through the walls, and Genitors behind that to deal with the cav archers. Interesting army composition, but I feel like this would all die to fire lancers. Oh, but they break through with a hill walling, getting the better of Hart there, not having a house everywhere he needed one. And now this will be a good raid, and no counter unit with those Genitors. Genitors to deal with the cav archers. And a couple more vills going down. Hart had added that TC for more vill production, but now we'll struggle against the raids. First, the map script deleted his vills. Now Sebastian will. As vills try to run to the TC. Cav archers try to run for the cover of the TC too, but vills going down left and right. And that's now added up to 9 vill kills for Sebastian. It is a lot of light cav indeed. Doesn't have armor on them, but he's going for ballistics. Ballistics for the Genitors. He's got more Genitors in the back, fighting more cav archers. I'm still not exactly sure what the Berbers would do against fire lancers, but so far it's been a cav archer choice from Hart. I'm not going for the siege towers. More vills being picked off everywhere. There's a couple of Genitors doing work in the back, but more vills forward. At this point, Sebastian will... Oh, look at all those light cav going down at once. I was going to say he'll focus on the vills, but too many cav archers to do that. So nice raid, did lose some military, but kept the vill count even despite Hart's having a second TC. Hart still 500 more res collected, and more military coming forward for Sebastian, trying to keep up the pressure with those cheaper Berber stables, adding more knights, more Genitors. And he'll now go for a second TC of his own in the back. 11 villager kills for him. And the palisade gate will continue to be the weak spot in the walls. Very easy to break through. Why does the Vietnamese architecture not what it currently is? It has the older East Asia. This is what the Vietnamese architecture is. When it first came out, it was the Southeast Asian architecture, but it was later changed to the original East Asia architecture. It doesn't have any new or different skins after that. So husbandry on the way for Sebastian. Oh, that'd be for all of his. Oh, if only that fire were a demo there. Imagine that were an upgraded demo ship. That'd have gone boom right on the army. Generator is running around. And is there a hole in the back? Well, this wood line at least has been over-chopped, or gotten to the point where the Vil has to delete a palisade and run. Oh, that house only has 42 HP on it. That'll be an opening at the top soon. That's a lot of cav archers, but also a lot of Genitores. Will this be enough Genitores to fight? So 58 to 65 villagers. Sebastian still with that second TC a bit later. Am I a demo lover? Absolutely. Tato taught me how to play water maps back in the day. Years ago, he streamed in English on HD. I played many mega random games with him. I was the victim of many Tato weird strategies. It would be him with the lower elo players against the higher elo players, and I have many nightmares of being on the flank getting tower rushed by him. Inca Tower Rush was insane. I have to say, I think that the Inca, it took a while for people to discover how strong it was. I think that was actually the most broken civ AoE 2 ever has had. Those freaking villagers. I say that because I had played a 2v2 tournament with ACCM, and we had a game against Vinchester's team, and I was against Vinch, and I did that strategy, and it basically worked. And if I can beat Vinch with this strategy, I think it's fair to say this strategy is OP, or at least play evenly. So wheelbarrow on the way for Sebastian. He's trying to get his Vils to move even faster, but Hart did manage to add in a third TC and has pulled ahead, now 78 to 63 Vils. AoE2 having more generic units. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like if you start doing that, you start moving away from AoE 2. I feel like if you were going to maybe go back to the drawing board and design another game that was similar to AoE 2, that would be the way to go. More generic units and less of a focus on a lot of the unique units they've been adding. I think the interplay of going between many different viable strategies on one map is what makes AoE 2 really interesting. And when you start having a big focus on strong individual unique units, then the strategies become more defined and you have less game-to-game variety. I mean, Civs and Mirror are closer than they appear. I mean, on the Red Bull ladder, we're going to have lots and lots of Mirror matchups. Especially as we get towards the end, I think. Because you can force pick and you can go mirror, or you can force pick and pick a civ on a map. So if players are trying to be as competitive as possible so they win, that's what we're going to see. You like the regional units, so stuff like camels or battle elephants? I think that's pretty cool too. I think that's better than single civ units. Because then you have room to do different bonuses on the units. And again, it makes the unit have a bit of variety to it, instead of being the same unit all the time. So Sebastian getting cleaned up at the front. Now down by 20 Vils. All that raiding he did hasn't managed to harm Hart's economy all that much. And another TC going up for Hart at the north. And the Genitor is useful against the Cav Archers, not so much against the Knights. Knights still only 1 armor, but Genitor is only 5 attack. Or Knights with 3 total armor plus 1. Thumb Ring on the way for Hart, and we also have Chain and Barding armor for Hart. Genitor is picking off the Cav Archers. Hope Slinger has become a regional unit. That could be a thing. That was, as far as I know, the AoE 1 meta. if you weren't playing the go straight to Castle Age rules, or go straight to Bronze Age rules. It was Twill Age Slingers. So, Knight's going down a bit for Hart. He has such a large eco advantage, he just needs to hold on. Spanish should get Genitors. Saracens, oh my gosh. Our base wanting everyone to get Genitors. Well, I guess everyone does get Genitors if you're an ally of the Berbers. Right, Turks have an OP skirmisher if they ally with Genitors. Aztecs and Maya have great Genitors. And still more Cav Archers from Hart. Adding in some stables now, looks like he'll transition to Knights. And that hole on the hill still there. Hart hasn't walled that up this whole time. But army there, enough to plug the hole and force Sebastian back. Handcart on the way for Sebastian. Neither player looks like they want to go Imp, just want to keep fighting here. Slightly expanding the region. Our base with the accidental pin. Don't think I didn't see that, our base. You and your mod powers and the misclicks. Was the militia... We did have, that's true, in the original game there was a unit called the Genitor, but it was a militia. It was just a scenario editor unit. You'd see it in some custom scenarios. So Knights here, taking out the Genitors, forcing them back. I do think Knight Cav Archer should beat Knight Genitor. We'll see what happens though if the Berber player can add Camels. Camels with their attack bonus against Cav, good against the Knights and the Cav Archers if they close the distance on the Cav Archers. But with the eco lead Hart has now, I think it's going to be hard for Sebastian to keep the numbers up, even though he is Berbers. What's the title? Warning? Warning of mirror matchups. Hello, Buck Pucker. How am I liking Windows 11? I'm not liking Windows 11 at all. I see my YouTube stream lagging, and I wonder if that's a Windows 11 issue. I'm checking OBS. I'm not having the OBS lag that I was last time I was dual streaming, so that's an improvement. I haven't streamed Liry yet today. I have seen some of his games earlier. Genitor is taking out the Knights. We have Imperial Age here on the way for Hart. Why is Windows 11 a joke? It always makes me laugh. Yeah, well, I was saying maybe Sebastian wouldn't keep the military count up, but I was wrong about that. Imp clicked for Hart, so he has fallen behind a bit. Ballistics, yeah, still no ballistics for Hart. That is harming his Cav Archers. Not being as accurate as they could be. Can he go in with that many camels? I think he can. It'll be difficult if Hart retreats to TCs to take a straight fight. Some monks behind this, they definitely don't want to go near TCs. Monks going for conversions now. Cav Archers trying to take out the monks. Genitors start to splash the Cav Archers. Okay, looks like the YouTube stream is lagging a bit. Let me see if I can maybe decrease the bitrate then. Try to knock that down. And there is the GG from Sebastian as he loses his army. Sorry, I was distracted by my YouTube stream. Dying like this army. Genitor is all going down. Cav Archers, Knights. Too much for Hart. I was thinking running uphill, not downhill. And thank you, Vile213, for the follow. So our base thinking he could go in. Maybe Sebastian realizing that he was down in economy and really wanted to take a fight. Probably if he sees the score drop, he realizes that Hart is up to Imp. And then he's going to try to take a run in and a fight, knowing that Hart will have to stop army production briefly as he clicks Imp. And that was the best fight he was able to take. If he doesn't take that fight, he's Castle Age versus Imp with someone with a 40 Vil lead. And of course, he doesn't know exactly the Vil lead himself, but he can certainly tell. He'll have seen all of the TCs that Hart added in and know he's only on 2 TCs himself. So we'll check out some stats. And that's 160 to 129 KD. You see those early Castle Age successful raids, but not really able to turn that into long-term eco damage. Hart kept booming behind it. Boomed and thrived. GG. Let me double check on YouTube. How are you guys doing? Is struggling? Let me restart that real quick. After sometimes for what? I have ladder. That should work. Apps are infuriating. Okay, let's see if the YouTube stream is fixed at all. Let me know if that is lagging at all. Now. Better? Alright. Looks like it was probably a bitrate issue then. Let me just up that ever so slightly. That's probably a Twist's internet isn't that strong issue. I need to do lots of tinkering there. I think getting back 50% res by destroyed one's buildings as a civ bonus would be good. That feels like a lot. Is there a change to YouTube? There seems to be a lot more casters streaming there the last few weeks. I have no idea. People probably just picking it up. I don't know what the impetus was. A lot more being, I think, Hera's picked it up. Viper had been doing it for a while. Looks great getting 4K now. All right, good. YouTube, I think, changed some of their settings, so it gives me a warning if my bitrate is below 23,500 when I'm streaming at 4K. But as long as I can put that to 15,000 and you guys are okay, even if I get the warning, then hopefully we're good. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's go take a look at what else we have. We have Liry Sebastian on the same map. You guys up for more Liry Sebastian? Lots of Sebastian games. Georgians, Aztecs. ACCM going crazy on the ladder. And someone asked for a Liry game earlier. So we'll go for a Liry game. Also, if you guys have any comments on overlays or whatnot, I've been working on the overlays. So let me know how everything looks. Let me know if the ladder overlay is easy enough to read, and if it's not, I'll need to do some other type of background for it. I mean, 50% resources back from your own destroyed buildings does sound interesting. I don't know if that's a good number. I don't know how strong it would be. Depends on how attacked you are. It'd be pretty strong for castles, I think, if you get 50% of the stone back from destroyed castles. All right, so are we okay with these colors? Yellow versus green. I think we'll do the same thing. Only we'll put Hart. I mean, not Hart. We'll put Liry in the red this game. You know where that would be strong? It'd be strong for douching. Yeah, imagine getting your TC resources back when deleting your TC after douching. Oh, that would be amazing. Okay, yeah, YouTube is just telling me the bitrate's lower than recommended, but I'll leave it there. I think it's a lower bitrate 4K stream with AV1 encoding is probably still okay. So it looks like all the vills spawned correctly this time. Let's double check that. Mule carts on the wood lines, just like the map intended. Well, they're very back wood lines too, super far from the TCs. Tend to make the map super aggressive, and we don't have either player docking yet. So it'll be Sebastian in the yellow, this time as the Aztecs, against Liry as the red Georgians. People are asking who are the favorite players for winning. I think Hart definitely is one of the favorites for contesting the top 4. All depends on how often players play. Oh, I did find a shader, Hagradar. So much as it's somehow stored in the grayscale code, or the grayscale component of the icons. Remind me after the stream, I'll link you to some Python code for adding color to images. I can remind me to send that to you. I didn't look into what the format actually was, other than I copy and pasted the code and it worked. But it shouldn't be too hard to figure out. It's like 10 lines of code. HP replenishment percentage after killing unit, like how Civs thought eating a defeated enemy. Are you suggesting a cannibalism bonus cheat? I don't know about that. Oh, I eat the heart of this dead spearman and get more HP. Is that what you're suggesting? It's nice to have casting with ladder play now. It's nice to have a pretty active ladder. I like that. You steal their band-aids. Protein is protein. Maybe that's what the Jaguar Warriors for the Aztecs should do. Instead of simply getting extra attack from killing the enemy, they need to pick up the corpse, carry it back to a monastery, and do some type of sacrifice to get extra attack. So Archer's coming around for Liry. Liry did dock. We'll have Sebastian docking too. Liry opened with a fishing ship, getting a couple of fish out. He has a vill mining the oysters. 50-50 chance they get sick from eating. Didn't we have some T90 community games with cannibalism a while ago? I think my stream quality looks pretty good now, so glad to have you all here. Now, also a reminder, on Monday the 12th, we're going to have a Twitch front page slot. So, we definitely appreciate any support we can get from that. As the cannibalism in-game, it was like when you killed a unit, it left food behind, like killing a boar or a sheep would, and you could gather it. Need them alive to sacrifice so the Jaguar Warriors kidnap vills. Would Huns be good for a map? Last Empire Wars, Yo played Huns quite a bit for hybrid maps. Probably depends on the player and the playstyle. I do feel that Huns have been power creeped quite a bit, but still certainly a viable civ. Archers go down. And more archers and scouts coming forward. I don't think atheism applies to the score victory, though, that we have in Empire Wars. It does for Wonders and Relics. I don't think that applies to the score timer. Yeah, the Wonder is plus 25 population space. That actually is interesting, though. I don't know if atheism would apply to that. Would be pretty cool if it did. Cut that down for your opponents to only 12.5. Maybe give yourself double the bonus for plus 50. Imagine that. Play the Huns and research atheism, and all of a sudden there are more tickets available for Red Bull. So market and houses going up. extra karambits, exactly. Don't forget about the karambits. Maybe it's Huns versus Malay. Think you can ignore water on this map? There aren't many fish on the map. That's true. And you don't have forward resources that are right up on the edge of the river. So if you do lose water, you're not immediately losing access to most of your base. So we'll... It's not like Loch Ness, where I think you absolutely do have to contest the water. Here you might be able to get away with ignoring it. Georgian's Cav with the unique tech, Mahayana Villas for the Bengalis. Yeah, there are lots of fractional populations. Druids would sacrifice deers for an attack buff to nearby militia for AoE online. How did the oysters get there? Where? Are there weird oysters somewhere? Or just at the bottom of this pool? That actually would be pretty cool, because you see how indented this is. Presumably the water level was higher at one point. Take a couple of oysters, put them up here. Scatter them around. Make it really seem like some remnants of the water dropping down. Last time you went to a quarry, there were no oysters. Arbase, how often do you journey to quarries? Now, how adventurous is your life that you have inspected enough quarries to know about the presence of oysters? Bowsaw and crossbow on the way. And I certainly hope that to get an accurate inspection, you journeyed there dressed as a woad raider. You swum in a lot of quarries, like at least 2 to 3, can confirm no oysters. And Maple Leaf Lancer too, everyone's a quarry expert, it would seem. A few scouts for Liry still around the backside. Ballistics for Sebastian. The Georgians, I fear the Georgians will eat the Aztecs. Especially on this map where you're not super close and it's not as aggressive. I don't think there are quarries with oysters. Chat's experts in everything? Okay. Experts in everything. So crossbows taking out the skirms. Actually, no, never mind. The opposite of that. Skirms taking out the crossbows. Sebastian wanted to push in. Well, what is Sebastian doing? What is Sebastian doing? Pushing into churches and skirms. 53 to 55 vills. Maybe he fears the Civ matchup for the late game, though, and feels the Aztecs need to make something happen now. Well, whatever he wanted to make happen, that was not it. That caught me off guard how aggressive he was into the skirms. The Cav Archers now for the Georgians. The healing Cav Archers for them. Still on the water. Lots of crossbows. Number one demo. There he goes. Okay, Liry going for the demo. Okay, Liry, you gotta get a good demo shot for us. Please, Liry, please. Hey, the cumulative knowledge of all mankind. There has to be someone in the chat who's an AI chatbot, so that is a very accurate statement. Okay, crossbows. Crossbows on the shallows. On the shallows. Here's Liry with the demo. The demo needs to get a hit. Crossbow's coming onto the shallows. Demo's close. The demo's close. Oh, he's dodging ballistics with the demo. He gets away. He'll need to repair the demo. A dangerous job for a villager. He needs more HP on it. He got close there. He got close. Didn't quite get the hit. Almost. They scuba dive in this quarry. Plenty of fossilized oysters. Quarries in England have oysters. See, there we go. Chat, he has even more experts now. Quarries in England with oysters. That's true. A demo should have a very low chance to explode while a villager is repairing it and take the vills with it. How do oysters get into a quarry? Presumably, like, the water level was higher at some point. Maybe the quarry is the remnants of an area that once was saltwater area. The oysters got stuck. I don't know. Maybe this is the type of thing we need to have these questions asked, and then I can investigate and come back with facts for the next time we cast the map. Via birds, okay. Are there any birds on the map? Yes. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. There are falcons on the map. So they carry them like swallows wood coconuts and bring them to the quarry. Got it. It's the government? It's the drones nowadays. Is the mining done by a shell corporation? So here come the eagles and crossbows. This time the crossbows moving in have some eagles along with them, so they won't be as threatened by the skirms. Fortified Church is still a great garrison point for the Vills. And Liry will run back to his TC. Once again, we're seeing Sebastian. Fewer TCs than his opponent on this map. It feels like on this map you're so far apart that you do have a lot of leeway for adding in the TCs. And as aggressive as it is with the wood lines being far away, the Georgians shut that down with their fortified churches. Liry will have to have a lot of villagers idled and garrisoned in the churches, so this is some good damage from Sebastian. You can see the idle eco efficiency, where that is plummeting for Liry. And the crossbows will try to hold the hill. Eagles themselves with +2 armor, they do have the Eagle Warrior upgrade. I'll be dying as the ground would be too salty. Fair enough. Of course, nothing is not salt water. Got it. So Eagles coming in from Liry, or from Sebastian on Liry's gold. All right, this time he's going for the straight Eagle Warrior Flood. And what is this? 5 Barracks Eagles. And water control for Liry. Not going to stop them from coming around both sides. Liry is not walled at the top. The Eagles will be able to flood in. He's trying to amass more cav archers and keep them safe beneath the TC and the fortified church. That doesn't make it hard for the Eagles to push in. And if Liry can get enough cav archers out, then he'll be able to stop the Eagles. But can he stop them everywhere? Right now there are holes in his walls. He's chopping through more trees to create more holes. And 1 Eagle massacring quite a few skirms. And Liry might be on the back foot a bit. He's up by 15, 17 Vills, but needs to deal with the Eagles. And then this is tricky for Sebastian. He needs to balance keeping his Eagle numbers up and getting more Eagles with keeping Liry's economy idled when he's down by so many Vills. The thing about the Aztecs is they add in military so quickly with their production bonus. Workshop on the way. If he starts getting siege, he can get an advantage. Problem though is the fortified churches for the Georgians are so easy to repair and so good against mangonels. Wasn't Liry with a double R? He's always had the double Y, as far as I know. Eagle's going down. Scorpion's on the way out. And Fire Galley taking out the fire ship, taking out some fish. So it looks like Sebastian getting back on the water, maybe? Would need to do upgrades, though, for that, I think. For double workshop Scorpions, let's go double workshop Scorpions. Eagles running in. Check back wood lines for Liry. Liry actually out of wood now. He's got 1 tiny wood line left. As the Scorpions from Sebastian encroach on him. And they're a huge villager lead. If this army gets wiped, Liry wins the game. But Rams, Scorpions, Eagles, right now cav archers can't fight that. And right now, Liry has no wood access. Sebastian even has some Eagles ready to hoover around the backside and wait for Liry to move out to those wood lines. Liry taking stone, though. He can always try to inch his way forward to that wood with some fortified churches, too. Right now, counterattack also from Liry, but Eagle's there to deal with it. A few cav archers. Where is the demo, Sebastian? Okay, there he is. Demo raft. It's only a raft, though. And the Eagle. The Eagle going to push the cav archers away. And okay, cav archers finding villagers. That's a lot of vills who could die. At the front, the ram going through the stable. Liry still trying to defend with the cav archers. Will run into scorpions. Cav archers on both sides of the base, but getting chased away by eagles on Sebastian's side of the map. Liry coming over with some knights and cav archers to try to take out the scorpions. The knights doing some work on the scorpions so far with a bit of a hill advantage, but the eagles taking out the knights. 4 scorpions still survive to deal with the cav archers. Liry trying to micro them away. These scorpions do indeed have ballistics. And on the other side, the eagles will clean up the cav archers. Liry stopped microing them. Sebastian needs to keep his vills working. 6 to 9 KD. All of this army fighting. Not many vills killed so far. Can we not fight a hill? That'll be crucial on this map, making sure you're getting the right type of hill bonus. Maybe Tatars would be super good on this map with the hill. Scorpion's taking out some CA. And Mangonel shot on the Scorpions to go down. Will it get the rest? FFGG as the Scorpions die. And Liry down by 40 Vils, about to lose his Eagles. Losing the siege was it. And pushing the Georgians with fortified churches is so difficult. And you can see 4 hours of idled eco for Liry, but 4 hours of idled eco. Liry still has more res collected. And maintained the Cav Archer numbers. Over time, got to 30 Cav Archers. Got to just about the number he needs to fight the Eagles. And GG. Let's check out some stats there. That's 125 to 61 KD for Liry. Kills and GG. F, don't make fun of the typo. The keys are next to each other on the keyboard. You can excuse him a typo, chat. It's not like the chat filtered it or anything. Reminder shooters, yes. Sent the message I wanted to send to Hagrider so he can examine some Python code and figure out how to write shaders. Oh, Hera's playing now. He is pretty far into her game, though. Let's do Hera Lucho, though. We'll catch up to that. We've casted a lot of Sebastian. We'll swap over to Hera. All right. Hello, point again. How you doing? And also, if you're on YouTube, how's the stream quality? Let me know if it's lagging at all. So as we catch up to real time here, Lucho will be the blue Bohemians to the east, Hera the red Bohemians to the west, and now it's our first mirror matchup of the day. As Lucho dominating the front of Hera's base with those archers. Hera needing to add a few skirms. Hera up to the castle age. Hera picked random, Lucho force-picked mirror and got Bohemians. Alright. Everything going down. I feel like I've seen Bohemian mirrors on this match a few times. Lucho dominating with that mirror matchup. Lucho, another player, one of those youngins. Someone was asking what type of player do these settings favor. Lucho, one of them. Pushing with Mangonels at the front of Hera's base, taking out some crossbows. Nice Mangonel hit. Hera down by 7 Vils. And Lucho with a much better KD. Now he's getting pushed back a bit. And we'll repair his Mangonel. Hera keeps microing on the front. More crossbows going down. Streaming's great on YouTube. Thanks for streaming here too. Alright, great. Took me a bit of working out the quality settings, but I think we're good now. So thanks for watching on YouTube. I think it's great that people have the VODs to watch in case they want a VOD to chill with later. You know, always don't forget to have a several hour long stream. You can always put the VOD on, go to sleep, wake up, still playing. I think Tames is so popular because for the first 15 minutes you can literally just micro your units in one place. Watching Hera at times 8 speed is still somehow less vertigo inducing than watching him live on his stream. Imagine watching John Slow at times 8 speed. Alright. 1,000 stone. Hera has 1 Vil on food, and he has sent an entire village forward to raise the castle right here on the front of Lucho's base, right on his face, trying to take out, oh my gosh, a Mangonel could one-hit this castle. Does Lucho see it? He sees the Vils, needs one Mangonel to pop out and one-hit the castle. Will he get it? Ooh, he doesn't get it. That would have been sick if he had stopped the castle. But now Hera and his village will raise that and can go to take the stone and wood line there. Lucho, a couple of Mangonels, mostly trapped in that workshop if the castle goes up. Oh, we will get a nice hit from behind. And micro away and clear one of Hera's Mangonels. Crossbows could continue pushing, though, for Hera. Lucho with a few idle vills. And after that one castle, it's a second castle for Hera. Lucho going for a defensive one, but he's going to be pushed far back into his base. Hera taking a ton of map control, but Lucho, with that extra 2,000 resources collected, will be up to Imp. Will he make it, though? This could be a doubt castle, as a mangonel for Hera and more crossbows are here. Lucho, his turn to send his entire village to raise the castle, but the mangonel splattering the vills. Hera getting a ton of kills here. He's taking a villager lead even after it goes up. So now he's up 62 to 55 vills. He'll have a castle right on Lucho's face. And Lucho will have 2 minutes before he's able to start relying on Trebs. He can do chemistry on the way up for bombard cannon or hand cannoneers if he wants. Hera hasn't had horse collar, doesn't have his eco upgrades. He's certainly closed that gap he had. 25 to 3 eco KD, massacring the vills on that castle. He has chem already. He has chemistry already. So as soon as he gets up, it'll be Trebs and bombard cannon to try to clear these 2 forward castles. So this still is a big investment from Hera to go for castles against a Bohemian player who's up to Imp and should be able to clean them. Hera, 18 military, most of which is crossbow. With that, he shouldn't be able to push. But it will be another castle for him. Oh my gosh, this is the Imp TC. Lucho put the Imp TC down here. If Hera gets that castle up, there's no way Hera denies this, right? There's no way he denies this. Right? 76%, we're good. We're good. Lucho's good. Even if that goes petards, I think we're good. Some video stuttering on YouTube. Okay, let me know how bad it is. I can always decrease the bitrate a bit. Let me check my OBS stats and see if I'm losing stuff. It's tricky because OBS, I think, only shows me stats for Twitch. I don't know if I get the YouTube stats too. So how is he affording this? Well, now Hera has 0 on stone. And Imp is there. Imp is good. The crossbows come around for Hera. Lucho can lose this TC now. But it's Treb time. It's time for Trebs. And if he can afford it, it's time for bombard cannon. But how does he afford it? He still has gold in the back. He does not have much wood access. This is his only wood line now. Hera mining the gold in the south. Lucho does not have wood. He'd go up to the north for more wood. Infinite time. That's true. It will take him time to clear it, but you will lose a lot of stone too. Maybe you're not worried about that when you have the eco or the villager lead. Lucho still 2k more res collected. And coming forward with some crossbows and skirms. Let me know if things are back to okay on YouTube. Should do some more bombard cannon instead of the second Treb. Let's see, Treb's definitely less vulnerable to all the crossbows that Hera has. And we all know, as Zach used to say, once the Trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. And Hera's forward castles will be removed. Hera himself nowhere close to going up to Imp. And Lucho's still maintaining that score lead, even though he might lose more vills on this wood line. Hera with ballistic should be able to pick off a couple of them. Let's see the dance moves from the vills to go down. Hera will get a defensive tower up as this crossbow army comes away. Flipbook show on YouTube? Is it? It's a slideshow. Okay. Skirm's taking out some of the crossbows. Even if Flipbook is more fluid. Is it just the video or is the audio stuttering too on YouTube? That's the question I have. Palisade goes down. Castle is being trebbed. Audio is fine and it's just video. What is the worst save right now? On what game mode? It's random map. Maybe Bulgarians? On Empire Wars, I'm not sure. Maybe some lag between adjustments. Alright. Stabilizing or lowering the bitrate seemed to have helped earlier, so I can lower that even more. Just see that. Put it down to 10,000. See if that stabilizes it anymore. So cannon going for the castle. Some crossbows and skirms come forward. Oh, waiting for players. That happens occasionally. To catch up now. And more tower defense from Hera to try to deal with the Imp Arbalest army, but he has to have towers everywhere, and even so his farms will be idled. And now after his front 2 castles were cleaned, time for the Trebs and the cannon to take out his 3rd castle in the south. Hera, however, will move to the north. In the north there are 5 relics and quite a few foxes, but no actual gold mines. All the gold is in the south. And we'll see if this castle goes down. And down it goes, cannon getting a shot on it. Like, Gajur is the least at the moment. Definitely tricky to play with the start that's unique. Some villas going down in the back by the mill. Hera can lose. He only has an 82% win rate on the ladder. Think about that. Only 82% for Hera. No win condition for Hera. It's a very low population game. Alright, so the plus 25 max pop space for this isn't going to come into effect. And there is the GG from Hera. Lucho does it. Lucho does it. So that's 114 to 104 KD for Lucho. Economy-wise, it's an extra 2,000 res collected. Technology, up to Imp. Hera, not Imp. And Hera had some aggression with those castles, but not able to follow it up with any actual map control. Hello, Tahunga Barracks. What a Bionicle reference there. Are these the maps we'd also see for the finals? Yes, there are going to be 2 additional maps for the final rounds, but these are 9 of the 11 maps that will be played there, if I count correctly. All right. So what else we have going on right now? Let's see. Hera will be playing against Hart on Volpine. Let's cast some Hera. Liry is still playing too, so whenever we get someone to cast, we'll head over and cast them. Just keep going right through. I have a brief spectator delay, so I think Twitch will probably play an ad, so we won't miss anything. Now let's see. Remember, it is the highest elo that matters for your seeding. It's the highest that matters, and right now it is still Hera, number 1. He has lost some games. He's not at his highest right now. Hera, ACCM, Yo, and Vinch. Hart, ooh, Hart really close, but we see his current elo has dropped quite a bit. So he's not quite there just yet. Hera now has to win games to improve his elo. Absolutely, absolutely. And again, if anyone has feedback on the overlay, whether it's too hard to read or anything, let me know. Oh, the Mets just made a signing, Arbase, telling me I need to go check the news. The Mets just did something. Did we sign a nobody? Christian Arroyo. At infield depth. He's 30 now. What are his stats? Let's see. He hit 240 last year. Wonderful. Well, I know Boston was looking for. Or in 2023. He didn't play last year, actually. He last hit 240. Well, if he was injured and got healthy, maybe that'll help. I haven't really paid attention to him. Second, third, and shortstop. Hello, Lordicator. Every time I cast Hera on the ladder, he loses. Ooh, gotta cast him more. How nerdy is this chat? Very nerdy. We recognize the Bionicle references. We check the advanced stats of baseball players when the Mets make a signing. We actually are in the game. Hold on, it's in the game. Here we are. So many buttons I need to click between scenes. So, here, we will have Hera as the blue way to the north, Hart as the yellow Sicilians to the south. The map will be Vulpine. There is what is this? The Tower of London in the middle of the map. What does this building do? I don't know. I've never seen a game go long enough that someone chops through the woodline and captures it. And we'll have a scouts opening from both players' way and Sicilians. I have a feeling this game goes, both of them go scouts, play feudal. Hera gets the castle age, makes some Shenbei raiders, and then the Sicilians die. You think it is labeled a trade workshop, but a trade workshop by itself has no function in the game. You have to mod the building to make it do something. And the stable is going up for Hera. Gives resources but no stone. Okay, so it's a trickle of resources then. And thank you also, App Sotonas, for the follow a few minutes ago. Andy with 93% win rate. That's very freaky. He needs to play some more games, I guess. He probably didn't play right at the start, and needs to climb to his proper matchups. Rampart and Vulpine, they are pretty similar now that I think about it. That is right. I still don't know if all the maps are differentiated in my head yet. Yeah, so there are a ton of foxes on the side out here. You can go on a nice fox hunt. Guess it's very English themed. Now scouts from Hart getting in on Hera's woodline, picking up some Vil kills. And ooh, nice kills there, 3 kills. No upgrades or anything on the scouts, just picking up their kills. Forging on the way, and looks like Hart will continue investing into scouts and go for a spear defense at home. This map does have some rock terrain, atop which you cannot wall. And I guess that makes it even harder to chop to the middle if you can't do a lumber camp there. Gate goes up, spears chase the scouts. The Gothic brother. So Hera picked random, Hart picked Catans, neither force picked, both got random sibs. Alright, alright. Some non-force picking, I like that. You go Catans to punish the force pickers. and then prefer random. So, big scout fight here. Hera did manage to pick off 2 Vils of Hart. And now is still fighting spears. So it looks like heavy scouts play from both of them. Heavy scouts play from both. Lots more spears, though, from Hart. Hart investing into the spears. And Hera being against the Sicilians might not even think the spears are worth it, since the bonus damage will be resisted from the scouts. And a couple of the spears picked off there. Can't really fit pastures around your TC. Ah, you know, that's a good thing. Maybe Hart hasn't realized that the hard way yet. Well, that's true. The rock terrain atop which you cannot build is so close to the TC that makes it hard to fit the 4x4 pastures compared to the 3x3 farms. Yeah, people always ask in the chat about new bonuses. Best idea I've heard that's not in the game yet. I saw this on a Reddit post once. 3x2 farms that you can rotate around, like you can rotate gates. Then you can really decide what angle you want to put them at, around the mill or around the TC. Then play a puzzle piece game as you build them around your base. I think that'd be brilliant. Dutch save. The 2x2 farms, that was in the Realms mod. You can do that. It's in the Civ Builder actually. But 3x2 where you could rotate, oh, that'd be amazing. That would be amazing. Alright, 5 spears now for Hart. Didn't do armor on them, but still will scare Hera away. Hera adding in an archer to help deal with the spears. And wheelbarrow on the way also for Hera, investing into his eco. Quick walls up, and the scouts want to run back. Hart kind of afraid to engage. I feel like he should just go. Go for it. Let's see how he does. He is getting quite a few pokes with the spears. But that is too many scouts now, and he'll be forced to throw up a donjon. He's trying to delay until he could do this. And did he delay enough? He will be losing a few Vils. At the same time, he did manage to get a counterattack and pick off a couple of vills of Hera on Hera's farms. More vills going down. That's now a 9-7 KD. Both players in each other's base. Scouts wandering around, going for the stable. And we do have Hart up to the castle age with the donjon, so he will be up first. Hera floating a bit of gold. Maybe we'll need to market his way up the way his eco's set up now. That raid on the farm is killing some farm vills, seems to have unbalanced things for him. Can't get the Civ Builder to work. It probably needs to be updated for some of the new DLCs. I don't know what the state of it is. I'd love to do another Civ Builder event at some point. Maybe later this year. Spears come to poke down the scouts. And archer is taken out by the donjon. They have to run away. Scouts hit a villager. And castle age on the way for Hart. Lots of foxes out on the side. And the scouts will break through the palisade. A few scouts going down by the TC. Hart trying to survive against Hera. And now do more armor. He's up and going to start pumping out knights. So 4 feudal archers and a few scouts. Hart might want 2 knights before fighting that. Especially with more military coming over. Maybe 2 or 3. Now at the other stable. Shouldn't be too long before he's able to fight. Recklessly lose army to assert dominance. Well, he is up by 7 vills, remember, since he stayed feudal. He will have a better economy than the Castle Age player, so up by 2,000 resources now. And he can keep pumping feudal army for a while. That stable won't hold forever. There will be a donjon here to protect the gold. Hart now needs to find a way to take an engagement. Knights only have +1 armor, only +1 attack, no bloodlines yet. The lack of bloodlines will actually make that fight kind of awkward. He's deciding, I don't want to fight that army, I'm just going to go forward and raid. Hera now triple stable, scouts, 2 range archers, he is going full feudal, and he's going for the next stable of Hart. He'll stop the knight production. That stable's halfway down. That stable is halfway down. Now 6 vil lead still for Hera. Hart needs to rebuild the stable in the back. That's rough on your wood eco when you've taken this much damage. Hera, oh, he needs fletching. He doesn't realize he doesn't have fletching. Yes, you need fletching for the archers. I don't know, if Hart actually realized that, he probably could have engaged the army at the front with the knights. Hera's trying to defend with the scouts. Hera, pulling a slam, forgetting fletching. What is it with these Canadians? Not doing their fletching. Bloodlines now on the way for Hart, but Bloodlines is not going to save these villagers from their imminent death at the hand of Hera's scouts. They'll have to run from the wood line. And Hera is still needing fletching, especially against the spears. Okay, there's a chance Hart clears this with his knights. Bloodline's just about to finish. No fletching for Hera, so these archers should get massacred. There he realized it. He realized he doesn't have fletching. Maybe realizing just in time. He needs to focus fire the spears with the archers. How is this fight going? This should actually be a decent fight for Hart. Has enough HP on the knights. The scouts are going down. And I think Hart actually manages to clear this army. And he clears that. Hera's still stuck in the feudal age. Feudal age fletching just coming in now. Wasn't in for that entire fight. And Hart will clean everything in the back. Hera continuing to pump more military at the front though. But now he's maybe a bit trapped in the feudal age. Hart still with a few knights out and more queued on the way. Losing those stables definitely hurts. He's going to struggle for wood to replace them. Hera now 3k more res collected, but he lost a lot. He lost a lot. Look at all the blue dots on the ground after that fight. As the knights come forward. Morning, hello, Primeval, how you doing? Oh, that lack of fletching hurts so much. 28 on gold, 28 on gold? That's a market economy right there. Not a balanced diet. Archers for Hera still hoovering around. Hera plays like a 1600 every time I cast him on the ladder. I wouldn't say that. You do seem to catch me casting Hera when he loses, though. Maybe I just have a knack for picking his games at the right time. Scouts chasing the Vills. It's coming around the outside. And picking off some scouts. Don John taking out a few more scouts. And he did manage to click up. Shakti clicked up after all the scouts. That's actually kind of a weird thing. When you go super heavy for scouts and take a long feudal age, you end up adding so many farms that as soon as you stop production, you can pretty much instantly click up. And you see how much food he has on the way up. He's even adding in more scouts and still has 500 plus food. So he will have a really good light cav army as soon as he's able to get up. And the Sicilians are not a camel save. I think this might be a problem were he against the camel save to go this heavily into scouts. But since the Sicilians don't have that option, he's in a good place now to do upgrades. And light cav, and we see if he focuses crossbow or bodkin versus cav armor. Or cav attack even. But Sicilian's potentially a good civ matchup to play heavy scouts against. Because you're not really worried about, or you're not really as interested in the counter units. TC to the north, more scouts running around in the south. There is light cav finished, husbandry, and iron casting on the way. We'll try to attack into those knights. And TC going up for him in the north. So the Sicilian farms last longer. Crossbow picking off the knights. And picks, this was random. This was random. Scouts take down knights. How much garrison space in a donjon? It is 10, I believe. Up. Well, if you ungarrison your vills when it's surrounded and they don't have room to pop out, they stack here. So if you consider this garrisoned, then as many as you want. But it is normally, does it show? Yeah, 10. 10 garrison space. And there's the GG for Hart. He sees the crossbows at the front, and he knows how many light cav Hera has. 27 light cav hoovering around the back of his base, and this gold's the only space he has any type of economy. Hart will call it. Hera will win. Hera, I feel like Hera always has the number on Hart whenever I cast their games. It's a 76 to 52 KD in favor of Hart. And 5,000 more res for Hera. There we go. GG, well stacked. None of the pros ever go for the workshop, but you have to go through the trees to get there. I've never seen a workshop played in the game. No YouTube, I don't want to run ads. Thank you. You've done it. He's built different. He played full feudal. Full feudal is a fun way to play. Let's see, Tato's playing now. Could wait for Hera to queue again. Yo, Sebastian are all online. Valessa's playing a Black Forest team game. Valessa has his priorities straight. He's playing Black Forest. Yeah, and we'll have Hera Hart again. This time it'll be Stonefront Britain's Spanish. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while they're loading there, and I'll be right back. All right, faster than the Spectating. Beautiful. Beautiful. And let me know again how the YouTube stream is holding up. It's telling me it's good and just not as much bitrate as it would like. But that's fine. Alright, Hart shall be yellow again, or was Hera the same colors as last game? Hera blue, Hart yellow. There, so we'll have Hart to the north as the yellow Britons, Hera to the south as the blue Spanish. Will we get some type of FC conquistadors here? 6 relics on the map, 3 on each side. I saw Lithuanians earlier trying to go pretty aggressively for them. 3 lumber camps for the players, pretty walled and compact base. There are chickens. I saw Viper playing with the big chicken mod earlier. It came from YouTube. It was laggy. Is it still laggy on YouTube?
Ready.
YouTube tells me it's okay now. I think that's just my internet can't handle the bitrate I was streaming at. So hopefully it's okay. Archery range on the way.
Yay.
Spear chasing Hera's scout. Like 10 minutes ago, okay. I probably made a change after that. I don't know the timing in my head. Longbows hype? Ooh, will we see longbow conquistadors? And thank you, Simon, for the follow. Welcome to the Twitch stream. We're closing in very, very closely to 15k followers. So some more walls going up for Hart. As doesn't get the wall up in time, and Hera will be there to snipe the walling villager right away. And that vill will go down. Down he goes. And first kill of the game there, Hera, with the scouts. So aggressive scouts opening from Hera, and immediate skirmisher transition against the archers and spears that are coming forward for Hart. Hera maybe has an opportunity to quick wall there, or maybe he just wants to let the low HP scout in so he can hit it with his villager. Get some HP off of it, and use the skirms as a bait now to get the rest of these units. And put the vill on a farm. There we go. Calculated that he left it open. Spear comes over, low HP on the scout. Skirms could even kill that.
Ready. Mandatum.
As the skirms come forward, I'll push the spear away, and we'll have fletching on the way for Hera. Remembering his fletching this game, not forgetting. And a fresh scout, though, from Hart. That'll cause some trouble for the skirms. Yeah, they still killed the spear, though. Hera will come back with his own scout to deal with that. So scouts and archers against scouts and skirmishers.
Mandatum?
Always an it depends matchup, but if the skirms can manage to hit the archers, they'll be in a good spot.
Yay. Mandatum?
Pick teams. I think this is random. This looks like random. You can do the picks command to figure that out. The game is going to be out of sync. Do we have... I guess they don't have a delay when they stream, so we'll have a preview of whether it goes out of sync.
Mandatum?
I hope not, but maybe it does. 2 and 3 next to the player names. Oh, that's the colors. That's just the colors.
Mandatum?
Hart, I guess, picked yellow, or he picked... Oh, he picked green. Hera picked red. I just changed them to the colors they were the previous game. We see Britain's pick? Probably not. It would have to be a very deep Civ draft. Britain's kind of in a sad state these days. Victims of the power creep. So Castle Age on the way for Hart. Hera comes in under the TC. Scout will go for the archers. More scouts going down. That TC doing work, but Hart also losing quite a bit of army. And I guess that was out of sync. Game is over. And if you said it went out of sync, that would make sense. So I'm guessing that's not a finished game. Doesn't feel like Hart would be resigning there. Yeah, Hera looked like he had a lead, but we'll have to just go to something else then. Alright, let's see how we're doing on the ladder. Hart already against Dragonstar. I don't know if Hera had some type of drop. Oh, Turs is playing. Let's cast some Turs. We'll do a game of Turs. And head back. Looks like T90's casting Teoquay Kapach. I think it would only affect specific civs. I think it's affected a lot of civs. Turs will put in blue then. So we'll have Turs as the blue Celts against Sorokuma as the red Britons, appropriate for the theme of the tournament, the London tournament. And a big feudal age fight in the middle of the map. I'm trying to get some skirms from Turs against the archers of Sorokuma. Sorokuma pushing forward now into the front of Turs' base, getting a slight lead. Spear getting a poke on that scout. A lot of the archers end up going down. Skirms have to be careful, even just with the scout chasing them, though. That scout runs away, and we'll have Castle Age on the way for Turs. He does manage to click up. Sorokuma won't be too far away himself.
Mandatum?
Kid.
Kid? Yay. Ready. Mandatum? Yay.
As infect civs like Byzantines. I mean, Byzantines I think have themselves gotten better due to map changes and the fact we have so many hybrid maps now. And they have their fire galley change, or their fire galley advantage. They've been, I think, beneficiaries of that African Kingdoms change that added the fire galleys,
Yay.
and the Razors change that added the mangrove terrains.
Yay.
Spear is poking down a scout, and now it's skirms versus archers, so Tur should be able to take a good fight without any scouts here and clear quite a few archers. Sorokuma will be a minute behind in uptiming. Got on Arabia team games compared to earlier. Oh, they were never great there, but I guess that's true.
Mandatum. Ready.
Kid.
Yay. Ready. Mandatum.
So skirms pushing back the archers.
Ready. Mandatum. Yay. Ready.
Also, pathing changes make pretty big shifts of the power level of archer versus melee unit.
Yay. Ready.
From what I've seen, I think most players think that archers are in a down spot right now because of the pathing.
Mandatum.
What, in the floating 700 gold? Yeah, it happens, You know, I was going to have a perfectly balanced eco. Tur's trying to add some of those wonderful Celt Knights. Deal with this forward.
Mandatum.
Knights take out some of the scouts, take out some of the archers. And looks like Tur should be able to clean this. Alright, some early Castle Age Knights. Maybe we'll get to see some Celt Paladins this game. Never want to doubt the threat posed by the Celt Paladins.
Ready. Ready. Yay. Ready.
Now you get to feel the sting of not having bloodlines on the knights, though. Well, neither civ does, but it does really hurt against the crossbows. Byzantine Paladins are good, too. Imagine that, Celt versus Byzantine Paladins. One day we'll have to see that.
Mandatum.
I remember Doubt going Celt Paladins is in Arabia Pocket once.
Yay.
Scorpion taking out a few of the crossbows. Nerfing the speed of archers? I think archers move at a good speed.
Kia.
Scout gets available, goes down. You'll see paladins here. I mean, against the Britons, you don't really want to go siege onagers, the Celts. They have enough range, they dance and take out the onagers. Siege ram, though. Rams are useful. The question is, what do you do in addition to ram? Maybe ram skirm. Scores flip back and forth a bit. Build count's pretty similar. Tur's ahead pretty well in res collected. Ram champion? Really Siege Tower. What am I thinking? Of course the answer is Siege Tower. Siege Tower skirms. That should counter crossbows. You counter them quite well. Like Cav on the way for Sorokuma. As the crossbows move forward. Goldstone to go up. And he's also on 3 stables and a workshop in 2 ranges, so that is some aggression, and not the build we usually add TCs. Only a 4 difference, but that will expand very quickly with this boom. And Tur's actually down on military, makes this rough. Archers shoot arrows garrisoned in siege. I think siege towers are strong enough already. Knight comes around. That'll be... What is this? 4 stable knights from the Celts. Let's do this. 4 stable knights. A Britain player just amassing more crossbows. Tourists can get in through the walls and overwhelm the crossbows, that's one thing. He is committed to these knights. Celt horsies. Knight chasing down another knight on the outside. Okay, what does Sorokuma see? He sees all four of the stables, so he knows what he's up against. And so far, just crossbow defense from Sorokuma. A couple of monks. Oh, like have going for the monks. I think he gets one of them. Army value for Turs. That's true. He does have a bit more army value. Mouse going up forward. So Lightcap loses a bit of hit points. Mangonel and Scorpion come around.
Mandatum.
And Ballistics. Ballistics now on the way for Sorokuma.
Yay. Ready. Mandatum.
Monks want conversions against the knights, but Sorokuma here with his own knights going for the mangonels gets one of them. And the crossbows are stacked for a mangonel shot. Okay, one shot. Only one shot, though. Got quite a few crossbows there, but they're still stacked up. Seems like I got jittering and package loss in the upload connection. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do anything about that. It seems to be on my ISP's end. And oh, what are those vills doing? Tur is sending the vills forward to their deaths. Okay, okay. Stacks were high. And second TC for Turs, but that's late for him, already down 25 vills. Now comes forward. Get a shot on the crossbows. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And Tur is surrounding the crossbows with the knights, ready to pick them off. Scorpion in the back, too. Knights will go for that. Crossbows going down, taking a Scorpion bolt. And I think Turs is going to clean this, and he's running into Sorokuma's base with the knights. Huge Vil difference. If Turs can't keep up this pressure, Sorokuma wins on the economy, but maybe he can keep the pressure up. He is in. The knights are in. Tons of farms will have to be idled. Not much room to raid with all the TCs. The knights do have +2 armor. They can find Vils here and there to hit. They can find Vils to hit. Turs with a good score lead. More knights on the way. Pumping the knights and still making them from 5 stables. Adding in that 5th stable now. Stables 6 and 7 on the way. Turs is not stopping the knight production. We're going to have a quick defensive castle from Sorokuma trying to shore up the middle of his base. But all this farming eco, all the wood lines still on the outside and exposed to the knights. The only somewhat safe wood line will be chopped through. No Celts. Call my provider. I don't think my provider can do anything. I literally have billboards down the street advertising their fiber internet when they literally do not offer it to this address. How much gold is left for Sorokuma to take? That's a good question. You are asking just as he runs out of gold. There is 11 gold held by that villager. That is it. House over here goes down. The other cities are Byzantines. Yeah, other cities. Yeah, no camels there for Britons. And no Byzantines. Maybe something like, yeah, it looks like it's getting another error. So Knight's getting hit. They're going down. How's the eco KD so low?
Ready.
Because Turris has killed the army more than he has eco. Turris, well, that's a nice timely outpost to see the Vils on the outside. They'll try to throw up a TC. And Light Cav will be on the way for Turris. Knight's now coming forward for Turris.
Mandatum.
Knight's coming to the Vils. This is an exposed TC, but 15 Vils inside. Imp, though. Imp on the way for Sorakuma. And then Britons get to Imp. They get even more range on their crossbows. They immediately get very scary. They'll jump from 8 range to 9 immediately, and then 10 with Bracer. But Sorakuma in a bit of a spot when he doesn't have gold access. And Turris can try to control all of the golds on the map. And that might be his condition. If he can drop a castle here, double TC for Sorakuma, he realizes that he needs gold. And Turris will be dropping his own castle right here. That's a risky castle, though. We saw that same thing in that Hera Lucho game. Lucho was able to treb the early castles, but this castle will be on both of the TCs. And so far, it seems like Sorakuma does not have a nearby castle. It's one castle at home, trying to mine the rest of that stone. Might have to mine some stone here or buy a castle. Eat the TCs. Why is that held for review, YouTube? And he will try to eat the TCs. Also, look at the beautiful architecture of this castle. Look how beautiful that is. Please go to the wood line on the right. Our base, Turris is listening to you. Turris is listening to you. He will see that wood line on the right. He will see it, and he's only down 18 Vils now. With a few more kills, he might be able to even the Vil difference up. Res collected actually are ahead from Turris with all the raiding he's been doing. Still, he is stuck in the castle age. Sorakuma just about to be Imp. He's trying to do another TC. These Knights not taking much damage from the archers. Finally, they go down. That's now a 17 to 6 KD. One castle goes down, but then the Briton Trebs are going to start popping out. There might need to be a lot of rams for dealing with that. Kelp castles are the prettiest. I think they are definitely the prettiest. I think there's maybe, I don't know what it is. I think it needs to be slightly like thicker and slightly less tall. But in terms of the actual design, I think it's the prettiest.
Yay. Ready.
The dimensions are ever so slightly off. Hopefully the YouTube is back to normal now. And more raids with knights. Random scorpion. Kelt's gotta have their scorpions everywhere. And it is Sorakuma trying to grab stone, trying to do chemistry too. Has Bracer already.
Yay.
Hey, why does the crossbow with Bracer only have 8 range for the Britons? Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm looking at the attack. It is 10 range, alright. I was confused for a minute looking at the attack. It needs some yeomen. There's needs some farms. He's got a few farms at least. Ooh, might have just had a bit of a rendering issue there. Hopefully that's okay. So TC going down as the castle looks to take that out. And stable on the way for Sorakuma. Or rams forward for Turris. Yeah, full castle age for Turris. He's going for a big ram push into walls. Well, Ram's good against archers, but oh, that's a lot of Vils on the side there. Good against archers, but that's going to be a big attack as the Rams start going forward. And they need to do damage, maybe have the Knights try to massacre Vils. Quick wall-ups from Sorakuma to try to keep Knights out. Rams are ramming, they're going through the gate, trying to get to the Treb. The gate pops open and closes. Vills might want to repair the gate, but the knights are there. Repairing Vills forward for Turs. Archers trying to do what they can to hit the repair Vills. The gate goes down. Gate goes down. The Treb almost down. Some Woad Raiders in for Turs, trying to buff the numbers. Sorokuma retakes the score lead. Turs all in castle. He needs to destroy this castle. He's gotten the TCs down. He keeps pushing in more rams. There's a Treb in the back his knights might be able to take out too. Those longbows are super stacked up though. And all of a sudden, Sorokuma getting more knights of his own onto the field. Turs with more Vills now, actually super far ahead in res collected. But now the KD is evened up, and once more his opponent stays in Imp. Yeah, Britain's outrange Siege Onagers. You can't really use Siege Onager against Britons. You can use Siege Ram, but I really did like that all-in castle position from Arbase. Wait a minute, I mean from Arbase, from Turs. Arbase in the chat and playing the game. So castle going up here from Sorokuma. Turs already has his counter castle there, but Trebs will start popping out from Sorokuma soon. Arbase still cannot do Trebs well. Did I just call Turs Arbase again? What am I doing? Turs cannot get Trebs out in the castle age. Yeah, let's go Arbase. Reading his name in the chat too much. Yeah, it's the Celts, right? He did his Woad Raider cosplay. Now I just think he's the Celts. I see the Woad Raiders on the field, and I'm just like, Arbase. It's got to be him. Yeah, it's Turs, but he's managing Arbase. Arbase is in this castle right now. This is Sorokuma saying, I don't like your admin decisions, Arbase. Get out of that castle. Get into the ram instead. Saying, oh yeah, take this admin decision. Like Cavaliers, he needs something against the Rams. He needs a melee unit against the Rams. That's why he's going Cavaliers. Also helps him to raid. Get a bit more map control, but it's a melee unit against the Rams. Is the Woad Raider will lose to the Cavalier? Yes, it will. This castle still standing for Turs. As Sorokuma pushes in with the longbows. And TC losing HP almost down. Carry over, you're saying? Good try, though. Yeah, that was a very good game. I thought he had that for a while. I thought the all-in castle was gonna work. I mean, he still is raiding. We're still in a situation where Sorokuma does not have much gold access, but he has at least a sliver of gold access. And he also has forward longbows. So up by 50 pop. Does feel like it's only a matter of time before he wins. It will be a struggle for Turs to keep his numbers up. Cavaliers still trying to fight the Rams. Longbows out. Yeah. That's the thing. If you want to do... Now, there's Yeoman. But Yeoman, Elite Longbowman, Arbalest, they don't help you against the Rams. Cavalier does. Now, Turs wanting to trap the Longbows, but nice gates. Nice gates from Sorokuma. Nice gates from Sorokuma. What a nerd. Age of Gates, yes. And there is the GG. Here's the GG. The gates work. 245 to 187. Better eco for Turs. Man, everything working out there. GG. Right. So let me see. Was fun, says Turs in the chat. YouTube still maybe not stable properly. I'll need to one day do a YouTube only stream just so I can play around more explicitly with settings. Alright, so who is playing right now? Kato started a game against Gali. Liry is against Dragonstar. Nikov's playing. Nikov has started playing. Let's go see Nikov on Stonefront. Same map we just saw. Thank you, Astano, for the follow. Thank you very much. It looks like YouTube probably having some problems still. I've changed so much, I don't know what else I can change. I wonder if it's a render issue. OBS is telling me I'm not having render issues though. But it's giving me Twitch stats and not YouTube stats. So that'll have to be, I'll have to figure out how to get the YouTube stats while I'm dual streaming so I can diagnose that more appropriately. Twitch is good though, and for the immediacy of having the front page stream, I'm happy about that. I'm not happy that YouTube's having troubles. So, Kumin Mirror. Kumin Mirror. Kumins are probably a horrible Empire Wars civ. They have Moore staying 1 TC, Nikov going 2 TCs. They'll have a forward range and a forward tower from Moore looking to apply pressure to Nikov. It's a Kumin Mirror TCs forward. Oh, MBL versus Hera, are they playing? I didn't see that. I don't like joining games that are in progress on Empire Wars because it takes me 10 minutes to speed up and then the game's over. I highly prefer finding ones that are just starting. Nikov force-picked Kumins, more picked Kumins. Are Kumins good on this map? What? What? Both had Kumins picked? Not even a mere what? Are they good on this map? Mr. Squirrel, thank you for the follow. I'm baffled. So watchtower here for more. Okay. Now we're going up. Who would survive the castle age pressure? Is that then it come back? What do you mean? Was it Kuman's picked? Yeah, look at above our base's message. Spec dashboard tells us the pick status. So Nikov needing to defend with archers, staying with archers under his TCs, but he is being encircled by these towers, needs to counter tower himself, has a bit of stone to mine. Moore being very aggressive with the towers. 43 to 55 population. Where are the feudal workshops and the feudal rams? Moore doesn't quite have the army numbers to pump that out. Going particularly for the towers will eat into his eco. Stable and range as another tower comes up for Moore. Nikov will try to vil fight the tower with a tower he made to protect his wood line. This tower in the back will protect the tower and also still hit the wood line. Clutching is in for both players, so they won't be able to extend the tower range anymore. Feudal Rams. Yeah, you have the blacksmith already. Yeah, that's true, you do have the blacksmith already. This tower, will it go down? Vil's coming to repair, and they repair just in time. Archers now even could hop into the tower. Or Vils could hop into it, whatever he wants to do, but he keeps it up to stop the wood line. Nikov trying to protect his gold. He does have more archers than Moore does. Comes down to micro still. What, more towers for Moore? Moore building more towers. Even though he has fewer archers. Skirm's on the way. Skirm's ready to harass berries and woodline down here. An overforge or overchop could allow Moore to get in. Who is Moore? Moore is a really good Spanish player, and he will call the GG. He will call the GG, not able to break in. He's done all these towers, but doesn't have the army and feels he can't do more pressure, as Nikov, while mining stone, has done defensive towers. And with the second TC, will have won the game. So what the heck is that Kuman's mirror? About 17 to 8 KD for Nikov. And the early military not enough to punish him for the greedy boom. There we go. Chillist is back. We're maybe having some internet issues on YouTube that I need to debug, but we are indeed back. here. Oh my gosh, I don't have a scoreboard to update between the games. That is weird. I'm so used to clicking out of the games and then updating a scoreboard. So what do we have here? Yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch. I've been trying to debug the YouTube issues as I've upgraded to Windows 11. Windows 11 has definitely thrown me for a loop. Do more pressure. Now, Phosphor is playing. He looks like he's playing normal RM. Alright, looks like some players are well into games. But I'm going to take a very quick break myself and grab a quick snack to eat because I'm hungry. I'll be right back, and then we'll find some more games to keep casting. Alright, so I'm back. Ate a quick protein bar. And I'm maybe next time I stream on YouTube, I won't stream in 4K. I'll try streaming at 1080p. And I'll just see how that goes, and maybe it's some type of encoding issue that I'm having on my end. Like I said, I don't see the YouTube stats. I only see Twitch stats here. And so I don't know. Maybe it's an issue somehow I can solve. But anyway, we also will be hopping into another game. Who is playing right now? We have Hera on Crownwood versus Dragonstar. Let's go cast some more Hera. Here we are, blue versus purple. We'll put Dragonstar in the red. Now Dragonstar as the red Inca to the north, Hera as the blue Aztecs to the south. Capital H is a very bright and vibrant blue. Very dark on this selection too. And the Eagles on the woodline from Dragonstar. Hera taking some damage. That'll be 1, 2, 3 dead Vills. 3 dead Vills. Inca Aztecs, a matchup where I think the Inca have a huge civ advantage. If they get to slingers, Aztecs can really struggle. I wonder if Siege Tower Eagle might be a counter to Slinger, but Inca could do that too. What is this? 4-0 KD for Dragonstar against Hera? This is gonna be a 5th Vil? It will be a 5th Vil. 5 Vils down. Okay, someone, what is it? Kai World on YouTube, he said whenever I cast Hera on the ladder, he ends up losing. Well, the Dragonstar doing some damage here. Yeah, Vil, that'd be a dead Vil on AOC. The archers would have hit that Vil on AOC. DE, though, he can dodge the arrows more easily. Can't imagine Hera ever doing Siege Tower. I do think, honestly, the Siege Tower is worse than the Patrol stacking. Eagle's going down. Is he going Phosphor and Empire? He's going Castle. And now that he's Castle, he has upgraded Eagles. He has upgraded Eagles that get +3 attack, and he will do the Eagle Warrior upgrade. So with those Eagles, they will take, I think this will give him 1 Pierce Armor. 30 seconds away, he doesn't want to take the fight too early. He will be taking 1 damage from Feudal Archers then. He needs to hold 15 seconds for the upgrade. 10 seconds away, and he will engage on the hill, losing Vils. He's down 7 Vils now. Dragonstar are nowhere close to going up. 8 Vils. 9 Vils down. 10 Vils down. Now he has the Eagle Warrior upgrade, and he's trying to fight. And I think he will clean this with Eagle Warriors. Will he clean it? Ooh, this will be closer than I thought. I might have 2 Eagles left. Maybe 1 Eagle left. Okay, so he loses everything. It's a 19 to 14 KD. He'll even up the KD a bit, but 10 Vils down for Hera. There is the Man-at-Arms upgrade for Dragonstar. Now Dragonstar is in a bit of trouble, though. If Hera is up, and Hera is going Eagles, he will counter the archers. However, Hera needs gold to go Eagles, and Dragonstar is sending his archers right to the gold. Hera tries to wall them in, but that's an 11th Vil down. And the archers now, though, worrying, fighting the Eagles. And Hera's not out of the game yet because a Feudal Age player has nothing with which to fight Eagles. This is a Phosphoro-esque military. The Eagles themselves, at least they don't have much HP, only 55 HP. So that means enough archers, even if they do 1 damage, do whittle down their HP. Not even that strong against... He doesn't need something that's that strong. He just needs something to shield the archers so they can kill more vills. 48 to 27 villagers. A couple of these eagles fairly low on HP. Dragonstar has to micro these fights, focus the low HP eagles, but it's working for him. Here come a couple of men-at-arms. Men-at-arms only +2 against eagles, whereas longswords have +6. So big jump between the men-at-arms and eagles in terms of their capability, or well, between the men-at-arms and longswords and their capability against eagles. The eco difference, yes, 3,000 more res collected for Dragonstar. He's floating a bit of wood. Could probably use a few more farmers. But he's worried about pumping men-at-arms forward now. Overall, Hera actually ahead in KD, losing more vills. The archer's chasing, he's trying to wall. Does so, at least. Men-at-arms can break through the houses, though. Teach those houses a lesson with his new men-at-arms. Men-at-arms still fighting the eagles, and this is now where Dragonstar, I think he's going to feel the downside of not having a balanced eco. All of a sudden adding 10 farmers. Those farmers maybe could have been added a couple minutes ago. And he's still trying to fight those castle-aged eagles with feudal units. Enough men-at-arms in there, maybe the archers can be effective. And they're really here just to shield the archers and let them have more shots at the eagles. The Dragonstar right in between the wood and the gold. Only 3 men-at-arms left in that army, but 3 is still a decent number. 4th on the way here. And this could be more vills going down for Hera. He's going to turn and fight with the vills. Needs to save them. The archers try to get atop the hill, and with the hill bonus, they will massacre the vills. Only 25 vills now. 24 to 53. And there we go, right there. The vill not hit by the archers. That's a DE thing right there. That's really a video I need to make. Archer accuracy. Archer is still taking out eagles. He needs 5 barracks production for a comeback. Let's see, archers, do they kill more eagles? Lots of eagles are low HP. Lots of eagles here are low HP. Another man-at-arms gets in. Dragonstar needs to find his way up to the castle age at some point. He's not going to win this game in feudal. He's not going to finish it off in feudal. Are those archers coming forward? That could mean more archers going down. Oh wait, he's got men-at-arms. He's got men-at-arms. Maybe he can win the game in feudal. Maybe he can. Good score lead for him. You can always come back to that wood line. Hera still has vills out there. We have men-at-arms on every single wood line. There are so many wood lines he need to pay attention to. Now the real thing is the gold. The gold is what he needs for eagles, and if he has to leave the gold, then there's no coming back. Maybe what happens is the archers simply can camp here. Oh my gosh, the bunnies, the hares running around. One of the reasons I don't like using these things on maps, they're in your base and they block you. Hera definitely knows he's dead, but what he sees is Dragonstar is still feudal, and it'll probably be GG once castle is hit. Hera trying to find another gold. Still Dragonstar hitting the wood line, we'll get another vill. That'll be a 25th dead villager. Archers and men-at-arms coming back over to the wood line. Here's the question if you're Dragonstar. What do you click first, longsword or crossbow? If they men-at-arms, it's probably longsword against eagles. The men-at-arms win this fight, don't they? Oh, yes, they do. There's enough of them. The eagles going down. Everything low HP. Not enough HP to fight the archers anymore. Hera thinking, let's just go counterattack. Well, reinforcements are on the way, but those reinforcements are men-at-arms. And now Hera has no wood access? No wood access for him. And soon to be no gold. Once that castle age comes in, Hera will call it. Not even then. There's the GG. And Dragonstar does it. Dragonstar does it. Looking at the stats, we have military 65 to 63. Economy, much better for Dragonstar. And he does it against the Aztecs. Inca Aztecs going for the aggressive men-at-arms and archers. Hera lost the vills right at the start and then kept losing them, trying to go for the fast castle approach, and it did not work out for him at all. Dr. Agonstar kills the patient. wins the game against Hera. Castle Age into GG, not even reaching Castle Age. Let's see. Hera will probably Q again. We have MBO Lucho on Rampart. Let's see. T90's casting that, though. Let's try to cast something else. Let's see. Tato Capacho. 5 minutes into a game, even on Empire Wars, feels like too much to speed through. 5 minutes in on random map, sure, but Crispy and Sergeant Pepper are playing. Maybe we let Hera Q one more time. There's a chance he's matched up against Vivy. Yeah, 1 win away from top score. Or from top 4. Let's see, he's close. 1593. That's his highest. He's closing in on Vinch. Closing in on Vinch. And also, this is what we can do, chat. Are you ready? We can scroll this overlay. I can scroll. I hope this will work. Oh, look at that. Scrolling. Oh, looking down. Nikov started playing, so he'll be climbing a bit. He doesn't have that many games yet. Yeah, only 11 games. He's won 100% of his games so far. And Gabby's sitting there at 27. The asterisk is to say the tiebreaker between the two players. Since they're technically tied. And rounding down at the bottom of the top 50, we got Daniel there. Oh, look at that. No zombie in the top 50. No zombie grinding the ladder. Stand vindicated. What site is this? It is the do exclamation mark ladder in the chat. Type that on YouTube and it should give you the site. Which actually, I'm curious if my YouTube bot works. Is a bot command. It's the AoE2 companion site. I threw it into OBS and added some custom CSS to it. So someone on YouTube can type exclamation mark ladder, and you'll get the link. No, Dragon Lord, I know it works on Twitch. I want to see if it works on YouTube. I need someone other than me to type it and see if it works on YouTube. Rampart is Repart. Repart is Repart. Rampart is a map. Let's see. And Hera has Stonefront against Kasva. We'll have a minute of spectator delay. Exclamation mark ladder? No, it doesn't work. Okay, streamer bot. What are you doing? It says it's monitored. Brought up. Did that not work? What happens if I do it? Nah, you did it correctly. You did it correctly. I need to do my own bot. Streamer bot has been nothing but problems for me, and I have no idea why. No, don't copy and paste the Twitch chat. Copy the link that was there. There, I will do it. There, click that link and you'll get the website. And it's the AoE2 companion, and they have a Red Bull ladder. Yeah, well, Yo's going to be at the top of the ladder. If he's top 4, that's a good question, but he will be always at the top. And I feel like we say that maybe the Empire Wars ladder isn't usually the playstyle we see from Yo, but he certainly can still play it. I can pin that link. It's also in the description on the stream and on YouTube. I can pin a message like that? All right, I can do that too. It's also in the description. Oh my gosh. Dark mode does not make the message black when I pin it, and all that white light is gonna bother me. Oh my gosh, YouTube, why you gotta be like that? No, I'm sorry. I can't pin that. I can't pin that. That's gonna blind me. I'll need to adjust that. Oh my god, that was a wonderful idea. But I'm gonna need sunglasses if I pin it. Dark mode didn't make it dark. Anyway, we will have Hera. Hera will be the Celts. Will we see some Celt Paladin? I hope so. He'll be to the west. Casper will be the blue. I'm going to swap the colors. We've been casting Hera in blue so far. Hera will be the blue Celts to the west. Casper, the red Chimera to the east. Layman a cow into the TC. Trying to quick gate. Casper thinking he's the Viper there with the quick gate so the TC would do damage. Love the YouTube videos, first time catching the stream. Keep it up. Hello, Dash AoE. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I'm also streaming on YouTube, but I also need to investigate. Seems like I'm having some performance issues there. So I might change some settings and try again for another stream, just to experiment a bit. Everything looks good on Twitch though, which I'm happy with. So, fletching on the way for Hera. There's a thing in boxing, you don't want to be versus the opponent who just got beaten is now looking to make an example of the next guy. You're saying Caspa doesn't want to be against Hera right now? I'm sure that Hera also, despite being number 1 on the ladder, is experimenting. Okay, did I mute myself in time when I sneezed there? I hope I did. Let me make sure I'm unmuted. As I was saying, I'm sure Hera is still on the stage where he's experimenting. That's why we saw that Aztec's Fast Castle. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to end up with from him. Will he lose 15 vils in Feudal again? I don't think you'll lose 15 vils in Feudal again. Or more like 25 vils Feudal. Whatever it was last game. Lost a lot of vils. So, a range opening here from Caspa. Not going for the early scouts. Hera has been liking his scouts builds on these maps. And we'll have a couple of stables going up for Caspa. Civ drafting for these maps will be interesting because I feel that the same civs are good on pretty much all of the maps. And I don't feel that from a civ perspective there's much difference between them. You probably want some hybrid civs for Loch Ness or the Quarry map for water, but most of the other maps I think play out pretty similarly to each other. And nice use of the house there for Caspa to hop inside. Does have a Vil lead. Or fraction of a Vil lead at least. Yeah, I don't think Caspa ever fully quit AoE2, but he did play AoE4 for quite a bit of time. And archers take out more archers. Another Vil going to garrison in the house. Scout's hitting another archer. I'm not contagious. Hopefully my sneeze. That's not a sneeze. I'm not sick. It's just a, or like it's not like a I'm sick sneeze. It's just a sneeze. So I'm inside a. Oh, there's a win for Hera. Man, these Empire Wars games, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. It's like I am not mentally prepared for a resign at 6 minutes into the game. 15 to 9 KD. Well, there we go. Hera wins that. I am mentally not prepared for resigns at that point. I don't know about you guys, but I am like, I need to get into a game and cast it for a bit. Stuff like it just feels so unsatisfied. The game to end that early. You're not prepared for a game starting before minute 8. I know. That's why I feel like Empire Wars is too quick. Like the 9 vil start, I still think I prefer 3 vils, but the 9 vil start I think is great if you want to get into the game a bit faster. Is you still at least have a beginning to the game. What do I think of the maps so far? Most of the Red Bull maps are not really my taste in map. I tend to prefer maps that are a bit more more random, and I'm more of a closed map enjoyer than the super aggressive ones. I really did like the Arabia version from KOTD. I felt like that Arabia led to a very wide variety of gameplay strats, and super aggressive maps in combination with Empire Wars, I don't think we get that same type of variety. Oh, Viper's playing again. Let's go cast some Viper. Viper's playing Vivy on Crownwood. Let's watch some Viper. Must be finished with his dinner. And a Dark Age start, something like 600 food. Something like you start the game, advance, like, but you're like maybe 50% of the way up to feudal. Meow. Hello there, Hexacaddy.
Yes.
Meow back. This is Viper against Vivy. Viper against Vivy. Palisade, Vill's there. Vill's going down. Spears coming to poke. And here we're caught up to live time now, as Vills and Scouts will be on the woodline. Spears come over to poke, and they do some good poking. Vill at the front gets hit. Spear pokes the Scout on the other side. How many people get to qualify? The top 4 on the ladder qualify, and then the next 2 groups of 4 get advantages, and there will be a 1v1 bracket. And the next 2 groups of 4 players get advantages that they have buys in the 1v1 bracket. And I believe it is 8 players in total who qualify, where it will be 4 more players qualifying from the 1v1 bracket. But 4 qualify directly from the ladder. And if you finish 5 through 8th, you get a buy so that you start in the finals of the 1v1 qualifier. And if you finish 9 through 12, then you start in the semifinals. Catans could be amazing, depends on the map, but yes, absolutely. The one downside of the Catans is they start with 2 farms, and they don't start with a pasture. It would be nice if they started with maybe 1 pasture instead of 2 farms. Fit the Civ kind of thematically, but... There was that one map, I forget the name of it, but you had some rock terrain surrounding the TC, but you could fit farms inside of it, but not pastures. It was 1 tile too close for the pastures. So Vivy running around with Scouts. So far a better KD for Viper though, 14-7. And he is walling up now and saving up for the Castle Age. Catan's powering through, and there we have Castle clicked for him. Here is poking Scouts. And a couple of gates going up. Nicely done from Viper. Viper loves his gates. There is a hole behind that wood line, but he'll bring Scouts in front and try to get a few more hits as Vivy has to run away. Is there an army running over a pasture, just pasturing? Killing Vills on the pasture is taking them out to pasture. And some spears for Viper as he's up to the Castle Age and defending with the spears, poking down Vivy's Scouts. Vivy, a player who has gone super heavy into Scouts in the past in tournaments. One of the players I'm most likely to see double stable, or from whom we're most likely to see double stable Scouts in feudal. That's exactly what he's doing here. But you do have to do damage with that. That's a huge eco investment. You have enough farms that it's not too hard to click up to the Castle Age afterwards if you stop Scout production. But stopping Scout production is the opposite of what you usually want to be doing on this strat. You want to apply as much pressure as possible. When does this qualifier end? On the 18th. It runs until the 18th. Sunday the 18th, that I think it was kind of early in the day. I think it was 17 GMT. Kind of weird to see it end that early. Auto farm with Catans is copy and pasture. That's a good one. That's a good one. Paste and pasture are phonetically different, though. If they were a bit more similar, that would have been great. But there, Viper is up to the Castle Age. Vivy calls it GG, right as he sees the Castle Age. So there we go. Better military for Viper. Economy there. And GG. I do like, this is something I think I'm going to do in my own maps. The little rocks with flowers underneath them. I like that. And then for the winter maps, you could just take the flowers away and do rock clumps. I've been liking the rock clumps. That's a little, I'll steal that. Steal that little bit of scenery. At least, it was more than 6 minutes. It was almost double the length of the last game. Good afternoon. Hello there, Sweeza Bulka. How you doing? Great. Oh. And hello, Alan Citas. Hello, hello. Hopefully we'll get a decent length game at some point. And we have another... Oh, we have MBL Viper. We'll do MBL Viper. Perfect. Oh, it looks like Lewis is playing now. MBL Viper, the Norwegian matchup. Alright, so we'll have Viper as the yellow Maya to the northwest, MBL as the blue Maya to the southeast. It will be a Maya mirror. What year is this? Is this 2015? Is this 2015? I haven't seen one of these in a long time. Will this be plumed archers? Will this be eagles? Will this be single-minded avoidance of Maya skirms? So, MBL has been force-picking mirror from what I've seen on these maps. I think he's played more games than anyone else towards the top of the ladder has. A couple of eagles come over. Norwegian mirror, indeed, indeed.
Shot it.
Eagle running around.
Shot it.
Moon Eagle on the hill. Will hit the Vil. Do some HP damage.
Shot it.
Oh, coming around still. Fletching on the way for both. So Archer investment for both of them. 2 ranges from MBL, double range from Viper, triple range from Viper. Not looking to go castle, looking to go triple range. Trying to get Fletching in against the Eagles, doing armor as well.
Shot it.
Doing armor as the armor comes forward. Forward on the hill. Eagles pushing down the skirms. Archers in the back, killing more skirms as the Eagles try to take an advantage. And looks like this is MBL's fight, though. He has more Eagles, and he's overwhelming the Archer numbers. Viper not able to push in with the Eagles like he wanted to. Has a score lead, but starting to drop in military. He'll lose some more Eagles before they get out. That skirm could even get a hit. Ooh, that Eagle escapes on 5 HP. Viper is still trying to go triple range Archers, but MBL now with the skirms. There's one thing Viper can be sure of, it's that MBL is going to make skirms. Let's see, Eagles versus Plumes. That's a matchup that very heavily goes into the Plumes' favor once they get good numbers. The AI died because it tried to go up and convert your outpost with fast redemption. That is something I haven't heard of before, fast redemption outpost conversion. So double barracks for Viper now, going more Eagles. My Eagle skirm so far, the winning combination for MBL in terms of these military fights. Viper is still at the score lead somehow. Is he scouted more? This might be Viper's score lead, that scouting, trying to find some gold on the outside. Trying to take advantage of a potentially clandestine gold mine if MBL can't see it. So more walling coming up for Viper. Viper's win rate against MBL and Lewis is surprisingly low. Maybe he needs to prepare more for Lewis then. Lewis, the player, has been grinding the ladder. He's been grinding. He is definitely an up-and-coming top player with how much he plays. It's clear MBL would go skirms. It is clear before MBL even starts the game that he's going to go skirms.
Shot it.
Eagle goes down. Archers on the hill, still getting kills. Eagle goes down. So Viper's still camping here until the skirms come over, though. The skirms will force him away. And at home, he finally has gotten enough military, adding his own skirms and his own eagles to force MBL back, but MBL up to the castle age. Good res collected lead over Viper. Viper taking a bit of idle time as MBL was forward. So it's mentally queuing skirms in Dark Age. And adding in more barracks. Looks like he'll be going for triple barracks eagles. Viper is still not up yet. He's going to be a bit behind. That's going to put him behind in eagle production. Tricky to get to plumed archers in Empire Wars. Don't know if we'll actually see that even in a Maya mirror. Plumed archers do have an attack bonus against infantry, so once you get a good number of plumes, they destroy eagle warriors. But you have to get to that number, and sometimes you have enough eagles you still can fight the plumes, even with the bonus they have. It's a very weird matchup in how it can be very one-sided one way or the other. Usually, the plumes do have the advantage as long as you can get to them properly. Let's see, Viper getting into MBL's gold. MBL will have to try to wall it up. More military for Viper now, but he's up much later. And as long as MBL keeps the gold safe, should be able to go triple barracks eagles. Sold the stone though, so even though Viper's slower, still has his stone available. It'd be interesting if he ever does move out to stone to go for a castle, but I think it's too aggressive for that to be a possibility. Viper only 13% win rate against Lewis.
Shot it.
Lewis the Snake Eater. And at the front, ooh, Castle Age Eagles for MBL, getting right into Viper's base. What are those archers even standing on? That is a weird hill on the side of the archery range. Viper going for some stone walls and a tower. Good thing he didn't sell that because he needs it to defend. And MBL forward doing some damage. Won't break through the stone gate. Ville goes down. And gate repaired enough. Fills a repair. Tower gets garrisoned. Viper coming from behind with his own feudal age eagles. Will be much weaker than the castle ones, but this army still with a lot of skirms in it. Still with a good number of skirms. So 3 ranges from Viper, 2 barracks. It will be falling behind the eagle numbers as MBL is pumping eagles. And we'll be looking to flood Viper's base with some eagles. Hoover around with the eagles. Yeah, ladder Viper is also not the same as tournament Viper, but I mean, this ladder is the tournament, right? This ladder is the tournament. Viper needs to be tournament Viper on the ladder. Skirms hitting the Vills. Vills have to run away. Oh, they killed a hare. There are going to be so many little hares randomly killed throughout the map. Maybe hares really need to clump up on one tile more and not spread out as much as they do. It's super annoying when they spread out. And MBL pushing with more eagles. Viper falling behind in score. And this is Viper's gold. He cannot have enough vills inside that tower to garrison it. MBL will come forward and take the fight underneath the tower. How many vills will he kill? Well, is this an overinvestment? Will he lose army here? He's killing crossbows with the feudal skirms, killing vills with the eagles. Crossbows going down for Viper. MBL is 63 to 30 KD. And Viper's forces are getting massacred here. Absolutely massacred. There are still skirms in the back. MBL still flooding more reinforcements forward. So they may be somewhat getting cleaned up. The tower isn't garrisoned. The tower's not garrisoned. The eagles have free reign here. Now it's up to 78. He's gotten 20 kills here in just a very small window of opportunity, and now that's 24 overall Vil kills for MBL. He's up 44 to 29 villagers. Looking like Hera against Dragonstar, and that Vil count is Viper. He feels dead. Feels absolutely dead. Played the matchup as you should. 3 range archers. Felt weird against Eagle Skirm. It feels like Eagle, and then you try to mix in Skirms and Archers in the right proportion. But we'll see if Viper is still in his experimental Empire Wars ladder phase, and maybe he'll coalesce around some different strategies or compositions later on. Crossbows hitting the Eagles. But Viper's out of position. Those crossbows should be dead. Should be dead to the Eagles. As they will go down. Eagles giving chase. Eagles chasing around. What is this pathing? Nearly trying to save the crossbows, as the Eagles can't even close the distance on them. Oh, those Eagles are just gonna stand there, taking a look at them. And MVL will go for a forward TC on a gold. And Viper's still trying to go crossbow. Eagles from MBL pushing forward. 51 to 33 now. That'll be MBL's third TC. He already has one in the back. So not overcommitting to the Eagles, but Viper will call the GG. TCs were coming up for MBL. And right from the start, MBL with the Skirms, more military one fights, and then got to the Castle Age while Viper had the military lead and was pushing, but that led to later Castle for Viper. And MBL just mopped the floor. That Feudal Age army. Until the 18th. You do have time to experiment, yes. You definitely do. The final days will be a lot more hectic, but I think at the start you certainly have a lot of time to experiment. Let's see, what else is going on? What else is going on here? Viper Dragonstar, Volpine Combito, Stone Please Turs. Looks like Hera's not playing now. We'll do Viper Dragonstar. That just started. Are purple and green visible colors? Are they visible colors, anyone? Can we cast with these colors, or do I have to change them? Let me know if this combination works. Viper's MBL win rate down to 17%. Maybe he's got to start watching MBL and Lewis Q and trying to avoid them. Clutching on the way, double bit axe on the way. So Viper versus Dr. Agenstar. Some spears come forward, archers come forward. Mill for Viper, mill on the hares. So Volpine is the map very similar to the one we just saw, but also different, where you have the rocky terrain running usually through the player TCs to the middle. The Tower of London, I've not seen anyone capture that, and there are tons of foxes on the side. You start with the Vils, basically in the middle of nowhere, but they're there just to hunt the foxes. You go on a fox hunt at the start. And it looks like Dragonstar has decided to pull his Vils back and not leave them out there where they're vulnerable. He's going for a scouts opening, Viper going for double ranges. Huns against Sicilians. Miss the days of Huns Wars. What does the Wonder do? It gives you a trickle of resources, not including stone. So a trickle, I think it's 1 per second of food, wood, and gold, so 60 per minute. So fletching on the way for Dragonstar. Like the normal workshop. Well, there's no normal trade workshop. The trade workshop by itself doesn't have an effect. You have to mod an effect onto it. So whatever the rate is given by whoever mods it. And different maps will have different values. Forging on the way. And then the Trade Workshop is the building also used for the Royal Albert Hall on Thames. But that gives you population, max population space, plus 25. Not trickler resources. So you can use the building in different ways. I don't know if there's a standardization around it. I think the map was Aftermath that also gave you a trickle, but I don't know if that trickle is the same. So skirms for Dragonstar, skirm scouts, doing armor for the skirms. Against the double range archers, does have a good skirm addition. Viper will be adding his own scouts too. Trying to go archer scout against skirm scout. A few spears for Viper too. First time you've heard someone pronounce Thames right. It is definitely not pronounced the way it looks. I'm not gonna say Thames, at least I know not to do that. I probably still end up going back and forth between Thames and Thames, but at least I know not to put the TH there. We need Gloucester and Worcester as maps too. Okay, archers here, fended off by the skirms. Can you use that building to get a free pizza? I don't think so, but that would be nice. If you know the Italian player, Kamigawa, he does own a pizzeria in Berlin. I think you do have to pay for your pizza, though. You just need to earn a living. Oh, Daniela. Hello, Daniela. Add resource trickle buildings to maps. Could be interesting. That's somewhat what the relics are. And I do like the fact that relics are mobile. Pronounce Thames again? Do you want to practice, Daniela? Danielle, when are we going to co-cast? We need to co-cast soon. Skirm's hitting the archers. Archers going down. You like the fact that buildings are mobile? Seems not like the siege tower then. So Dragonstar deciding he's going to dive. And if he dies, that'll force the spears to engage, and maybe he can use the skirms to pick off the spears, getting one or two of them. No armor for the spears, and he will just take the fight. So this is a big fight here. Will the archers be enough to take out the scouts? The TC will help too. A bit of idle time for the Vills as their garrison. Viper will lose a couple of archers, but most of Dragonstar's army has gone down to the point where only 4 skirms won't threaten Vills. Viper has a hole in his wall. Dragonstar might escape. No, Viper will wall, but Nilly will pathfind the Vills. And he, oh gosh, that Vill cannot wall. The wood's there, What is that Vill doing? He can't get past the wood, he can't get past the other Vill, and he's stuck. Viper's quick-walled himself. Dragonstar's army will be cleared. This Vill doing some dances, he doesn't know where to go. He's trying to build this wall segment, but he can't get out. Oh, Nilly, save the Vill. There we go. I'll never understand the English language. Problem is, English has changed a lot over the years, and the different words have different pronunciations based on how they've evolved, not necessarily based on how they're spelled. That's from learning German. I'm under the impression that German is much more difficult to write and much more strict about errors, and that if you get something wrong, it's more obvious you've got it wrong. And English gives you a lot more freedom, but English also is much harder from the fact that nothing makes sense. You can look at German and read it and pronounce it properly pretty much every time. English, no. Good luck. Blames and Thames, what is different? That's something, a lot of words This is something that actually American English tends to be a bit better at than British English because it's a bit more recent. But names of places tend to have evolved throughout English history to the point where they have been pronounced currently very differently than how they have been historically and then evolved, or how they're spelled. There are places in England that we also have names for, the exact same names in the US, but we pronounce them differently. Yeah, and we also have a combination of words from other languages that we like to pronounce differently. German just capitalizes all nouns. German capitalizes all nouns. Crossbows here, killing the cab. Not just proper nouns like in English, but all nouns. Knight killing some skirms, so Viper holding, he's up at the castle age. Dragonstar trying to be aggressive and feudal, and he will call the GG because he's trapped in feudal. And man, these Empire Wars GGs still catch me off guard. We're looking at Dragonstar's army in Viper's base for most of that time, but he added 32 farms himself and double stables, but Viper had enough crossbows left over. That was a game of Viper camping the TC with archers, making sure that if Dragonstar took a fight, he could never fully dive the archers under the TC. And you can see how tricky that is to play with the rock terrain around the TC and the wood lines that are pretty far away, but not far to the point that they can't be walled. And Viper had enough resources, even with the forward gold and stone, that he could tower the gold and play in his base in feudal. Stay trapped there, but then get an advantage once he got to the castle age. And remember, Huns are Huns. So we'll open the stats. We'll have military 38 to 23 for Viper, 23 to 38 KD. Losing for Dragonstar, more res for Viper. Around 1,000 more by the end. And technology, whoosh, really high at the end just for Viper. GG. Huns are Huns. Daniel will resign while casting. Whoa. What is all this slander against our top American player? And let's see. Let's do. Do we want to do a Burmese mirror? Oh no, we got Viper Lewis. Let's go Viper Lewis. I'm gonna say we got Hera, Dragonstar, Viper Lewis, and MBL Hart. Well, Viper's been losing to Lewis. Let's check this out. So Viper will be Cyan, he'll be the Byzantines against Lewis, who will be the Red Britons. Are these colors okay? These colors should be fine. So Cyan for Viper, picking the best color against Lewis. The Red Britons, very appropriate for the campaign. So double bid axe immediately for both players. And we'll have a stable opening for Lewis as the Britons. Viper will scout that, get a couple hits on a Vil, but lose some scout HP. He himself, as the Byzantines, also will do a stable opening. No bloodlines for either civ. Byzantines do have paladins, of course. Maybe we'll see some Byzantine paladins. We saw our Celt Knights earlier. We can always hope. We can hope for Byzantine paladins. Our Ethiopians still top tier. I haven't seen anyone force picking Ethiopians. So if they're top tier, I don't know. I feel like Khitans are going to be up there depending on the map. And of course on Vulpine we have all the foxes out on the side, so you can go for a nice, very British themed fox hunt. Viper sending his scout over. And what was that? Viper's win rate against Lewis is 17%. And well, he will get the first blood here, as that is a low HP Vil, and that Vil will go down. Sending a spear over to help himself out. Looks like Viper on this map did bring his fox villagers back home, so not going on the hunt. The game will be left afoot. And Lewis hovering around with his own scouts, not really able to do damage though. And he is down 2 Vils. These Vils full HP. Ooh, can Viper get one? He would have a hill advantage. Depending on how he fights here. Nice micro from Viper to get 2 scouts hitting consistently. And that's a 3rd Vil down. 3rd Vil down. That feels like Viper is playing this really well so far. It's illegal. Now it's illegal. I'm not planning on going fox hunting in the UK when I visit. You can probably do that in America just fine. You think I'm gonna go looking for 35 gold in the wild?
Yay.
Yay.
Scouts come around.
Yay.
Spear would like some pokes. Gets a poke.
Mandatum.
Another poke. Knocks down a scout. More palisades coming up for Lewis. Love the title of the stream. We'll have to come up with some creative titles for the Red Bull streams.
Impero. Ready.
Oh, spear. That's a low HP spear. Viper still down in res collected, actually. Lewis now managing to get himself walled. Walled up aside from the very front, but he's got a spear there, so Viper probably won't want to run in. I don't think there's a hole here. Fletching on the way for Viper. It looks like he's doing an Archer Skirm swap. Archer is also for Lewis. As he clicks up, we'll get the extra Britain's range once he gets to the Castle Age. So still going in Northern Ireland. Okay. I've never been anywhere on the island of Ireland. I've been to the UK before. Aside from a layover in Heathrow, though, the last time I was in the UK, it was still part of the EU.
Impero. Presto. Ein.
And spear here from Viper, fending off the scouts.
Impero.
Viper would love to get a couple of hits as they run away. And Lewis will take a hit, take a poke from a spear. Hera Civ matchups do not change civilization statistics. Does not change their win rates. Yeah, exactly. In German, pretty much everything's written as pronounced.
Ein. Presto.
Yeah, the difficulty is in figuring out the ending you have to put on a word and remembering the gender of the word.
Ein. Presto. Mandatum. Ready.
English has very much lost most of the gendering.
Mandatum. Yay.
So Viper will be a minute farther behind a Castle Age behind Lewis. Lewis will have a good opportunity to get extra range, do the crossbow and bodkin upgrades. And he still has a good number of scouts around.
Ready. Ein.
Maybe he'll turn and fight the archers as they have to run away.
Impero.
The crossbows still come forward, pushing this back, going for the spears. Spear is going down. Spear's all going down. Bodkin on the way now for Lewis. As the scouts come about and go for Viper's group of archers. Viper getting pushed back in this Castle Age transition. Now Elite Skirm and Crossbow on the way for him, though, and the Byzantines will have a lot of Skirms for fighting the Britons with their Skirm discount. At the same time, though, Viper is getting forward, using his scouts to hit Lewis's vills, but Lewis garrisons the TC, and TC snipes 2-3 of the scouts, all of them going down, and Lewis will start pouring knights forward. Viper losing control of his wood line, Lewis with a good score lead, ballistics on the way, Viper rushing ballistics himself. Still needing to hold against this. Res collected pretty similar, Vil count pretty similar. And he'll need skirms to clear this Britain's army. Lewis himself is a bit trapped though, since he dove into Viper's base. Will be harder to take advantage of the range the Britons have when he's walled in. And that one knight will be annoying because that pins Viper's skirms against the TC. So he can't come and chase Lewis all the way to the edge of the map. Unless he gets enough crossbows added in too to snipe the knight. With programming languages are fun. You can't say no to a good programming language.
Yea. Mandatum.
Haskell, oh, what a work of art.
Ready.
Spear going down. Now Lou's trying to dance a bit with the crossbows, but ballistics is in here for Viper.
Mandatum.
Spears and crossbows will go down,
Ready.
especially the spear.
Yea.
As the skirms go, ooh, bit of a dance from Lewis, dodging ballistics. But no counterattack from Viper. Lewis wants to go forward with a workshop. You're a neutral masculine. Oh, thank you, Lezerk24. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support.
Ready. Mandatum. Yea. Ready. Yea. Ready. Mandatum.
Yeah, for English speakers, it's hard because not only do you have to remember the gender, but you also have to add endings to the word based on how it's used in the sentence. And we really have lost that in our language. And even pretty much the only place we use that is for pronouns now. And even then, a lot of the time, we get that wrong. And we don't notice it because we really don't care. But getting your he versus him, especially at the end of a sentence, can often be wrong and go unnoticed.
Ein. Ready. Mandatum. Yea. Ready. Mandatum. Impero. Greeting.
So skirm's coming here. And they will start to push the Vills off of the wood line
Yea.
and kill the crossbows chasing them.
Ready.
Now, Byzantines Britons, still an interesting matchup, I think, but I usually prefer Byzantines here. The formal U. Yeah, we don't have a formal U. We don't even have a plural U. That's different, unless you want to say y'all.
Mandatum.
Now, Bohemian Castle unique tech impacts their bombard towers, so they are not... It makes their bombard towers move faster. Okay, okay. That is interesting.
Ein.
So scalebarding armor on the way for Lewis, and he will be going for some Briton knights. Now, Byzantine camels should be good against knights. Against all the ranged units, you still gotta keep Byzantine paladins in the back of your mind. You gotta think maybe a good heavy cav unit. More pierce armor. More pierce armor than those cataphracts have. Barrow on the way for Lewis. And double mangonels going for the tower. Another mangonel coming around for Viper, trying to defend. Will go down. Nice hit, and Lewis brings the Repairville forward in time to save the mangonel. Maybe not to save the Repairville. Ooh, gets under cover behind the mangonel in time. Tower now taking some damage. Another mangonel from Viper comes over, snipes off that mangonel.
Mandatum.
And more villas coming over to the stone with a town center going up for Viper.
Yea.
And these mangonels keep running around. Let's see who's pinging me on Discord. Okay, he's getting the script working pretty good. couple of vills go down as the crossbows keep running around and some knights come in. And crossbows will pick the vill. Ooh, they'll run to mangonels. Okay, Britain crossbows with a bit of a hill there. Lewis, what's that? Oh, okay, one mangonel gets a hit in. The other mangonel taken by the vills, though, finally turns to hit that vill. The mangonels go down under the TC. Lewis gets in with his own mangonels. Viper now fallen behind, down by 10 vills, and doesn't have a great way of dealing with the mangonels at the moment. Mangonels go for the TC. That vill chopping wood out there for a long time. I was thinking maybe if I just keep working at my day job, they'll ignore me. Skirms, not as great against mangonels as Britain crossbows are, which with their range are actually pretty darn good against mangonels. Town watch on the way for Lewis, and what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. Cheap Britain TCs added in for Lewis, going for a nice boom. 10 vills up and continuing to boom over Viper. Even with Bowsaw versus Double Bit Axe, more eco upgrades. His eco is set up. 3,500 more resources collected and continuing to push. Continuing to push indeed as that vill goes to repair the mangonel. Mangonel shot from the side doesn't hit. And ooh, mangonel goes down. And okay, Viper buying himself some breathing room, killing the mangonels, but Imperial Age on the way for Lewis.
Yay.
And will run away. Mangonel goes down, gets a couple of skirms, but does ultimately go down. Viper gets the score lead because Lewis is up to Imp. Oh, that is just a fleeting score lead, I'd imagine, until Lewis gets up and then gets even more range as the Britons. Britons, though, still scary with how many skirmishers the Byzantines have. Cheap skirm is a good bonus to have against the Britons, and Lewis will have to find a way to counter them. Still, maybe, finally a game on this map that goes to Imp. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see someone chop through the middle and get to this trade workshop, this Tower of London. Oh, we have a skirmish on the side as Viper comes forward with his skirmishers, finds a bit of Lewis' army. A couple of knights there, but not enough maybe against the Byzantines. Lewis dodging some ballistics, bringing a mangonel over. Trying to take out the low HP skirms that remain in that army. Ooh, this is maybe a mistake though, as he lost a lot of crossbows to those skirms. Okay, Viper closing up in Vill count. Byzantines have the cheap imp, so he should be able to go up. Should be able to market his way up. And there he goes. He'll be almost 3 minutes behind, though. A reward for chopping through. I think you definitely could chop through. I don't know if you can get a lumber camp next to it because of the wood that surrounds it. It's oddly a very aggressive map that it puts you farther apart because you have to run around the middle. So there is Imp for Lewis. He gets an immediate +1 range to the crossbows, plus Bracer to give him 10 range. Where are those crossbows? There they are, as he is doing his own castle. And with the option for Warwolf, can push the castle of Viper. Viper has done a Cyan Cataphract, yes. Oh, look at that. In all its majesty, the best unit in the game. Look at it go. Look at it go. And he'll go for the outpost. And yes, the cyan-colored Cataphract. Gotta love that. And crossbow is going for the mangonel. Mangonel 4 HP. And we'll have chemistry now for the crossbows. I'll give him an extra attack. Arbalest on the way too. And then I'll give them still 10 range, but 10 attack. And they can get 1 more range from the castle from doing yeoman. But right now it's Trebs. Trebs against Byzantine castles. The Byzantines have good castles. Look at all that HP they have. They'll get an extra 500 HP once they hit Imp. Around 500, might even be more. So second Treb on the way for Lewis though. And he's still pushing with his arbs. Good score lead for him. Viper will gain some score upon hitting Imp. But he's already down in Vills and needs now to sacrifice some for that castle and the repairs. It's cooler than the Charlotte Warrior? Absolutely, Mouse Puddles, absolutely. Cataphract 100% best unit in the game. Guaranteed. Mangonels dying to Arbs. Arbs do well against Castle Age Mangonels, and even better as Britons. And Viper up now. That's 6,700 HP. What is that? A couple of knights in the back of his base. Put a tower behind the Wonder and have a Vil in it. Do you hold the enemy? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. Conscription on the way for Viper. Opening not with Trebs, but with Conscription. Against Warwolf Trebs, it's hard to deploy your own Trebs anyway. So Conscription and army numbers might be what he needs. You're not going to pick off Trebs with Skirms, but you might push Arbalests back. And as the Byzantines, he will be able to repair for a while. You don't repair any faster with more HP, but it is cheaper. You get more health per stone. Actually, he doesn't have enough Vils out there to repair 3 Trebs on a higher elevation. And even the Byzantine castle can't withstand that. Okay, I thought he might have been able to repair for a bit longer, but no. Has some stone left over, but didn't commit more Vils. And now Lewis, right on the destroyed spot of the old castle, will construct his own. Viper pushing with Skirms and Rams. Mangonel gets a good hit on the Skirms. And even almost a second hit. That Treb getting a bit too far forward, the Ram's gonna ram that. These Warwolf, they are not Warwolf. Warwolf is mostly useful when you're against enemy Trebs, and if your enemy doesn't have any Trebs, it's not one of your priorities. The splash damage for killing repair Vils and the 100% accuracy for hitting the Trebs every single time is great. If you see Viper having Bombard Cannon, then you might want to prioritize it so you can get some splash damage and attack grounds that are more reliable. Viper going for the Ram push. Lewis with some Vils there. I think the Rams go down. Lewis still has Vils alive. Viper has closed the Vil gap a bit. He's only down 5 now. Lewis with a good score lead and will continue to push, trying to get another castle forward. Byzantines are a civ that'll hold on for a long time, and Viper does have 4 relics, or are they over there? 4 relics in the monastery, so he's not going to be resigning anytime soon. As I say that, he might just suddenly call the GG because it's Empire Wars, and that happens all the time. But here he is now with Cannon, and this is the point I think where Warwolf starts to pay off if you're Lewis. Lewis won't get his next castle up, or even Yeoman to be able to snipe Cannon off from an extra range. Byzantines, without siege engineers, they only get up to 12 range on the cannon. The Arbs right now have 10 range, it could get up to 11. Elite Longbowman fully upgraded with Yeoman. You have 12, so it could equal the cannon. The Joan of Arc campaign didn't know what they were doing when they said cannon were good against longbows. They are very much not. And there's Elite Skirm also from Lewis. He will produce his faster from the Britain range bonus, but will not have the discount that Viper does. Treb hitting the Skirms. Werewolf would have done some damage there, but still without. Another castle going up for Lewis as the mill is being trebbed. Skirms going down. We will never see the workshop ever having any color during the tournament. Probably not. No one's even chopping resources there. I've heard that people in their ladder games have gone for it. Probably at a lower elo, but haven't seen it yet. Viper with a lot of cannon now, but hard to keep those cannons safe. Even taking castle fire with the cannon. He's really got to be careful about how he navigates those things. You do not want to lose cannon for free. Viper wanting a TC on the right. That is a doubt TC if I ever saw one. Lewis having a pair of knights over there already, right on top of that TC. That is not going up. Viper needs to realize that and delete it. Or wall and Vils somehow. That is not going to happen. Okay, walls and a Vil. And he will commit to a TC on berries. That's such a weird thing to do. So Lewis with a good score lead keeps pushing. Viper trying to hold with Skirms. Remember, just in case, there is a 75-minute time limit. So I know with the Byzantines, Viper usually doesn't resign soon. He tries to hold out as much as he can. Cannon going for the Trib. That has to run. I know Yeoman, no longbow. Well, arbalests actually are better than longbowmen until they become elite. And if you can't afford elite longbow, and still you'd be restricted to castle production, arbs are actually the better unit. Strictly in all of their stats. Maybe you prefer the cost of the longbow that's slightly different, but arbalests, if you're not going longbows, are you're not going elite, are actually better than longbows. The elite longbow, the main thing you get is the extra range. And there's yeoman, so we'll get that at least for the arbs now. Yeoman is incredibly powerful. I think the cost is justified. Used to be their imp tech before Warwolf. And you're gonna move it to the castle age. I think having it be expensive is the right call. Am I T90's uncle? I'm not T90's uncle. So Skirm's coming up on the side. Cannon's still wandering around. Treb going for the castle still. Skirm's picking off more Skirms. Want to pick off the cannon. Arbs pick off a cannon. There we go. There we go. Treb going down to Arbs. Treb's doing some more damage to the Skirms as Lewis is pushing forward. Treb's here in the back. Going to take out Viper's Treb. Viper now getting trapped in his base. Did get another Byzantine castle in the rear. Wanting a castle on the right, but Lewis has a castle there himself. Viper full on Skirms as Lewis is starting to make a swap into light cap to try to have a raiding unit to deal with the Skirms. Upon seeing that, Viper immediately goes for heavy camel. And that is a rough swap when you primarily still are fighting arbs. There's Masonry and Iron Casting on the way. Maybe Viper hoping the map runs out of gold soon and it becomes Byzantines in a trash war. Oh, I would not like to be T90's uncle, no. Alright, that is a huge mass of dead scouts. Treb's going for the castle. Castle needs some repairs. Viper, lots of stone. Where are the repairs, Viper? Where are the repairs? Oh, did he misclick? Oh, I think he misclicked behind the castle instead of repairing it. That's going to cost him a ton of time, and it's going to cost him the castle. 4 Trebs knock it down. And that makes it oh so much harder to defend. Only 1 castle left for him. What is Lewis doing with that Treb? Just rolling the Treb across the entire map. These seem like the best civs so far on the ladder. Byzantines, I think, are really good. And we're still in the late game trash situation. Your Byzantines can start to overpower with their Skirm numbers. But looking at the pop difference, Viper doesn't even have the eco to produce Byzantine military. He's down by about 50 vils and down by 60 pop, and he will call the GG. 2 little pop left to sustain his economy. And did not have a long-term eco to be successful in that game. I call Lewis to tell him to cut to the middle. Hello, Caterpillar. Still no cut to the middle. Oh, the Treb's there. Maybe thinking of it at some point. Is T90 my uncle? We are not related. YouTube is not receiving data. This is interesting. Okay, I'll have to check up on the YouTube connection again. I think I will try that next time, just streaming at a lower bitrate to YouTube, and I might not do 4K, just to see how it works. Maybe 4K has to be saved for offline VODs then. Looks like Hart's starting up the YouTube stream. Andy is killing it. So we have Viper Hart now. We'll cast Viper Hart. A lot of Viper games, but we seem well timed to follow him. So looking at the ladder, Hera is still on top. But he has lost a couple of games. Viper has passed Jordan, but maybe a long climb for him. Lewis actually ahead of Viper on the ladder. Yeah, MBL in his mirror match is up to number 2. MBL certainly, after his experience last time, we'll be aiming for that top spot, or that top 4 spot to qualify. Right. And here we go, Hart, I'll put him in the red. I think that's easier than green. So Hart will be the red Slavs to the southwest, and Viper the yellow Burmese to the northeast. Stable for Viper. Guesses on the final highest elo? I have no idea. It's gonna depend on how much they grind. Yo, MBL. So the map is Stonefront. There are these solid rock walls isolating the middle of the map away from the stone and gold deposits and the relics and the mouflons over here on the sides. Same thing on the top and bottom. And Burmese Slavs, you might see some Arambai here. Arambai against the Slavs, and the Slavs are not a great archer civ, could be nice. Scorpions might be a problem though. Although Arambai enough attack, I think they can probably deal with scorpions. Also a bit of rock in the middle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm liking these little rock formations with some flowers around them on the maps. I think I'm going to do that on my maps too. Make them look a little prettier. Different types of rocks. Ooh, speaking of rocks. There is a scout from Hart that goes down to Viper's scout. And a spear in the middle from Viper that will go down to Hart's army. And after the stable, Viper will now quickly add a range. The issue is that Empire Wars ladder is actually dead. Well, I mean, the only time people play Empire Wars is for Red Bull. I'm still wishing they did a 9-ville start. I think it'd be a much better tournament. And much better ladder casting experience, too. We wouldn't have these 6-minute games that we've had so far. So Viper pushing forward with a spear, Hart pushing forward with an archer and a spear, but runs into some of Viper's military. Viper will open now with some skirms. And it'll be... Is there a stable? No, it's a starting scout still then. Hart. Viper with his scouts getting in near the goal as a spear comes forward for Hart. A couple of spears come around to defend. Modded tournament to the regular ladder. I mean, it would increase player numbers on this ladder, but at the expense of probably a huge decrease in player numbers overall if they can't play a normal ranked game. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. Red Bull definitely needs some arena maps in its map pool. And not these repetitive Empire Wars settings. Well, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hello, intellectuals. So we'll have scale-guarding armor for Viper, continuing to add scouts, but doesn't have that many yet. Empire Wars, Arena, and Walls. Well, if I can take 2 out of 3, I'll take the last 2. And forging for Hart, looking to get aggressive with his scouts then. Archer's in the back of Viper's base, and Viper may be struggling here against this very quick pressure from Hart. Now, looking at Viper's scouts hoovering around. Hasn't killed the Vil with them. Might pick off an archer or 2 of reinforcement. And also if you're just arriving, reminder on Monday, next Monday, we're going to be doing a front page stream on Twitch. So we'll be casting Red Bull on Twitch's front page. And hopefully that'll be a lot of fun. Scouts hitting the mill. They run around. And is this game over already? Oh, Baron! Thank you so much, Baron, for the raid. Hope you had a good day of playing the Empire Wars ladder. Welcome on in, you Baron viewers. Viper still trying to defend with scouts. Archer's camping the TC. Hart taking a good Vil lead, and now up by 1,000 resources collected. And he's just about ready to click up. You're in the top 200. Nice. Only 196 more to go. and you qualify. Front page, yeah, front page next Monday, I think means plus 2K viewers at least. I have no idea what we're gonna get. The most viewers I ever had on Twitch without having any hosts or raids or everything, or anything, was the day I traveled to the garrison. I had an evening flight, so I streamed in the morning before leaving. Everyone else was traveling that day, so T90, Dave, Mem, Hera, they weren't streaming. Viper was getting in a tournament game against Lewis, and they were both going hardcore streaming. They weren't, or hardcore playing the game, they weren't streaming. And I got like 1,100 viewers because I casted that game and no one else was live. Yeah, stealing all the viewers, stealing all the front page viewers. That's why I've been making updates to the overlay. That's why BB helped me out, add all the little cyan bits so it looks fancier. Yeah. I want to see how much better it looks. Let me toggle this off and on. Ready? It has all the cyan right now. And then we just turn that off. And oh, look how boring that is. Boring and gray and P7. And we turn the cyan on and oh, it's wonderful and exciting. And player 5 colored. Tato has been playing. Just not as highly ranked as everyone else. He's been playing games today. He's just, whenever I've looked at him, he's been like 7 or 8 minutes plus into a game. And needing to fast forward that much of an Empire Wars game to catch up means you miss a lot. I don't. If you climb Baron, you might get Tato. You might. Yeah, not as dramatic as Ornlu's 7K snipe. No. Ornlu had a pro 7K snipe. That was true. I was sitting on the couch and Ornlu was messaging me like, "Hey, you're at Red Bull. What's going on?" And I'm like, "I don't know, Ornlu. I'm watching your stream." And that's what I heard about the people actually at the castle. They didn't know what was going on either, so they were watching Ornlu's stream. You got someone who was top 50 this morning. I hope you mean that was yourself. We'll have to keep an eye on the players and see who's top 50, top 100. As Hart breaks in, and Viper is struggling here. Viper is struggling, no doubt. Love Ornlu stories. Osal on the way for Hart. Viper don't go around by. He's doing it. If he does, I mean, if he doesn't get a castle up, he's probably dead. He's 10 military to 29, and his army is forward, not doing damage. So what is he going to do other than a castle now? It's going to be a Rambai time against Slav crossbows. What upgrades do the Slavs even have? They don't have bracelet, they don't have arbalest, they don't have thumb ring. They have a final archer armor. They do have access to ballistics and chemistry, as everyone does. But okay, we'll see how the Arambai do. This is a last-ditch effort. Last-ditch effort. I feel like it's just Hart executes better in feudal with the military. He's probably more. He's a player for whom Empire Wars is well suited. I think more so than Viper. I think we saw when we went back to the Threeville start on Arabia, where there was more variety in the strategies, that suits Viper's gameplay much better than Empire Wars does. Where it's instant hamstering. And insta-hamster should be great for Hart. Why did Ornlu's monk die of friendly fire? I don't know. Not sure. You know what? Is the YouTube stream lagging again? Because I might try an experiment. Or I swap to different settings. You won't have the 4K option available. But I'll swap to that. So if anyone's on YouTube, let me know if it's lagging right now. I appreciate that. We'll have Sanctity on the way for Hart. Feels like he's on a losing streak and just can't stop playing. I mean, it's one thing to have top tier mechanics, but I don't know. Empire Wars is a very different beast. No one on YouTube is saying anything. If anyone on Twitch wants to open YouTube and let me know if it's lagging a bit. It's lagging? Okay. I'm gonna restart on YouTube real quick. As both players move to an opposite side here, and Viper finds himself down by 20 vills with going around by. Let me restart. Okay, let's see if YouTube breaks completely. Okay, that looks like it's working now. This will just be an experience, see if it works. So, where are the Arambai? Where'd they go? They're hoovering around down here. That's a lot of crossbows and a lot of rams to push the Arambai. Viper with the Civ he perhaps needed in the final game of KOTD. Mangonels come forward. Will they get a splash on the crossbows? Oh no, the Mangonel gets converted, takes out another Mangonel, and Hart with the Monk Micro is dominating. And with that loss, Viper will call the GG. Can I cast Gabby Lobo next? Are they just starting? If they're not like 20 minutes into a game, then sure. Fine for now. Alright. We will experiment then. Alright, is Gabby playing? I love casting Gabby's games. Let's see. Seven minutes in. It's not too bad. You beat a 2K this morning. Nice, Baron. Nice. And here we go. Alright, so we'll have Gabby as the red Burmese to the southwest. And who the heck is UX? Ow! UX has been a new clan. I don't know who Ow is. Is this, did you say this was Lobo? Is current or highest elo? Up here, this is their 1v1 elo on the scoreboard, so it's not their Empire Wars elo. In terms of what qualifies for Red Bull, highest elo is what qualifies for Red Bull. It's Lobo. Okay, so Gabby versus Lobo.
Mandatum. Ready. Mandatum.
Instant chaos setting should be good for Gabby.
Okay.
Great. Crossbows killing other crossbows. Alright, and all the crossbows go down. We will have ballistics on the way for blue.
Okay.
Some more crossbows come hoovering around. And similar vill counts, similar res collected. Gabby will keep trying to be aggressive. Selling wood, buying food. I don't think Burmese are good for Empire Wars. Probably not a top tier civ. I think that's safe to say. Depending on the map, they do have good men-at-arms. I know Gabby had even been playing Bulgarians going men-at-arms when I saw her earlier. Here's Blue trying to trap her army. These crossbows come over and start killing some of Gabby's crossbows. And she will lose everything there. But still at the front, we'll have another group of crossbows, but that group of crossbows also being killed here. Trying to dodge some ballistics. They will go down. Another crossbow dying there. More skirms come over. Oh, the hare is messing up the pathfinding. Oh, this hare is so annoying. Even just watching them. Have I seen any bugs when casting Stonehenge? I have not. We did see a bug on Dorothea Quarry earlier where a lumber camp spawned on a straggler and the vills didn't appear. I haven't seen Stonehenge bugs yet. But I wouldn't doubt they exist. 5-hour grime fest. Playing with other IDs is fine. I mean, it's not another ID. He just changed the name of his Steam account. As long as he uses one account, it's fine.
Ready. Mandatum. Ready. Yay.
Blue is pushing with a lot of skirms up this hill. And Gabby trying to do another range, but won't be enough. She'll call the GG. And most of her units will die atop that hill that was interesting. She had 2 groups of crossbows, lost all of them. It'd be one thing to lose one group, but losing another 5 to 6 units over here puts her super far behind in military. And in Empire Wars, that snowballs immediately. Khmer bonus for wood? Gotta play age 3 for bonuses like that. Instant drop off of wood. Okay, no more slideshow. Alright. Weirdly enough, then, probably a rendering issue on my end that gives the occasional slideshow. So I will be looking into what causes that. That is interesting. Alright, what else do we got? We have Hera Hart. Cast that. I might have to stream in 1080p on YouTube then. I was hoping to stay in 4K quality there. But 1080p will work if we have to. And thank you, Coffee Pixel, for the follow on Twitch. Thank you very much. Windows 11. Don't move my windows like that. Alright, so Hera shall be the blue Portuguese. It'll be Vulpine. Already he's taking some damage from Hart hunting his fox hunters. Hunters becoming the prey, as Hart will be the yellow Italians. Italians, Portuguese. Similar architecture, mirrored architecture. Viper not even top 10. Viper needs to grind and he needs to win. He needs to win. Hera's been dominating. Archers and spears coming around. Some scouts come to hit a Vill. And Vill's hitting the scout. Down it goes. Is Hart ahead 4 units already? Production. And probably because he went straight for the rain. Oh, no, he did do the stable. So he's slightly more idle TC for Hera. He did get 2 eco kills. Must have killed Vills early on the hunt. That's probably why. Man, you miss so much when you're 1 minute late into these Empire Wars games. It's so tricky to get the start, Lowen. Yeah, week 2 we'll see some more, probably some more force picking. Archers kill a Vill. And archers continue coming over to hit a villager. Let's see if he can run away properly. Spear goes down. As the archer's going down, everything cleared. And Hera is selling stone, buying food. Hera going to buy his way up. And he will have a much faster timing here than Hart will. Hart will lose a scout in the back, or Hera will lose a couple scouts in the back. Hart with a good military lead, but Hera up to castle. There he clicks up. Hart will lose some of his forward archers, at the same time take a decent fight, push Hera back now, start to push him back. More archers coming forward for Hart. He'll have to run back. 7 archers forward for Hart. Scouts coming forward for him too. Another range at the front, 2 ranges for Hart. And he'll be pumping archers to turn into crossbow eventually, as he's maybe getting closer to clicking up, but nowhere near at the speed that at the speed that Hera is. At the speed. And 3rd range for Hera. Looking to use that Portuguese discount, gold discount for his archers to pump out, turn them into crossbows. The archers dodge back and forth. Archers coming forward still, hitting vills over here on the wood line. And come around Hera up to the castle age as the vill goes down. And Hart needs to buy time to go up. Hera trying to defend. Hart doing damage in the back. Up by a good number of vills as he's delayed the castle age. Crossbow bodkin on the way for Hera, who will even have the hill in this fight. And more crossbows on the way, doing what he can to trap Hart's army, make sure he can't kill any more vills, and everything from Hart will go down. Down in the back of Hera's base. At the front, though, Hart with another army, Hera sent everything to the back. That will be 1, 2, maybe a 3rd vill down? 3 vills down. And even killing a crossbow on the way out. And maybe getting another crossbow. So he'll lose archers for sure, but a couple of singleton crossbows go down. Hart will try to run what he has left. Ballistics not in yet for Hera. And Hart running around to the side. So far 7-2 KD in favor of Hart, and he is up 44 to 36 vills as he hits castle. And he will immediately throw down that university and look to go triple range crossbows with ballistics. No skirm army from Hera. It's 15 to 12. He does have an advantage. Weak vill. Alcatraz in there by Hera. Those will take out the scout. More vills from Hart coming over. Man, look at that stack. Look at that stack, 8 crossbows on 1 tile. And we have leather archer armor and ballistics on the way for Hart. Alright, and from what I'm seeing, YouTube looks good with no slideshow, so hopefully that maintains now. I turned it down to 1080p. What happened to that Viper game? If you're a Viper fan, you don't want to know. Now, Hera trying to sandwich Hart's army. See if Hart can maybe ping-pong between 2 groups and micro well here. He is getting a good number of crossbows himself. KD is still very close between the 2 of them. And Hart actually slightly ahead of Nico. With players with ballistics trying to out-micro each other, and he kills one of the groups. And the meat has eaten the bread and escaped part of the sandwich. As the fire will loop around, as the fox will loop around the wood line. And more vills on the gold from Hera. Crossbows coming in from Hart. Looking to break in through the gate maybe. Ooh, pick off a vill by the mining camp. And come around towards the gate again. Oh, you beat Ozone. Nice. Nice. That's a good win. Congrats, Baron. And crossbow dance now. On the outside, Hera, his university's forward. He just has buildings there. Small group of crossbows, 4 box formation crossbows looking to move into Hart's base. They will move around the outside. Crossbow dance still going on over here. Everything going down for Hera. But maintains a few crossbows, actually. Everything going down for Hart. And Hart has a hole in his wall. Or wait, no, Hera has a hole in his wall. Okay, never mind. I thought the base is mixed up for a second. Hart coming down. The verticality of the players there, being different than the players at the top, based on map position, sometimes gets to me. Or being, like, Hart being below on the minimap. Capture Age, from what I can tell, always puts the left player and the top player on, or the left and the top at the same spot, and then the right and on the bottom. And it matches up the player left, right on the map, but doesn't match them top, bottom. And that always confuses me. Baron, he's been 1900 before. Baron's almost 2K. Yeah. I feel that if you're, like, once you get, like, to the 1700 plus mark on DE, like, your mechanics at the game are good enough that you can beat better players if they have a really poor game, or if they have something like a weird Empire Wars matchup that they've never seen and don't know how to figure out if you've seen that matchup yourself before. Not that it's very likely, but just that it's rarer and occasionally possible. Played until stalemate till he ran out of gold. I know, I've been able to do that too sometimes. People have bad internet connections. I don't think that really has much to do with it. Unless they drop. So overall KD, 71 to 58. Better for Hart. And that is good for him, to be ahead in the KD against Hera. And also ahead in the res collected. And sometimes you get to those situations where they're both microing and you feel that Hera somehow always manages to take the advantage. Or even if you're in a situation where Hera loses the military, he's 2,000 res ahead and booming. But no, everything going in Hart's favor so far. Is this who's it? Skyworld said whenever I cast Hera on the ladder, Hera loses? Do I just need to stop casting Hera and he'll win? Or should I cast him constantly and he won't make it to Red Bull? Is that what we have to do? So Vills start to go down. There's some dancing on the Vills. Dancing on the Vills. House goes down. Skirm from behind. Skirms come over. Cast him constantly. Let's now fly to Argentina and hide in Hera's closet so that whenever he's playing, I'm ready to cast him. And, well, here go his Vills. Vills going down. Crossbows there are slaughtering the Vills. Absolute chaos in Hera's economy. Looking like his Feudal Age Eco in that Dragonstar game earlier, all the Vills dying. He wants a counterattack that will run straight into Hart's military, both groups of archers patrolling into each other. And they will be stopped as Hart keeps moving forward. Ask him, extort gifted subs to stop casting him so he can win. Hera's gonna lose this too, trying to out micro ballistics, but that'll be cleaned. And there's the GG from Hera, and once again, we cast a Hera game where he loses. Now all we need is for this to happen in the actual tournament, but 105 to 67 KD for Hart, and much better economy for him too. Much better castle time for Hera, but other than that, Hart taking the game. Another Hera game, yes. Alrighty then. Let's see what we got going on the ladder. We've been casting for 4 hours and 19 minutes. I've seen me cast the most in 2025. Apparently I was the second behind Memb in terms of casted games. My goal this year is to try to maintain that level while also get the YouTube running more. I've done so much tournament organization and map scripting last year that I didn't really have time for that. But now, as TTL gets started, the only map project I have coming up soon is going to be the Brazil land. So, is Viper on now? He was on for a while, and let's see. I'm not going to cast a mirror match. Well, that's a good one. Gabby and Huciel will go cast. That is just starting. Hera's for the dominance of Hera? I don't know about that. Glide through the tournament. Alright, so we'll have Gabby as the Blue Turks to the southwest, and Huciel. What is AIM? Oh gosh, what year is it? Are we instant messaging each other? We'll have Huciel in the red to the north. Current rating, it is only highest rating for the qualification. Yes, indeed. Casual Twitch user, only the highest. And a bunch of archers going down. Yeah, so I figure out I'm going to do a pretty long stream today. I'll probably take a break in a bit and eat something for about 10 minutes and then cast some more games after that. And then tomorrow might be a bit shorter because I want to do some more overlay updates. But if anyone has, any feedback on the overlay, the little cyan highlights we added to it, that is much appreciated. As BB helped me out a ton with putting this together. How many people are going? Is it 8? 4 through the ladder, then 8 through the subsequent qualifier, where your ladder positioning determines where you start in the qualifier. From other means, yes. Yeah, but the top 25 on the ladder do get a payout, so there is at least incentive for everyone to keep grinding and playing games. Last time we had it, there was essentially the top 4, and on the final day you got to where it was maybe that Hera and Liry were locked in as 1 and 2, and then there were maybe only 6 players with an incentive to play on the ladder to try to get the final 2 slots. And MBL was really the only one sweating it out. So it's definitely a more incentivized to play format. I'm still not sure if I like the whole grind as many games as you possibly can thing. I don't think that encourages very healthy behavior from the players. But at least it is, I think, an improvement from last time. I still don't like the I don't know. I've never really been a fan of the Empire Wars maps they use for Red Bull, or the Empire Wars game mode, or the mirror picking on the ladder. So it's not really my favorite form of Age of Empires to watch. Yeah, but I do agree exactly about that. Great that the... Well, not just 3 tiers, but 4 tiers, or kind of 5 tiers, right? You have the LAN qualifier, then the next 2 rounds of finals and semifinals of the last chance qualifier, followed by seeding in the last chance qualifier, and then simply paid versus unpaid on the ladder. So it is quite a few different tiers they have set up. Focus on using the good maps. I don't know if it's about number of maps, though. I feel that all Empire Wars maps play out very similarly to each other. And Archer is on the hill for both Huciel and for Gabby. Gabby's still trying to push forward. Who is Huciel? Huciel's been around for a long time. Not really sure how to describe him. He's a solid 2K level player. Is he Chilean, if I recall? I need his flag. You found Stonefront to play out, interestingly. Interesting. It's later in the game. You see, that's the big if, though, right? If I feel like Empire Wars doesn't get later into the game all that much. And I'm hoping we don't have too many 6-minute games. I remember casting at NAC, where one time the production team took a long time to get into the game, and we loaded in at around the 5-minute mark. Imagine that in Empire Wars if you have a 6-minute game. I know I need to watch some Baron games. Next time I start the stream, I should start by casting Baron. So especially if you're against Ozone. map itself feels beside the point. Yeah, I mean, there are certainly differences in the map. And you certainly will favor some civs on maps with water on them. I do think that Crownwood, if they made it a bit more random, would be a great RM map. I really love that concept for the map, and I think it's a very easy one to randomize more. There's a time limit of 75 in-game minutes. It's 75 in-game limits. In-game minutes for the limit. Woodlines. Well, that's the point, right? The woodlines are far out to try to force aggression. But when so many maps are made the same way, that does somewhat force the very quick game setup that can snowball easily. So Husiel will add in an extra TC in the back. Gabby trolling with a group of crossbows forward. Husiel defending with the mangonel. At the very least, did have to do the workshop before extra TCs. Gabby with a workshop too. And she's on 2 ranges, both pretty far forward and aggressive. Still vills on the berries for Husiel. Just a palisade on a hill near them. Maybe the crossbows could break in. It's like a less janky land madness. Kind of, yeah. Crossbows ready to break in through the hills. We'll have a group of crossbows on the side for Husiel, ready to break in. Ooh, and the crossbows, there's a hole in the wall. There's always a hole. Vills have to run off the berries. Ballistics is in for Gabby. She will have to worry about that mangonel, but she does kill a Vil. Vil wasn't garrisoned. Another mangonel coming forward for Gabby. Vil's on the wood line, going back and forth to that lumber camp, but tower there should fend off the crossbows. Kleiner Dosenpfand. I'm sure some other streamers have a problem with that. If the name's German, I at least usually get a decent pronunciation of it. And hello, Chicho. How are you doing? Time limit wasn't a thing on the previous ranked 1v1 Empire Wars. It was, yes. Or not on the 1v1 ladder, just on the Red Bull ladder. The previous Red Bull season still had the time limit. And splitting for Gabby as she goes after the mangonel, but while that's happening, Husiel is running his army into Gabby's TC, picking up a couple of kills there. The mangonel goes down, though. That's now 6-2 KD. These crossbows in the back did manage to get a few Vils from Gabby. She is now oversaturating that gold. The Vils have nowhere to go. They're weak. They need to go to another lumber camp somewhere. They're all heading to the Vil. 20 Vils on gold. And not enough crossbows to clean this. And she has to do some regression now to even up that Vil difference and make up for all the idle time she's going to have. Has to bring more crossbows back. I can double click a crossbow. And it's still 10 to 8 in a skirm, so might finally be able to clean this up, but that hill will be annoying, and more Vils going down. More Vils going down. As the crossbows are dancing away. I have to pronounce every single letter of every single word. That's true. French is very silent from my attempts to pronounce Castilier. German is very pronounced as it is written. Ooh, forward workshop for Gabby. Okay, she gets a workshop onto this hill. Okay, still only down by 3 Vils, despite Husiel having a second TC. You know... Ooh, goes down. That was... They both hit each other and didn't move, but that one took the brunt of the assault. I guess this was on a bit of a hill and probably hit less directly. Like, Turk's bonus is insane now. Turk's bonus was always good, but now it's just crazy good. Turk's bonus disfavor. So we'll have another TC up here for Husiel. That'll protect the gold. That'll be his 3rd TC. And he feels like he's defending okay so far. Getting up more stone might be able to get another tower soon. I suppose running around as the mangonel gets some repairs. Some repairs. We'll get a shot. Ooh, it'll miss entirely. And more crossbows around the back. And apologies for the ad break during the game here on Twitch. I guess you can't hear me because there's an ad. But it's going to be in like 3 minutes. I'm trying to experiment with the auto ad thing, because I find that the time between games on Empire Wars is way too short to run ads. So I figured I'd just let Twitch do them. But I don't know what the timing will be. So it's annoying. YouTube at least seems to be stable now without ads, so feel free to watch on YouTube. Crossbow's coming over as the mangonel starts rolling up the hill. And another TC going up for Gabby on the side. Lots of vills going to build it. Some vills just deciding they're going to carry their wood and not bother. Market now going up for Gabby on the hill. Or, I mean, market going down for Gabby with the mangonel. And losing the market's always annoying. You gotta rebuild it if you ever want to rebalance your eco. But you don't notice you lose it. You go to select the market, click up to imp, and all of a sudden you can't sell anything. So still a good Vil lead, and also res collected lead for Husiel. Just don't go adding an S set to your username. Then people will certainly have trouble, and people will misread it and say it as a B. And it's 2 S's. It is kind of... It has its own feel to it, though. The double S in German has a different nuance to it than it does in English. It didn't get... Is that what we can use to bypass the AoE2 chat filter? The S set? Weird German beta. Oh, and Gabby will call the GG. Alright. You know, she wasn't that far behind, honestly. I guess that army in the back is annoying. Well, she does have gold access. This is over here. And we'll be down 4 TCs. Yeah, it was a tough spot for her. Well, it's definitely a tough spot. I don't think it's a completely over spot, though, but definitely tough for her. So 50 to 44 KD. Better eco for Husiel, and that forward workshop and aggression from Gabby, not quite enough. And this one tower. It's one tower along with the early siege. Did a great job of defending. Right. So I've been casting 4.5 hours. I'm going to take a quick break myself and grab something to eat. I'll be right back. I'm going to have some BRB screens prepared for next week. But for today, you can enjoy the ladder and the music for a moment. I will be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hello. Here's sticking up. See that on the cam. Cam's high enough resolution to see that. Who do I think will be top 4? Liry and Hera, I think. Pretty reliable locks. Vinch is maybe my number 3. After that, not quite sure. MBL, I think, is a good shot with how many games he's playing. Yo has played a ton of games, and yet I haven't really seen much Yo. I guess maybe it's just a time zone thing. Same with Finch. I mean, he's played 32 games. I haven't casted too much of him though. I think my top 3 are probably Hera, then Liry, then Vinch. After that, I think it'll be between Yo, MBL, ACCM, Lucho, and Sebastian, and maybe Viper. I don't know. I feel like Viper, from what I've seen so far, hasn't been that successful. Look at that 63% win rate. He's really gonna have to step it up, I think. Hera's still at the top at 81% with all the games he's played. Vinch and Andy haven't played too many games yet, but they're at 88 and 93%. I'm sure that'll not last that long. Which save is the best siege onager? I probably would have said Koreans in a previous patch when they still had siege onager. But they don't have siege onager anymore because they had the most range. So, I'm not sure. Probably, I do like Ethiopians with torsion engines. That is probably my favorite. Is it the best? Celts and Mongols are still out there. Probably between Celts, Mongols, and Ethiopians. Maybe a bit situational. I would have said AOC Koreans originally with 12 range. That was ludicrous. That's probably the best siege onager ever. And let's see. Is T90 still casting? Is he done? Let's see what we have to cast. Viper versus Hera. I'd cast that, but they're super far into her game. I don't know if I want to speed up to it. 17 minutes. Oh, wait, that's not even... Oh, no, Hera's casting Viper. That's what it is. Hera's casting Viper. Hera's not playing. Let's see. All the games right now are... I'd have to speed up for a bit. Maybe we just take a brief pause and wait for something else. Who built / maintains this slot? I'm pretty sure it's just an independent project they do. Microsoft has their own API from which the stats are pulled, but I'm pretty sure they have nothing to do with the actual website here. And oh my gosh, it is Flatch. Is it time for the Aussies to wake up? Good morning, Flatch. Flatch is lovely. Flatch is so lovely. Oh, T90 is still streaming. Just didn't see him on the list. Oh my gosh, everyone give some flowers for Flatch. Aussie time now. Yes, give tons of flowers. Flatch. And his raging wolf helm icon. AoEstats.io? I don't even know what that is. There used to be a website where you could see all the unit stats. I guess that's kind of AoE2 tech tree. Let's see. Oh, Liry Gabby. Let's go cast that for sure. Liry versus Gabby. I knew we'd get a good match if we just waited a tiny bit. Enough people playing Empire Wars, just gotta wait and find something good. Liry versus Gabby. Hello, Lorenzo, over on YouTube. And then YouTube looks like it's doing fine now since I turned it down to 1080p. I guess my internet / PC still can't handle the 4K YouTube stream, so we'll have to think about that. Maybe the 5080 isn't enough. Maybe I need a 2 PC setup with 2 5090s. I need a lot of subs for that. Also, so nice to see Flatch. Flatch. I've been Flatch for years. One day I'll have to make an Aussie trip and meet Flatch. It'd be nice if we had the old stats still available. It has been a while. Probably since like 2013. I've seen Flatch in the Twitch chats. That was a long time ago. Let's see, we are 25 seconds away from the game. We'll put Gabby in green. It'll be Stonefront. I mean, we'll put Liry in green, in blue, because it's red versus blue. There we go. Gabby will be Gajur's, Liry will be Shu, the map will be Stonefront. Yeah. Maybe one day I just need to have a Hawaii meetup, and like we can all meet in the middle, and all the Aussies can come to that. Alright, so here we are. We will have Liry as the blue Shu to the southwest, and Gabby as the red Gajurs to the northeast. Let's all go to Hawaii. That's what Ulysses said to the one-eyed giant. You mean what Odysseus said to the Cyclops?
Namaste.
double bit axe on the way for Liry. Ooh, scout jumping around a bit. Camel scout hoovering. Can we have the overlay at the top? I can't do that because capture age is what does that. I would need to set up my own server to pull the Red Bull rating, which could potentially be possible. Would you want to see current or highest? Current or highest? Maybe I could fit both. I would need to do like my own overlay on top of capture age. And then it has it has their Liry by the score. It has their rating by the score. Current would make sense. Maybe for now, I guess on the last day, you kind of need both. Shubi or not Shubi? Takpag takbe. So Liry opening archers. We'll be pushing Gabby back. Gabby with a camel scout, trying to get a hit on Liry's scout. Does at least get a hit, but her scout will go down. And she'll lose 1, 2 archers and have to fall back. Liry with a great micro at the start of feudal, as you expect from him. 3-0 KD. And still with an army advantage. As Gabby gets more archers forward. Yeah, you haven't read Shakespeare, so you've read it in the original Klingon. Is there any setting in capture age? Nope, capture age does not have settings for the most part. And it does its own thing. It's not very customizable, unfortunately. So skirms coming forward for Gabby, shifting into skirms and using the market, selling the stone. She's up to the castle age rather quickly. Alright, lost some early feudal engagements, but hasn't lost any vills and is up to the castle age. Up to the castle age after this vill. And quicker than Liry, at least. Quicker than Liry. Hejurs versus Shu, though. I feel that the Shu will have an advantage. Definitely the Civ I'd prefer here. And more walls going up for Gabby over on the side, trying to stay fully walled. Won't be too much more to wall to the back. Maybe needs a bit of walling over here. Oh, walling to the stone, actually. You know, that's actually really cute. You can wall all the way to the stone. And yeah, your opponent might go all the way around the map, but that's a long way to go. And honestly, it's a lot to wall. But now that I look at the map, you kind of could go all the way to the edge. Also in the current AoE 2 team scene? I mean, there haven't really been team game tournaments. I mean, I did Cartographers last year, and there was that sudden death 3v3 event with the weird ending to it. But I don't think there's really been many team games in a while. I don't think that really is a reflection on the team scene, though. I think it's more about tournament hosts and their motivation to host events where everyone just kind of the three... I always said the biggest event in AoE 2 is Nations Cup. Then the next three would be Hidden Cup, KOTD, and NAC. But everyone kind of has their own incentives to do 1v1 events. And look at those scouts trying to get to the skirm. They can't get there. I do think we need more team game tournaments. And thank you, Aveston, for the raid. Thank you very much. Masters of Socotra? Was that a team game event, Dark Noob? Hey, do you want Masters of Socotra? Do you want that to be the biggest AoE 2 event? I wish we had another Masters of Arena. I think we need one of those. Oh, Liry will hold open the gate. Gabby tried to save her army. But Liry won't dive. He won't dive. He sees all the skirms there and decides, nope. I'll leave. I'll pick off the Vill on the stable and see that she's adding more stables. But I won't commit my army to potential death on the opposite side of the gate. You want to play 2v2? They're terrible. They're really not terrible to host. It just takes a lot more moving pieces. I think we had a really good setup for cartographers. The next thing I'd want to do is have all the brackets on my website instead of relying on challenge. Because Wikipedia isn't good for community events because they only list the top tiers. So I wasn't able to have everything in one place. We had some things on challenge, some things in a Google Doc. I need to make some updates to my website to support proper brackets. So that would be next time I do cartographers. That would be my next goal. And ballistics on the way for Gabby, and she'll add in a workshop. As Liry will come forward with the mangonel. And we'll get a shot near the crossbows. Mangonel goes for the range. Second TC for Liry, and he does have all the map control now. He is ahead by 500 res. Let's see what we have. 4 geese in the mill. Gabby trying to farm more, staying on 1 TC. Adding in mangonels to defend. 2 mangonels forward for Liry as he adds in the Huiguang Cav. Lots of melee armor for them. And 4 pierce armor already. Not much HP on them, but they like Eagle Warriors, can get up to 5 Pierce Armor. And we'll see what Gabby's able to do. Trying to defend with the Mangonel to keep her range alive. Liry getting ready to go in. Will cleanly dodge the Mangonel shot, and Gabby dodges back into it. And the range will go down. And I'll try to do the same, and it snowballs. I think that's one of my problems, too. Empire Wars plus the map pool they have kind of leads to sameness. So Vils go down. Gabby has to be wary of that mangonel as Liry heads into her base. Liry does not have ballistics, but Gabby does not have a way to defend her woodline now. She is forward, but Liry is walled more securely. And the Huiguang Cav will get to the woodline. Gabby does not have units at home. 2 mangonels ready to hit some Vils. That is a good attack ground. Can Liry get another attack ground? He can. Vils going down left and right. That's now 7 Vil kills total for Liry. Gabby trying to bring a mangonel over to defend. She will clear 1, and she still has not managed to break into Liry's base. The second TC will help him to defend. And the mangonel dodges. Vils go to repair, but not in time. Post it from the woods. Satellite internet is still not something I'd be confident running an event on. Oh, Gabby taking 2 mangonels to the crossbows. Manages to dodge slightly, but she'll call the GG. And Liry, some very early feudal aggression, snowballing pretty well. And she managed to recover and get up to the castle age nicely. What turned the tables there, they both had similar militaries, but she was behind to the point that the mangonels came forward and destroyed her range. A couple unfortunate mangonel micros. And then couldn't get into Liry's base. He was too well walled. So great job from Liry. Houses where he needed them. Gabby couldn't break in. He got his mangonels forward. Was able to do damage with the mangonels. Yeah, at least 14 minutes. Not a 6-minute game. Had too many of those 6-minute games. Let's see. Okay, we have gotten Liry versus Hera. Let's go. I'll have Liry versus Hera. Also, shout out to Gabby because she is streaming too. Go give Gabby a follow. She's been streaming in English now. excited about that because I can actually understand her stream now. We got here Hera versus Liry coming up. Hera versus Liry. And let me double check. What's the map? The map will be Vulpine. It'll be Hera in red, so I'll put him in blue. Hera in blue. Okay, so we'll have Liry as the green Lithuanians to the southwest, Hera as the blue Hindustanis to the northeast, and this is the fox map where you start with 4 vills on a fox hunt. Another stable coming up for Hera. Forward gold for Hera, side stone. Much better gold positioning from Liry. He'll take the chickens that are by his TC. Or that are by his TC, and maybe can wall up to the edge of the map. Scout cab forward for Hera. We'll see exactly where the berries are. And so far, still no one's found that trade workshop. Hindustanis, Lithuanians. 2 easy relics for Liry to grab. There are a total of 5, so the relics spawn in favor of our Lithuanian player at least. Hindustanis going camels. Could be disruptive to the Lattice plus Skirmisher combo that the Lithuanians want. Might have to force them into halbs or some other composition. I thought the Chautauqua hand cannoneers be more useful. So what's better, Lattice Skirm or Imp Camel Chautauqua hand cannoneers? Maybe it depends on the relic numbers. What do we have here? Another stable. I'm going up for Liry. As the scouts from Hera keep hoovering around a bit. Archers from Liry keep pushing forward, pushing the scouts back. So ranges going up, and a mining camp here for Hera. Has a couple of houses go up in the back for him. And the scouts from Hera do get in, and they'll start hitting the vills on the lumber camp. Lattice plus halb. Lattice plus halb. I do wonder about the Chautauqua though, if halb is in play, because those hand cannoneers should still do a good bit of damage to the late chai. And I don't know if that really forces them away from a hand cannoneer. If they have the camels out too. But I don't know. It's an interesting matchup. So pokes from Liry, taking out a few scouts, but he does lose a vill. It's now 2 vill lead for Hera, who has 2 vill kills. Liry has abandoned his fox hunt, but he is getting in at the back of Hera's base. A couple of archers, as he will get a vill with a couple of spears poking it down. Let's see if he can get a second. Might need to block and try to fight one, but he will get back. He'll get back for now. Hera going scouts plus archers. Let's see if this goes to Imp. Let's see if this goes past 6 minutes. We're 4:30 into the game, so I think we're good for getting past 6 minutes. Hera actually did a tower and will mill down here. Not going to take all the idle time of running the vills back to his TC, but instead will mill the fox area and take the berries. The forage bushes out there. Game sent. Oh, okay, your broken scout one. Thank you very much. I will post that to Nilly. I'll take a look at that later tonight. And on the other side, small group of archers from Liry found by Hera's scouts and taken out. Villain army count still really close. Res collected, slight lead for Hera. And scout upgrades invested into from Liry, who adds in a tower at the front of his base on his berries. Worried about Hera coming forward with scouts. Is that a neutral wonder? Yes, the wonder in the middle is neutral. It is not a wonder though. You don't get a countdown to victory. It is a trade workshop that gives you a trickle of food, wood, food, and gold. No stone. You capture it. Yeah, we're casting the ladder here. I thought about playing some on the ladder, but just I'm not a fan of Empire Wars. I need my arena. So market forward for Liry, but neither player thinking about going up, it seems. Hera will come around and could run in. That's a dive if he wants to do it. But Liry throws up the small walls and will try to trap the archers from behind and not let them get in. And he'll use his own archers to come to the TC, and wonderfully done from Liry to separate the archers and the scouts. So Hera didn't want to take too much damage from the TC, so we had to run the scouts since they're faster ahead of the archers to try to dodge TC fire. But that gave Liry just enough breathing room to get his scouts between Hera's scouts and his archers, drive them apart, keep his own archers defended by the TC. And even though in the open field he loses that fight, a great quick walling in TC let him defend. Oh, that was beautiful from Liry. Now, 7 archers, 5 scouts, and Hera comes forward. 11 scouts. 11 scouts now with armor, bloodlines, forging, fully upgraded feudal scouts. Those are scary. Liry will look for the vills by the tower. They are weak. Will he be able to get them? Hera deletes the house. That's 1 vill. That's a second vill. 2 vills down. And he needs to get his scouts back, but great picks from Liry. That's now a 5-2 KD in his favor. Now, has to be careful in case Hera now with scouts rather than archers runs in, and he might look to do just that. Again, the archers are separated though in the back, and Hera will have to group his army up. That'll buy Liry a bit of time to get his walls up. And Liry up to the castle age. 1 stable, and we'll see what he does once he's up. This might be a double stable knight situation. He'll have to run off of this wood line as the archers come over. I'll have to abandon that, but could do another lumber camp back here, maybe. Rip tower vills. As that archer goes down. And another range coming up for Liry. And scouts here could go down as the tower shoots at them. Think Hera's dead? Now, if he can't do damage here, he might be. Liry gets the quick walls up just in time. Will the scouts get in here? No, there are a couple of spears. Not room for them to do damage to anything. Spears still by the gold. The scouts will have a good loop around the base, but not find anything. For good measure, Liry garrisons the TC to stay safe. And at the same time, he is in Hera's base, and he is picking off vills on Hera's farm. He's picking off vills on Hera's farm. Hera's somehow still ahead in res collected. And he's not ready to go up to the castle age just yet either. He's throwing down a market to try to rebalance the eco. Liry is up, taking the score lead, and still up by 6 vills, even after having spent time advancing to the castle age, 13-2 KD. That raid he just got on the farms was devastating. And we'll have another market going up. Scouts and archers trying to get in as Liry comes around with his own archers. Amazing game by Liry. And what is this curse? Every time I've casted Hera today, he looks like he's losing. How does he have an 82% win game on this ladder when I've casted him and he loses all the time? Liry microing the crossbows will lose them, but also kill the scouts. And scouts feel more expensive. Cast Hera more often. Oh, maybe I have to if he's losing like this. Okay, hopefully I'm not muted. I need to move my audio mixer so I can see it properly. Make sure that I'm not muted. And just double check we have a wreck from Baron, yes. We have 3 total dodges on the Red Bull ladder. Alright, I need to see my YouTube chat again. There we go. Alright, so Hera continues pushing forward with scouts, and he does get some archers on Liry's TC. Time for Liry to lose a couple of villagers, but that TC will garrison and pick off an archer on the way. Hera up to the castle age. Liry going for cav archers. They lose another vill to those scouts. Scouts are pretty low on HP, but that doesn't mean they can't kill vills. Liry will trap the remaining ones and make sure they go down. A couple of spears and cav archers there. Down they all go. Same time, Liry's in Hera's base with knights. Will force walls everywhere from Hera. And the knights, where will they go? Not really getting much done there. Trying to fight the archers before they become crossbows. Only 1 armor on them. 1 went down. They're not quite able to pick the vills that he might want to. However, he is up by now 11 vills with 2 TCs, and he must feel pretty confident about the spot he finds himself in here. Cav archers now on their way forward to combo with the knights. And when you react, I'm not. I had one stream where I was muted the entire time and didn't realize it because the chat was so active. Camel skirm from Hera. I mean, he has to go crossbow. He has so many archers. It's going to be worth it to upgrade to crossbows. Where is he going? He's going for a TC. That could be a doubt TC. Liry will try to bring his cav archers away from the crossbows while killing the vills. Hera. Looks like that Dragonstar game all over again with the vills he's losing. 16 to 6 KD for Liry, and Liry will calmly, peacefully get his 3rd TC added in. Lithuanian CA. Every civ goes CA these days. Aztecs go CA still. Don't forget those Aztec CA. Remember that Dave clip where the Aztecs trained a cav archer from a range. It happens. And 3rd TC now from Hera, but a costly one, as he's now down by about 20 vills. Has lost 10 more than Liry has, and Liry's been pumping vills. First armor for Liry as he comes around. And the crossbows from Hera keep moving forward. We'll have the relic put into the monastery from Liry, who now has Lithuanians with 3 relics. 2 more on the map, but he will have some good extra attack on his knights and his Lechai once he starts training them. Cav archers come forward, force Hera to idle a bit more, run his vills around. There are still some farmers out here that are exposed. No ballistics, at least for the cav archers, so Hera can try to dance and dodge. Cav archers have to run right on top of the vills for some kills. By that middle, but they will. Isn't this amazing? So many civs have so many techs available. Now we see them used finally, at least when it comes to CA and skirms. You mean we see players click the CA and skirm techs? Well, 105, you're spamming the 105 at Hera. Five CA. And Tundra Blitz, hello, Tundra Blitz, hello. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. And also thank you everyone who's watching here, especially if you stuck around from Viper's raid earlier. And like always, let me know what you think of the new overlay with all the cyan bits on it. Cav Archer is taking out some of the crossbows. Liry deciding he's going to jump this fight. Monk wants a conversion too. Crossbow's going down. Liry has to be careful he doesn't kill the monk he's converting, or kill the crossbow he's converting. Oh, and he does. That's okay, he kills all the crossbows. Kills all of the crossbows, every single one. That is now a 68 to 46 KD. He is adding in Horse Collar. Wheelbarrow for Hera. What is this? T90 farm, the rock terrain, making that villager run a marathon. There is a bit of an army difference, 17 to 0. Hera has lost absolutely everything. That is 0 military. He double microed the CA. Oh, double microed into a split there. Still no ballistics, but he doesn't need ballistics. That fight was even without ballistics. He killed 2 vills at a time without ballistics. Yeah, now +2 armor. Hera didn't even have armor on the crossbows, and that makes that fight all the more difficult for him. Trying to rush up a castle. Maybe go glom against the cav archers, but those vills are dead. Having to run off the stone. Has to move some more vills off the back of his base. Liry's been killing so many units so effectively, he probably doesn't even realize he's missing ballistics. 13 vill lead still for Liry. 1,500 res collected. Oh, the mangonel! The mangonels are there as Hera tried to do a castle. But Doubt would be proud of that castle. And Vill in the middle goes down. Another Vil goes down. Not enough garrison space, and the Vils ran to the middle of the TC. More getting massacred by the Cav Archers. Hera trying to put the castle behind the TC for the TC to protect against the Mangonels. The Cav Archers will come over by that mining camp and start to pick off more Vils. And at the very least, the Cav Archers don't yet have ballistics. That's the only thing good that can be said about Harry's position. Liry doesn't yet have ballistics. And a couple of Vils go down. Liry doesn't need ballistics with this micro. He decided I could do ballistics so I could do a 4th TC. And he did the 4th TC. That's 97 to 84 Vils, still up by 13, and we'll destroy this TC. Hera could try to repair, but still 2 Mangonels out here destroying it. Liry getting his own castle on that hill. These 2 Vils deciding they're going to glaze around and not build the castle at the start. And the TC does go down. A wheelbarrow on the way for Liry. And more villagers also on the way for Liry. The castle going up for him. And more houses. Oh, bears! Double bear attack on the villager. The bears might win this. The bears might win this. Oh, no, they won't. That Vil's too strong. Oh, did they nerf the bears? I thought bears were made stronger. Look at that Vil fighting off 2 bears by himself. Oh, go villager. As that castle goes up. Some Cav Archers moving in. Cav Archers in Mangonels. Gulam's going for the Mangonels. Liry can't quite hit the attack round. The issue with a stable position is ballistics isn't required to hit it. Only one species can bear arms. Oh yeah, also the relic situation. Liry has 4 of them as a Lithuanian, so that's scary. Now he's adding in the latest with the free +4 attack. I hope he does iron casting. I always, this is my pet peeve when people play Lithuanians. They get 4 relics in the Castle Age, and then they don't do iron casting. Give yourself the full +6. Don't stop at +5. do the iron casting. Come on. More of the armor. It's worth it. Okay, so TC, under fire. Hera almost the stone for a second castle. And he has spread out for 2 extra TCs. He'll lose this one and rebuild another one on his gold. So temporarily 2 TCs while he's adding in a 3rd again. 122 Vils to 105. Maybe there's still a chance if the Hindustanis somehow have a really good late game unit composition against the Lithuanians. At the start, I was wondering which was better. But Shiitake hand cannons are still a long ways away, and Lichai with +4 relics I think can fight pretty much anything, even camels. Nice split from Hera. Let's see how the Lichai do. The Mangonels might go down. And I think this is in total a fight that Liry probably wins. And the latest on the other side, killing a Scorpion. And Cav Archers pushing everything. More Lichai on the way. There is the iron casting. Let's go from Liry. Gulam's trying to get a couple of last hits in. +6 is ion casting. It's like the ion cannon from the Hoth scenario of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. Right, so Castle taking out some of these camels, providing a bit of a defense for Liry. We'll lose a couple of Lichai while raiding by the TC, but still has them alive, and he clicks up to the Imperial Age. Camel pumping out from the stable. And a few Lichai running over. There are injured Vils here. Cav Archers just running around wherever they want to go. Imperial Age and Arson on the way. There's a castle going up, castle on the hill. And Imperial Age on the way also for Hera. He does manage to click, almost 2 minutes behind. Arson has to be a misclick. Let's see, who was that? That was Liry? Probably. No, it's actually Pikeman Squires. He wants to go for Halb then. He wants to add in Halb against the camels, so arson is intentional from him. He's worried about camels for the Lechai, so he's going to be going Halb, Letus. Lechai to deal with the Gulams, Halb to deal with the camels. And you just stick with CA and Lechai, because the CA also take a lot of damage from the camels. So you don't really want to go CA against Imp Camel. Sometimes if you micro them impeccably, they're okay. But by and large, you look away for a moment and the camels kill everything. So there is Imp from Liry. Hera will see Imp and call GG. And once again, Hera loses a game that I cast. Man, I need to cast Hera more often, I guess. And I'm pretty sure Hera has a losing record on my stream today, which is amazing considering he still has an 80% win rate overall. And now with Imp, Hera will call it. Okay, 5.5 hours of casting, and I'm feeling pretty good to keep going. So I'm glad that the YouTube issues are resolved. And do we want to see a Persian's Mirror on Rampart between MBL and Hera? Do we want to see a Persian's Mirror? Other games, we'd have to wait a bit. Or fast forward. MBL picking Mirror. Mirror really needs to be disabled. What is T90 casting? What is he casting? He just casted MBL Yo. How have I not seen MBL? Okay, we'll cast MBL Hera. That'll be the best one. Andean Sling. Hopefully Andy plays some more games and that'll balance out. ACCM had a 100% win rate after 18 games, so I'm pretty sure the win rates of the top players will balance out a bit later on. MBL plays only Mirror. When Twitch tells me I have an incoming ad break, I wish that I had a add now button so I could time it better. But we'll see. I'll experiment with this more. Alright, we have a pause. Why do we have a pause? So we'll have Hera.
Yes.
Hera's been in the blue all day today. I'm going to put him in the blue and MBL in the red. I think that'll be better for my mind, and that's a good thing to maintain. So we'll have Hera as the blue Persians to the northwest, and MBL as the red Persians to the southeast. It'll be a Persian mirror, and the map will be a rampart. And MBL pull that boar in, get a nice hunt under his TC. Nice boost to his eco early on. Someone who is 29-0. That's a good win rate. I'm sure it'll all balance out in the end. And forward ranges at the front of his own hill for MBL. Adding in a couple of archers. No, where are the skirms? What's this? MBL hasn't made a skirm yet. We're 2 minutes into the game. There's no skirmisher. This isn't the MBL I know. This map would be flourishing with skirmishers, usually. And Weakville getting poked, getting chased. Down it goes. Spear comes around as the archers go for the Vil. The spear will poke the scouts. The Vil goes down. And the scout also goes down. While archers try to run away. Scouts run around. Archers will group up. And scout picks the archers. 3 HP left. That's castle. I don't think you go FC commander, and I think that's way too expensive. You need to do a castle and research a tech just to have archers cost wood. When gold usually collects pretty fast in the castle age. It's more of a late game thing. You want to swap to trash units. That can be pretty easily countered just by going skirms. I don't think FC commander is a thing you do. Unless maybe you're against the Turks and they don't have skirms, but... that would be hilarious if he does it. Yeah, wood is kind of more expensive than gold in Castle Age, in some ways. Yeah, I'm not sure what this matchup is late game. No Bracer. Some type of Savard Halb mixture, maybe? Could go Trash Bow. Depends how the game plays out. Could also be a Siege Gunpowder, or like a Halb Gunpowder play, if it's more of a faster imp. Depends on how the Persians use their eco. Right now, MBL 41 to 35 eco. Hera lost 2 Vils, and now he's idling the TC. What is up with Hera when I cast him? Spear's poking some scouts away. Vil running back and forth. That's another Vil kill. Oh my gosh, Hera is about to be down 4 Vils. Almost. Down it goes. 4-0 Vil KD in favor of MBL. MBL has more army at the front running around. Spear poking scouts. Spear goes down. And that scout very low on HP. Scout goes down. MBL's army goes down too. Hera with a score lead, but MBL now up by 8 villagers. Hera must have done Wheelbarrow because he was housed. Actually, I don't know if Wheelbarrow is better or not at this point. Probably a wash. At least you can run your Vils more if you get raided. So, plus 5 Vils we'll call for MBL. Plus 6, okay, this is a 6-0 Eco KD. Oh, MBL beasting this game. Still up 15 to 8 military. Hera has to be very defensive and run everything around. And maybe the mirror matches pay off after a while for MBL if he learns how to play each of the mirrors. I mean, if you think about it, if he plays mirror matches and no one else does, he's going to learn the mirror matches. And it's only 50 matchups he then needs to learn. It's not going to be the... right? The number of mirrors you need to learn scales linearly with civs. The number of total matchups scales quadratically. Often don't have wood when you need it. That's why you have the market. So Hera will lose another archer there, and that is a good army for MBL. 9 archers coming forward. Oh no, Hera, what is the Vil doing? Oh, well, at least props to the Vil for not chickening out on that hunt. The hamstering continues. MBL has enough spears here to defend against the scouts. Needs to get maybe a couple of archers or skirms out. So far, so good. He'll have to run to a tower, abandon maybe one of these lumber camps somewhere. Doesn't want to run the spears directly into the archers. He will, however, go and get a scout. Archer's trying to pick off the spears. He can go down. He needs to get another scout hit. At least we'll distract the archers while one of his own archers comes in. Hera's up to the Castle Age, but he's taken a ton of damage. Can he still win this from the Castle Age? MBL trying to destroy this tower and get more Vils on the way back. 1 HP is all you need. That Vil will escape. His friend not so lucky. She dies, and another Vil going down. Tower looks like it will collapse. No repairs from Hera, and the archers will keep hoovering around. MBL trying to box in Hera, keep him in his base. MBL not close himself to going up. Needs a few more archers, and we'll have to find a way to deal with this forward group of archers. Maybe fight with Vils, deal with the scouts. Hera trying to do +2 armor. MBL pulling some Vils to fight. This is only 10 to 2 on the villager KD. And some more scouts go down. So MBL's cleared the forward raid and still has his army forward in Hera's base. He's stuck in the feudal age for now, but he is forward and he has killed 10 Vils. Ooh, can Hera come back from this? Elite Skirm. Elite Skirm definitely could be an option for Hera against all those archers. Still a bit tricky with the scouts. And the archers are in enough that Hera doesn't control that goal. The archers finally hit that Vil. 54 to 33. 54 to 33 eco advantage for MBL. A couple of knights get in for Hera. Those will be tricky. Knights are tricky to deal with in the feudal age. No great way. The spears are your best option. So MBL will take some counter damage, lose a few Vils himself. And he's probably happy to stay with the faster working TC in feudal if he sees Hera isn't getting more TCs of his own. But remember, Hera's TC even extra faster now that he's in castle. Hera's knights do have bloodlines and +2 armor, so it will take a long time for a feudal army to clean them. Knight here. Losing HP. Hera will pull back the low HP knights. MBL will have to find a way to go up soon. And overall KD better for Hera, but the eco damage for MBL has been crazy. He's up by 2k res collected. He's at stable range, probably a blacksmith somewhere right there. So once he wants to, he'll be able to go up. No market though, so he can't buy himself up. We'll need to idle the TC ever so slightly. Some Wallenville's getting picked by knights. And there he goes, clicking up assuredly. Clicking up, MBL. Not having the food to go up. What's he queuing? Another scout maybe? Looked like he was just about to go up. He needs to buy 100 food. Ooh, not having a market is so rough right here. He'd have been up 30 seconds faster, a minute faster. Unqueuing the Vil, and there he goes. But that felt pretty darn sloppy in terms of how quickly he wanted to be up and when he got up. Alright, spamming spears. And 7 spears, that's what you have to do against Castle Age Knights if you're in the Feudal Age. So it does open up the Pikeman upgrade, and Pikeman could lead to forward siege. That could be interesting. Versions with the good TCs, double the HP to defend against the forward siege push, but then again, their military not quite set up for it. They have really bad monks. Spears on the hill, pushing back the knights. Archers come over and hit another knight. And we see, if we see mirrored war elephants in a Persian game, I don't even know what happens. I think if that happens, I gotta, like, find a petting zoo nearby that lets me ride an elephant to celebrate. So Castle Age on the way, and we have, look at that, 10 Vils on stone for MBL. Wait a minute. We get 7 Vils on stone for Hera. Are both of our Persian players about to build castles? Is that a possibility? We see some castles from them? Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Are we going to see castles? What is that? What is that stone for, MBL? Does he think he has the military advantage? I just need some eco upgrades, I'll go do a castle. Hera thinking MBL must be coming forward for a castle, I'll need to do a defensive castle? Okay, well the village is prepared, the village is ready to raise the castle. And where's he gonna plop it? Oh, that is a forward castle, that is right on Hera's face. Hera sold 400 stone, and I think he's dead now, there's no way he stops that, he can't counter castle. There was a chance he would have built his own counter castle faster and stopped it, but not anymore. Mangonel from the rear. Oh, and the capture age is speeding up, and I think that's because Hera is going to call the GG. Either that or the Mangonel kills everything MBL has, and MBL calls the GG. Hera. Okay, no. Okay. I'm wrong then. MBL going to be cleaned here. MBL was feudal for too long, and Hera does clean it, and MBL calls the GG. Alright, that was a very quick swing on that castle. The castle goes up versus not going up, and it seems like the selling resources to pump knights and upgrade them was the right call. Oof. Alright, well, MBL went heavily to stone instead of investing into military. And maybe not the right eco composition for the matchup considering the position he was in. Still up by 1.5k resources. So Hera finally wins a game. And at least this is against the mirrored matchup MBL. And look at that military advantage MBL had for that entire game. Weird to have such a big military advantage for such a horrible KD, although the end certainly didn't help. As he plummeted, getting cleaned. Forward castle becomes a doubt castle. Yeah, from Hera calls the GG to MBL calls the GG in 3 seconds. Hera had a ton of knights that were in the stables. And I didn't see the numbers, but once they came out, and the Mangonel, I didn't see that Mangonel either. Once the Mangonel pops out, boom. Alright, well, MBL, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to win that one. I thought he was okay. Man, these Empire War games change on a dime. Such a Hera game. Such an MBL game, too. What else we got here? Oh, we Hera, MBL, Rampart, elite Bulgarians. Bulgarians. So I think I'll try to stream for another 2 hours or so. That'll put me at around 8 hours. That'll be some good practice for my stamina for the front page stream on next Monday. Let's see, today's Tuesday, so I still have some time to prep, but it's coming up rather quickly on me. Front page on stream? Yes. On Twitch, yes. I have no idea how many viewers we'll get, but it would be nice to have some good viewership that day. I'll have some sub goals and whatnot. Don't know if we'll meet them, but they will be there. Yeah. They've made it so that there's a form you fill out nowadays. And if you do it on like a Monday, then you're more likely to get it than if you do it for a weekend. So I just did for a middle of the month Monday. And it was pretty simple. Alright, so we will have Hera as the blue Bulgarians to the southwest, and MBL as the red Bulgarians to the northeast. That costs? No, it doesn't. You just gotta, it's completely free. It's just, if you're a partner, there's a thing you fill out. So, opening with a range is Hera, no infantry. We have a spear opening from MBL, and going for a range himself. So 1 spear as he lures in a boar, same map as last time, a Rampart. Is one of these players favoriting a Rampart? They're getting it. Only 1 music. Reveals on berries. We will have fletching on the way for Hera. Some lovely, lovely fletching for him. And boar eating the villager. The TC takes down the boar. Cuts from the overlay to the overview to the cast? What do you mean? Like the scene transition? There should be a fade. Is it on cut? No, it's on fade 300 ms. I was thinking of doing a transition thing. I would need an idea for a transition. Yeah, that's on the ideas page. I could increase the duration of the fade, but that probably just makes it look silly if it's too slow. Yeah, fade 300 ms, that's the default. So there we go. Scale, Barding Armor on the way for MBL. And Bloodlines for Hera. And if it didn't do that, that's some weird thing where OBS isn't doing it for some reason. Which I've noticed sometimes. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's just having trouble with capture rage. Which wouldn't surprise me. More archers come forward, more scouts come forward. And Hera does have a bigger army at the moment. MBL trying to take the hill though. Hera microing the scouts away from the spears. Archers killing some of the scouts. Scouts going down. Archers killing scouts, going forward. And archers going down. Everything going down there from the archers. And now Hera pushing in. This might be a quicker game than last time. This is Hera taking a good army lead, 13-4. With all those scouts getting in on MBL's gold. Can MBL get away from this? Why do we have so many mirrors? Because of MBL. Because MBL is queuing mirror games every game. Force picking mirror. Oh, Hera's like, oh no, there is a hole. And the Vills are like, we want to plug this up, but then Nilly's like, oh no, you can't. So Hera's scouts are there. They're ready to kill some Vills. He's got some archers over, and MBL will call the GG. That will be a quick one, 7 minutes. Not the quickest game we've had today, but very quick. Oof. Oh, man, Empire Wars. What is this? 21-6 KD for Hera? I get to that point in the game, and I feel like I don't even cast anything. Rampart fast games? I mean, every Empire Wars map can have a very fast game like that. Not necessarily a Rampart. The specialty. Alright, I'm just gonna load Capture Age. Wait, we're gonna see the transitions. How long is this? Should have a fade in there. At least there's something of a transition. But that is, as I said, on the to-do list of stuff I want to update. Hart, MBL, Burmese Mirror. Is Hera still queuing? I think we'll wait and do another Hera game. We're not gonna go cast that mirror matchup. Spread the love around and cast some more players. Like I said, I don't want to load into a game that's 20 minutes in on Empire Wars, because then we miss like the whole game. Got Stone Please and Wide playing. I wonder who Hera's gonna get if he queues right now. Oh, he got Yo. Nice. Hera Yo. I knew wait, and we get something better than a Burmese mirror. Alright, and hello, Bear Beats Meat. How are you doing? Your Python script is making PNG like mad now? Nice. I wrote a Python script because I wanted to use the unique units on my Capture Age UI. So I wrote a Python script last night and I got all the unique units and all the colors. I'm not entirely sold on the colors that I picked for the UI. I looked into the game UI files and used what that used, but it seemed a bit off to me. So I'll have to keep hunting around a bit. No one made Ewok puns yet. No. Not that I'm aware of. Not playing Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds right now. Zemi said for the tech tree, he just winged it. And I was like, well, it's appropriate for Red Bull. Oh, Blackwing, go MBL. How's he doing on the leaderboard? Oh, and thank you, Slavic Potato, for the follow. MBL is top 3 right now. Okay. Hera, Yo, MBL, ACC. I really haven't casted much Yo somehow, despite the fact he's played 105 games. So we'll cast Yo. Maybe, I mean, Yo definitely has a good shot at the top 4. Part of me is thinking it'll be Hera, Liry, Yo, MBL. Hurry, there we go, transition. Only now I noticed the HP bar of the ship in the background. Yep, Red Bull did that. It's one of the Red Bull images they use for their website/handbook. If you see the full image, not just the part for the screen, there are a couple HP bars. There's one behind the chat, if you notice, there's an HP bar over a monk. There are some other crowds in some part of the crowd on the side. If you look underneath the ship, you'll see there's a selection circle around it too. They seem very repetitive, I think. I mean, Vulpine, is this map going to do anything different than Rampart, really? We have all the foxes out here, and looks like Hera will be continuing to do a house. I mean, a tower out by the foxes and leave his vills there. Yo, just leaving the vills. All right, let me go and just put Yo on the scoreboard. We want some flags too. Let's do some flags. Yo is from China. Hera is from Canada. I almost put the Argentinian flag for Hera. All right, there we go. Huns, Byzantines. Some classic AOC. On a water map, depends on the water map, I guess, which I'd favor. Usually Byzantines for the small pond hybrids, but interesting. If it goes late game, I don't know what Huns do against Byzantine camels really. Like camel cataphract sounds really good, but that's expensive. And also Empire Wars, you might not get there. I mean, there's a little bit of a difference, right, in how the map is laid out. I don't know if there's any difference at all in the civ selection you go for or the meta for the map. Has this map ever gone to Imp? Yeah, we've seen an Imp game on this map before. We've not seen someone take the trade workshop. Lewis Viper went to Imp on this map earlier. No one has taken the workshop. No, no one has. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't this is supposed to be like the Tower of London? Isn't this like in the middle of a city, even in the Middle Ages? Like, what is this building doing in the middle of a forest? It's this chopped forest nothing it's in. No, this is a resource trickle from what I've told. 1 per second, food, wood, and gold. Although we don't know that for sure because no one's taken it. I've not confirmed that. What is the building I'm thinking of then? I'm pretty sure it's the tower. Let me Google some images. Is that not what it's supposed to be? Like the 4 bits on the side? I think that's exactly what it's supposed to be, the Tower of London. Does it have like a little circle on the side? Maybe not. That's what I thought it was supposed to be. Anyway, I thought there was more by a river and not in the middle of nowhere. That is totally what it's supposed to be when I'm looking at images now. Oh, yeah. That's 100% what it's supposed to be. It's a proper castle. Why doesn't it give stone? Free stone is pretty strong, more so than free other resources, because usually stone is limited, and it means infinite castles. And infinite castles or infinite towers. And when you're not limited by population space and you have infinite towers, you blanket the map in them, and it becomes crazy. So that's why it doesn't give stone. Castle Age on the way. There's no population requirement for it like there is for Fetoria's. So it does incentivize fighting for it. Maybe it does need stone, because people have been ignoring it. So Skirms and Spears getting in on the vills on the gold. Skirms will have to pull back a bit though. Archers for Hera camping the TC. Yo, 2 minutes slower than Hera up to the Castle Age. Bloodlines on the way for Hera. Cute little fox on the rock patch. Why is there one tile of rock out here? That feels weird. That's, oh my gosh, that's a map scripting thing. That is a map scripting thing. I know exactly what that is. Oh god. One tile of rock. Oh no. Time limit free stone might not have time to become problematic. It might not. That's true. That's true. Maybe it would be a better incentive. That's usually why you don't do free stone though, because it's amazing. If you've ever taken AoE 2 and thought, oh wow, they added infinite resources as a setting, let's check it out, you very quickly realize it is a bad idea because it becomes towers everywhere. I've done that and it was scary. Yo, has to be careful with this micro here. Skirm Spear against Scout Archer. Trying to take out Hera's gold, but Hera's gotten the second TC up already. Yo, still getting up to the castle age. Scorpion. Scorpion out for Hera. 2026, and of course we get to see a Scorpion still. We're very 2025, but continuing the trend into 2026. Yeah, pushing structures long term does become a problem, yes. Okay, Yo losing his spears, but Elite Skirm Bodkin on the way. No armor on the knight, so upgrades come in and he can maybe fight the knight. Oh, they costed wood and gold, really? At first? I don't remember that, but I do remember they had a stronger stone trickle at one point. I just remember that Austria-UK Nations Cup game with the Vittoria play on the island. And then that 4-hour game. That was something else. So more skirms for Yo. A camel coming forward for him too. And he hasn't actually found the vills that are on the outside. Hera with that mill and tower out there doing horse collar. And now town watch. We'll have husbandry and scale barding armor on the way for Yo. And then a town center coming up for Hera. Still, yes, still casting, yes. So double stables for camels from Yo as the Byzantines, getting some Byzantine camels out. And camels, I think that cheap will be a problem for the Huns. Hera trying to boom, but Yo will get a third TC. Being castle first, Hera got a bit of a Vill lead. But Yo will get another TC up. Play games with 1500 stone price. Now imagine Portuguese having 9 Victorias and sling that stone to say Turks. I got it. I got it, Mundo Bear. What you do, you go Portuguese for the free stone, you go Gajurs for the mill, and Tatars. And you sling the stone and the free wood to the Tatars for TCs so that you can keep getting more and more sheep to put into the Gajur mills. And you get infinite sheep mills. That is how you boom late game. I should have done that back when it was linear before they made it logarithmic. Well, I don't think Vittorias are problematic because of the gold. It's more stone and wood that's the problem. The real situation I see Vittorias useful are Black Forest flank or fast imp situations. Where you don't have much eco, but the Vittorias suddenly give you a huge eco boost. Yeah, it is logarithmic and it is too slow. But think about that. It's a 3x3 mill, 10 sheep per tile. So that'll be, what? 3 by 6, so 9 times 10, 90 tiles. And you get 100 sheep. You can get a pretty good density of sheep. Food and gold generating Vittorias would be tolerable. Maybe just a food generating Vittoria. But then I guess you're just fighting for farms, and it gets less interesting because it's strictly what's better, a farmer or a Victoria. Well, I guess maybe you could make the farms more population efficient, but then they need to be replenished all the time. I don't know. Anyway, 4th TC for Hera, 4th TC for Yo. Hera's still slightly ahead in Vils and in Eco, but Byzantines will make up for that when they have their cheaper imp. And as long as Yo can keep contact, it's going to be Byzantines Huns late game, which I think should heavily favor the Byzantines. The Huns so cav-focused, Byzantines have camels, and should they try to go for siege, Byzantines have bombard cannon, and should they try to go for cav archers, Byzantines have great skirms, and even the camels will be good there. So scores are close, but based on the civs, I think Yo still has an advantage, despite being down in Vils and Eco. And he even keeps that mangonel alive. Now Hera will have to react to this pressure again. Tori's on an insta-win on a water map? Not necessarily. Oh, that's right. No, duh. Mill is 2x2. Farm's 3x3. Thinking of the wrong thing. Thinking of the Folvark. Mill is 2x2. Even better. Even better. So that's 40 tiles for 100 sheep. Oh, that's crazy. Tori's on an insta-win if you run out of wood. And Mangonel goes down. But if you want to play islands to stall and make it a wood game, you can have a certain playstyle for doing that. Maybe food and gold could be a thing. Because gold doesn't really matter as far as team games are concerned in the long run because you have trade anyway. And trade will always be better than Victorias. Just Victorias are better than trade and buying. At some point in team games, sometimes monks become the best unit because they only cost gold. So here come more camels over. Hera trying to raid with cav archers, but runs into a spear, takes a poke as the camels from behind will chase them away. And Hera will look to throw up a castle, but throwing it up under 2 mangonels. The Scorpion's taking some damage. Scorpion's going down. Will Hera lose more Vils here? Only 1 mangonel left. Yo will do what he can to kill some Vils, but the castle goes up. Rather like the Hun castle, I think it's nice, but we have Imp on the way for the Byzantines. Cheap Byzantine Imperial Age for Yo. He's getting pushed back, but it's still only 14 to 12 military. And the Byzantines, with their cheap counter units, can get military added in a hurry. As it's now Imp, as Hera defends with a castle, and ballistics on the way for Yo. A few more archery ranges coming up for Yo at the front. And the camels will start running around as the mangonel forces another mangonel away. Villager keeps going for the houses. That's an outpost up. Mangonel there has a relic in it. Ballistics, chain barding armor, and Imperial Age on the way. Hope he played his Attila 3. I don't think Yo will start slinging gold to Hera this game. Looking at the relics, too, it's 4-1 relics in favor of Yo. And despite the score, I still think Yo has a good lead here. And I love his position. Oh, Hera did manage to get a 5th TC. That's how he's so far ahead in Vils. Clandestine 5th TC down in the south. But Yo will go forward for a castle. Hera with a converted camel might see it. That was a risky castle from Yo. I don't know if he wants to do that without his army. Hun longswords against cataphracts? I don't think even Hera would do Hun longswords against cataphracts. At least not without a siege tower. Alright, Hera going forward. He wants his own castle. Yo deletes a farm and does a counter castle, I think, and gets it up faster. He's got 24 Vils there. Sees the Vils coming forward, and where will he do his own castle? And we'll have a Byzantine castle on the hill, ready for a Treb war. Hun Trebs are more accurate at units and small targets. Doesn't matter against castles, though. 100% accuracy all the time because the missed shots still hit. What does it do? Gives you a trickle of resources. Wood, food, and gold. No stone, though. And I've never seen someone take it. And as the Huns, there's no way for Hera to Onager cut and take it, so I doubt he'll grab it unless he Treb cuts, which would be crazy. I'd love to see that. We need to go through maybe 3 or 4 trees. Oh, he's chopping! He's chopping a middle forest! Let's go! Okay. Maybe we have a chance now. Maybe we have a chance of seeing it. maybe, just maybe, we have a chance now. Chemistry on the way for Yo. Trebuchet on the way for Yo, too. Yes, Hera did win 2 games against MBL. He almost lost the game. I thought MBL was going to have it until, like, 3 seconds, and then Hera won. So, Cav Archers in the castle. Treb, though, behind the castle. Imp upgrades for the camels for Yo. Hera's still pushing. Yo spread out around the south, even mining some gold. Hera not aware of that. That would be a good picking for him. The Trebs are popping. And once that castle goes down, the camels have a lot of heavy Cav Archers to deal with. But we also have now 4 stable camel production. Hera trebbing a stable, thankfully for Yo, not the one that has the heavy camel upgrade. Would the university stay up without Byzantine's HP? And Yo will have his skirmishers, 18 skirms, ready to come back and help out against the Cav Archers. And I'm pretty sure this castle will go down. I don't see Hera winning the castle fight against the Byzantines. Yo still mining stone. Might need to send a few more vills to repair. Only 6 vills repairing won't quite be enough. Tons of siege engineers? I forget they don't. They don't have a good university. And Byzantine HP on this castle. Much cheaper for Yo to repair. And, well, the Byzantine University does go down. And more stables for Yo. Wants more camels. Oh, and he's spotted Hera's eco down here in the south with a bombard cannon. We'll go for the TC, and he'll do a castle to try to hit and permanently stop the farms, as Hera has to run his vills. Hera doing some small raids in the back, but Yo doing camels to clean them up. Now up to 4 trebuchets for Hera, still repairing his castle. Even if the castle goes down, though, no melee unit for Hera to run forward and snipe trebs. And Yo will send more vills to repair. Maybe a bit too late to repair, down to 100 HP, and the castle goes down. Only 3 trebs. Hera's castle low on HP. But can he fight this? Heavy camels and skirms from Yo. Hera's castle goes down. And all of a sudden, I think Yo can push this. Hera trying to spam light cav. Trying to get everywhere, but camel raids from Yo on the other side. And this is where the accurate trebs help. You can more accurately target the enemy trebs with the Hunnic trebs. But Yo will start to take them out with his camels. Great to have a melee unit. More camels from the back to defend the skirms. And the camels will now rush the Cav Archers. This is not where Cav Archers want to be, fighting heavy camels in melee range. Especially not with skirms behind them. And those Cav Archers are going down. Now more camels will not be killed if there are no Cav Archers to kill them. And these trebs can go down. Yo losing his trebs, but he still has another castle on the other side should he want more. Maybe he needs to repair. The camels will finish off Hera's trebs. Yo repairs in time to save 1 at least. That treb will go down, and now Yo taking the score lead, pushing Hera back. Byzantines scary. Cav Archers take out the camel. Overboomed up to 135 vills. And we'll be losing vills in the north as they go for wood and fox hunts. Yeah, would they hunt foxes still? There's so much gold on the foxes. 665. And it's gathered really quickly. I think players probably should still be taking foxes. Honestly, rather than mining the gold. I think they probably don't... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this. But they gather so quickly compared to gold, and you don't need the drop site. I think it is worth it to have maybe just 1 vill shift queued onto a bunch of foxes. Anyway, only Cav for Hera, so the camels become very effective, even in the presence of the Cav Archers. Just camel skirm for the Byzantines, nice and cheap for them. And Yo has a better KD anyway. Better KD as the Byzantines means you're feeling good about yourself. And now he's trying to get the Treb to a hill to deploy on that castle. We'll lose the Treb though. And the camels move around and start to come forward. They're still getting some kills on the camels, but also losing Cav Archers to the skirms. No need to drop off gold from the foxes, Grim. No need to drop off gold. Hera will call the GG. But now, maybe it's just you need to be watching Kai World for Hera to lose. He's lost another game that we've casted of him today. But also a very tough Civ matchup on this map, where despite being a super aggressive map, I think it's also hard to get early aggression because of the middle. Tough matchup for the Huns, I agree. And hello, Hazai. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. You skirm camel forever. Yo is on fire today? Oh, look at the standings. Where is Yo? Yo is number 2 on the leaderboard, actually with a higher current rating than Hera has right now. On his way towards catching Hera, maybe. Hera got to 1702. And I'm sure Yo will continue to grind. And we got Hera Yo again on Volpine. Let's see, Andy's got a Burgundian's Mirror against Lucho. Going again. Alright, so we will have Yo as the blue Aztecs to the west, and Hera as the red Romans to the east. Now the Civ matchup on the same map has flipped around a bit. I usually do like Romans against Aztecs. I think this is actually a really tough matchup for the Aztecs. Maybe they can get to Jaguar Warrior Monk Siege on it during the late game, but even then, Romans have Cav for mobility and raiding. Hera again, let me flip the colors over again. We'll keep Yo in the red and Hera in the blue. Castle Age? I don't think so. I think Romans just go Scorpions. They have good knights too. Aztecs maybe getting to Monk or Jaguar Warrior could get interesting in the Castle Age. Roman intro song is a banger. Long swords are not good versus monk. Are they? I mean, I have gone long swords against monk rushes before, and it actually has worked because they're cheap and you make a lot of them, and who cares if they get converted? And they combo with the ultimate hard counter to the monk these days, the siege tower. Let's keep the chat into languages we at least can read, please. Yeah, Siege Tower is cheating. Ever since they made it so that monks with redemption no longer convert them to range, Siege Tower is the ultimate hard counter to monks. And put some long swords in them for speedy siege towers. Oh boy, you're killing the Aztecs. Maybe we get to see siege tower Jaguar Warriors from Yo. That would be crazy. How much on the way? I haven't seen Teutons played on the Empire Wars ladder yet. I've not seen the Siege Tower Teutonic Knights. There's a market from Yo, but a market right where the men-at-arms from Hera are coming over. Yo was very quickly going to go to the Castle Age, but Hera will do the same. So, quick, fast castle on this map from both of them. Hera will be just a bit faster, and I imagine this has to be into Scorpions for him against the Aztecs. It's mind-blowing that it isn't patched out. There are a lot of things that are mind-blowing that they haven't patched, honestly. It is definitely slow-moving, to be sure. There are reasons we do tournament maps on mods instead of using the in-game maps, because bugs do not get fixed there. I always want the turnaround time of being able to fix bugs in a timely manner. That's very important. So, scale mill armor and castle age on the way for Yo. So, bloodlines and castle age for Hera. And we'll have a barracks on the way, so it'll be double barracks, looking like it'll be an eagle play for Yo. Armor, double barracks, everything pointing towards eagles. And maybe Hera then would go long swords against that. No, he's doing bloodlines. He's doing bloodlines and double stable, so it will be double stable knights for the Romans. As you might expect. So double barracks, we'll see what Yo goes for. He's very well walled. Maybe he could add TCs and try to boom. Kind of a cramped eco for that. TC here on the chickens might give him a good amount of food. I don't think it's too much though. Is that another 450 food? And 9 vills worth of food there. And forward workshop from Hera. So stables at home, workshop forward. And it will be going aggressively for the siege to deal with potential eagles. Yeah, that's true. Some of the maps are very weird on the spawns. We saw a map earlier where a player had a lumber camp on a straggler and didn't have any vills. So it definitely can be problematic to say the least. So archers going for the knights. Bill goes down. Have squires, eagle warrior, and forging on the way. That's quite a few eagles, but they want their upgrades before fighting. Knights already have bloodlines and both feudal upgrades. And scorpions, full scorpion from Hera. Alright, it's scorpion time. Now, Yo still with the vills out on the foxes. Yo can try to take a lumber camp. Doesn't want to reveal the vills to Hera though. But yeah, Roman eco is really good. Not to be underestimated. Yo must have had an eagle trapped by the house. Will be adding in his third barracks now. And scorpions weirdly effective against eagles. This is always an it depends thing. Monk will heal the eagles a bit. Scorpions will keep Yo off of his farms. Eagles popping out of the barracks. Monks go for conversions. As the eagles come forward, the knights are slowed down by the scorpions. That might let the monks convert them. Okay, eagles picking the scorpions. Redemption for Yo, sanctity on the way. Redemption to convert the workshop could actually apply quite a bit of pressure to Hera. Monks need to get conversions. They need to be targeted ASAP, and Yo does it. He does it well. Eagles protecting the monks. 1 conversion, 2 conversions on the knights. 2 conversions on the knights. Scorpion comes forward, but the knight goes to pick it off. Monks getting some healing in on the eagles. Looks like the knights will go down. The monks need to make a break for the TC. The TC kills the knight. 1 monk goes down, and more knights keep pouring in for Hera, but that was right away a good fight for Yo, clearing some siege. And one thing about the Aztecs, they always get a good military number count with their production bonus. 4 barracks eagles now for Yo, taking lots of gold in the back, and so far so good for his defense. Monk best defensive unit, monk best unit, period. Right at that, I didn't even put the monk above the skirmisher. And thank you also, Demin, for the follow a minute ago. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Spectator dashboard, the ranking is ordered by highest elo. Why is it like that? Yes, highest achieved is the criteria, yes. So Yo will be walling up in the back, getting a second layer to keep the knights out. Monks have been nerfed so much, it makes me sad. I miss having good monks. That was the fun part of Age of Empires, the monks. So Scorpion goes down. Eagles come forward. Monks go for conversions of the light cav. Still do need some redemption. Redemption for the monks so they can convert the workshop. Monk worshiping versus devotion is pretty sad, yes. And Yo picking up his first relic. Remember, the Aztecs get bonus relic income. And HP per monk tech they do, +5 per tech. Will Hera be able to do this? That is a lot of eagles, but I worry 4 or 5 scorpions pop out, and all of a sudden that's a lot of pass-through damage. Yo trying to grab another relic. Move it a bit closer to the monastery, but losing that monk too. Maybe going for the relic isn't worth the sacrifice to that many monks right now. Yeah, Hera's army still has more HP than the eagles in this fight. Eagles running around. Scorpions go forward. Haven't seen a single game yet where it's used. I have not either. It probably should be thinner, or at least have like a circle of terrain. I don't know if you can build a lumber camp on it even. Now the eagles can't really fight. Maybe Yo could get a mangonel. And I think there are just too many scorpions. Eagles, it's a weird thing. Eagles, in some situations, they're mobile enough they can pick off scorpions, but they also die to them pretty well. I'm still not sure what to think of the matchup. And enough light cav there that Hera should be able to dive the mangonel. Unless he doesn't see it and he takes a big mangonel shot to the scorpions. Yo gets 4 scorpions in 1 mangonel shot. And almost gets 2 more. They just managed to get away. Well, that turns things right around. And now Hera doesn't quite have the scorpion numbers to fight the eagles. He might have the knight numbers, though. He has a lot of knights. And I don't think Yo can sacrifice eagles to dive there. He has to get back. And, ooh, Monk swaps and gets an insta on a knight. Oh, that mangonel shot changed everything. And can he get another one? Can he get another one? He can get another scorpion. He can get another scorpion. He can get almost another scorpion. At the same time, he doesn't want to fight with the eagles right now. Hera has more military even than the eagle player. Yo, wait, Yo has a second TC. How does Yo have a TC out there? Has Hera seen that? Hera has not seen that. That is a clandestine TC. But the second TC economy versus Hera 1 TC all in has given Hera a nice military lead. And he's going to clean the eagles here. And with the eagles going down, I think that might be the game. Now it's 23-0 military. And everything Yo has is going to die. Don't care GG. What? What is this referring to? Is there some drama? What's the drama? All right. Some drama there I don't know about. I don't know what that is. You bribed Yo, you didn't want to play? What is going on there? We're gonna have another Volpine, Yo versus Hera. I also want to cast Gabby Stark, that's going on, but there's some drama here. Suddenly a third game. Let me see. All right. All good then. I've just noticed something. If I use Chrome and I go to the Twitch AoE2 category, does it tell me? It tells me how long people have been streaming for. It doesn't tell me that on Firefox. Interesting. Anyway, one moment as I just tab around. We'll swap these colors again. Yo in the red, Hera in the blue. Alright. There we are. So we'll have Yo as the red Huns, Hera as the blue Vikings. Huns versus Vikings. So Vikings free wheelbarrow and handcart, and scary arbalest play in the late game. That can sometimes be difficult for the Huns to deal with because they lack their final armor upgrade for their archer line. But Tarkins certainly are an option for them. Even if you can't afford Paladin in the 1v1, you can probably go for Elite Tarkin. You know, the forward stable there for Yo. Lots of flowery bits around the TC. Scouting Bill. Ooh, Hera might lose some scout HP to Vills there. I don't really like attacking Vills like that. So range first, then stable for Yo. Archers and scouts. Hera going straight for the range. All the houses in the back. Yo doesn't have houses, tons. What is the reason highest elo is the criteria? Because they don't want to incentivize people to stop playing because they want to guard their current elo. I want to make sure people keep playing on the ladder, or that you're not just avoiding queuing up because you want to keep your elo where it is. They want to make sure even if you lose, there isn't a consequence to it, so you can keep playing. Yeah, I'm still personally not the biggest fan of the ladder qualifier, but it seems to be at least encouraging people to play. MBL do that on an earlier version? No, it was the same system last time. And no, MBL was basically, there was like MBL and maybe one or two other players who were a possibility of being in the 4th slot. At which point you're guarding your highest elo if you're at your highest elo, and you don't want to gift elo to someone else. So yeah, as all that was like, well, Hera and Liry I think were just not around for the final 2 days. They got high enough that they were all basically guaranteed to be there. So it was like Yo, MBL, and then 2 other people fighting for spots. Oh, and Sadish, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, at the front, Yo with scouts and archers, Hera defending with spears, skirms, and archers. Bit of a mixture AI-like army for him. He'll look to wall up all the way around the back and be fully walled. Yo with the scouts will hoover around, but he'll have to pull back. I just wish they wouldn't use Empire Wars. I agree 100%. Yeah, with minimal admin. That's true, too. I mean, to be fair, lots of stuff has been broken. It's more just they're not really adminning the broken stuff. Right, like we saw like that lumber camp missing earlier, where the player was down 4 fills. Yeah. But I do think highest, personally, is the better option than current. I'm not 100% sold on the health of the ladder system, where it encourages players to play and play and play and play as much as possible. So from that perspective, I don't think it's the best system. But I think in terms of getting a seating, it's fine. Maybe if there were, in the last day or so, some type of limits on the number of games that could be played, that could probably be cheesed itself too, though. Well, I mean, it's also the Empire Wars ladder. It's not like it's the RM ladder. So Yo will lose his archers, but doesn't want to take the fight with the scouts. He'll save them for later. Doing forging up to the castle age, so he'll be able to do light cav. And Hera's army is slow. Skirms, spears, and Yo managed to pull it all the way to the corner. Now he can come forward and try to raid Hera, at least force some quick walls up with his cav that are more mobile. Hera at least is a civ that has houses and will not have a hole in his wall. Say 128 or 256 spots or something like that. Yeah, I think so. And maybe just to determine seeding there, maybe have some prize money for different positions on the ladder. But have it be maybe a larger pool of players. They'd probably get more active then too, even if it were a larger pool of players. Like top 128 or top 256, because then more players would be interested. So second TC coming up for both players. Both up to the Castle Age. Crossbow Bodkin for Hera as the Vikings. And we will have a Monastery double stable for Yo as the Huns. And still that situation, Vikings do not have pikemen. Tarkans, I think, are an interesting late game unit against the ranged units because they have that extra pierce armor. Great title test. Hello, BB. Have a chat. BB made the cyan bits and helped me adjust the overlay. I still have more stuff I need to add. I haven't had time to do that. Give her some flowers in the chat. Look how nice it looks. Look at. See, return stuff off. And then, oh, look, it's boring. It's gray. Who likes gray? No one plays player 7. And then, oh, player 5 is the best color. Mangonels are closer than they appear, too. That's true. That's very true. Viper and Tato are surprisingly low. Viper has been struggling on the ladder. We've casted him. I think he's probably still in a bit of an experimental phase in terms of the strategies he's doing. But then, so is Hera. So we have Bowsaw on the way for Hera. And scouts coming over, spear hoovering around. And another TC going up between the stone and the wood line. Crossbow's coming over. Yo has to run his vills. Yo hasn't lost any vills yet. He has to run. We'll be going over towards the foxes. And the black bear will be munching on a vill, but the scouts come over. It gives res. I think Empire Wars is good settings for Viper. At this stage in his career, probably not. But who knows if he puts his mind to it. I think, as I was saying earlier, I think KOTD was great for him. As Hera will have his army in the corner, Yo looking for it. Hasn't found it. He knows it's got to be there. Hera trying to run as much as he can, but that's also giving Yo time to get +2 armor. Hera trying to sneak away. Yo's gonna find him. Yo sees him now. The bear sees him. And Yo, he's gonna find a little nook in the woodline to hide in. Oh, Hera, he found the one tile he could go to. Ladder qualifier is not good for him. It requires a lot of grinding, and I don't think Viper is in that state of mind now. Yeah, well, the thing is, I think KOTD was great because it was a map where there was a wide variety of different settings, and you could phosphoro, you could do different types of feudal builds with the drushes, or men-at-arms, or scouts, or straight archers, or skirms, and you do all different types of things, or forwards even. Empire Wars is basically, you open scouts, archers, skirms, maybe occasionally men-at-arms, but you're doing basically the same thing every single game. Maybe there's a hybrid map, where you go fire galleys too. But I feel like there's, even if it wasn't civ picking, there'd still be much less variety in what you can do, even with all the different maps. They feel kind of samey to me. And I feel like that is the type of thing where you go from an environment where Viper was thriving to something that he's not good at, right? Or not that he's not good at it, but not as well suited to it as some other players are. And it makes it much tougher for him. You can't phosphoro on this the way he did. Yeah, the KOTD Arabia was much, much better than the DE Arabia. I think that really made the games more exciting. So Bosaw on the way for Yo. Score still really close. Again, Hera with a Vil lead, an absolutely huge Vil lead because of the free wheelbarrow and handcart that he has. And Crossbows here picking off some Vils on the side. Crossbows can keep coming forward. They'll idle some Vils. No cover for these Vils out here. Huns with no walls can be very exposed, and that's what Yo will find out here. He hasn't noticed the crossbows. No ballistics, but the Vils aren't running. You don't need ballistics. Finally, he notices, but the crossbows are in front of the Vils. Vils will go down, all of them. The Knights will come and clean the crossbows, though, but Hera has 37 military. He has some to spare. Irony of Empire Wars, skipping the boring opening ended up being the boring opening. Exactly. I think that's the right way to say it. Exactly. That's my thoughts. Because you play the standard opening every game. And Monk's now here for Hera, trying to get conversions. Ooh, Mangonelled down. Mangonelled down. We'll have more monks being Mangonelled. No sanctity for the Vikings, remember. No HP bonus for them. So Mangonels will kill them in one shot. Forcing Yo back, Yo takes the score lead. That was a big raid he took, 11 Vil deaths for him. He's pushing, and QPZ Wingen? Is that supposed to be penguin somehow with letters mixed around? Thank you very much for the follow. Zwingen equal to force. Oh, wait. QP Zwingen. Okay. Oh, I was thinking English words there. And will Yo take the fight? Oh, that is a great gate from Hera. Yo still got around the back of the crossbows, though. What is this fight? I don't even know what that fight is. Yo trying to run around and he can't get there. Oh, great gate. And castle going up for Hera. And now Hera walks through the other side of the wall. And Yo, eventually he'll clean up those crossbows, but he's gonna take some castle fire in the process. There he goes. Yo did everything he could to try to patrol in and fight that army, but just couldn't do it. And then we'll have Imperial Age on the way for Hera. Where is his Imp TC? The Imp TC is here in the back. TC in the back. Yo still with the score lead. He's up to Imp, just looking now, 90 seconds or so behind Hera. And Hera now 4 TCs, booming on the side. Yo with 4 TCs. Still down by 10 Vils and doesn't have handcart. Which Civ in Imp? As I was saying, I think Tarkans are really interesting for the Huns. I don't know if Yo will go for them. Huns can struggle without that final armor, especially if they have to get into a skirm situation. I kind of want to say I like the Huns a tiny bit more. I'm really not sure, though, in the current meta. Marathon streaming. Hello, Garlic Witch. Yes, I'm planning on going at least 8 hours today, so we have at least another hour and a half or so of streaming. Wanted to do a big one today, and then tomorrow I'll do some more off-stream work to prepare for next Monday on the front page stream. And then we'll do more streaming the rest of the week. What is the gimmick of this map? The gimmick is that you have this Tower of London building in the middle that gives you wood, food, and gold if you capture it, but I have not seen it taken yet. No one has taken it. Everyone's ignored it. So Yo on his way up to Imp. Hera, Bracer, and Chemistry on the way. Squires 2. Vikings have Arbs and Infantry, not the best cav. Not really a Hera late game save. You think of Hera with the late game scout line raiding units. Vikings in their tech tree do not have Hussar. They do not have the final armor upgrade. They do not have Bloodlines. They don't even have Husbandry. They have really bad light cav. And here's Hera again with Gates trying to save his archers. Might have even trapped them a bit. Yo needing to try to dive on top of them to take the fight. It is so tricky to figure out how to fight archers these days. But then again, it's also hard for the archers to path properly too. Silver Crown is the castle unique tech for Hera for the Vikings. It's chieftains, infantry, extra attack against Cav, and they get gold if they kill Vils. So your pikeman raids, your berserk raids if they kill Vils will do well. Berserks here, pretty strong unit these days, but still not all that great. And just we have elite Tarkin. We have elite Tarkin for Yo. If you're asking Yo's Silver Crown, that is Dave. You research Marauders and you can train these Tarkins at your stables. Yeah, for Yo it is the Dave tech. So TC going down for Yo. And Hera will hope that Berserks do well against Tarkins. Probably if they're normal Berserk against Elite Tarkin, though, I might favor the Tarkins. And look at them with their torches. Oh, look at them go. Look at those torches burning. And attack bonus against buildings and an extra Pierce Armor. So 4 Pierce Armor base plus 2, and that'll be a total of 8 once the Imp upgrade comes in for their Pierce Armor. Very effective against the archer units. There's Arb for Hera. And also an attack bonus against buildings so they can take out the castles pretty well. Now, Hera going Berserks, that will be his best option against the Tarkins, I'd think. Some type of Berserk Pikeman combo. And I have no idea how that will go. Yo deciding, okay, I have my own castle. Let's just go raid while the Berserks are forward. Hera's army is grouped up there. And maybe get some raids in. Are 7 Tarkins enough to raid? Maybe Yo actually could spread out Tarkins around here and take a fight. Monk there wanting a conversion. Ooh, Yo was not devoted. Not devoted. Monk carrying the relic, drops the relic. Going for the TC, or Treb going for the TC. Here come the Tarkins, some Knights too, Tarkins and Knights together. Iron casting on the way for Hera. He doesn't have all of his upgrades yet. Here comes Yo taking the fight. And how will this fight go? Again, the Berserks do have the attack bonus against the Tarkins. And who is winning this fight? I'm not sure. It looks pretty close. Yo should have some reinforcements on the way. Hera's Arb numbers have been depleted, and I think Yo is winning it. The Berserks are gone now. Hunnic Monk trying for a conversion. Is Yo winning it? Well, as long as he kills the Berserks, Hera can't stop the Trebs. Okay, he can if he Trebs the Treb. That is a close Treb, but no repair bills for Hera on that castle. And I think Yo is slightly winning this with the Tarkins, slightly. Another volley, does that take the castle down? It does. Yo will try to repair a Treb, won't keep it alive. Treb's the other Treb. What is going on here? Elite Berserk on the way for Hera. Maybe the Huns don't have a great way of dealing with Berserks if they don't have Cav Archers. But, oh, if Yo could have kept that castle alive somehow or kept like a castle in this area, that would have been great. At least he Trebs out Hera. But now the Berserks are going to raid. As they raid, they'll get gold from killing Vils. Accuracy at that range. Yeah, and remember, the Hun Trebs have more accuracy against other Trebs. And it's a doubt TC from Yo. That's not going up. And Hera looking to control the map with a castle in the middle of nowhere. Yo with some random Tarkins here and there. But Yo can get some good raids. He's down to only 100 Vils himself. But the Tarkins can get some raids. And now Elite Berserk, they're pretty golden and scary at this point. Look a bit nastier to me here. And Yo with the Tarkins might try to go for the castle even. Has a Treb. Tarkins with an attack bonus against buildings can take out Trebs. Yo is losing his base as the Berserks raid. Somehow maybe Yo could go for heavy Cav Archer, or even just Cav Archer and defend somehow against this. Berserks do not have much armor at this point. But he needs some defense. And he can't keep throwing Tarkins at the Berserks, it would seem. It looks like this castle will go down. Thump, thump, thump. Hopefully the Tarkin thump is proper now. As the Vils were running from the Tarkins, so 30 Vil lead for Hera. Maybe that changes if the Tarkins raid more effectively than Berserks do. Hera going for more defensive castles to try to keep his vills alive. At the same time, Yo, what does Yo do to defend this? He doesn't have anything at home. Adding in the range, adding in cav archers. Maybe that's too late for cav archers. The scores are still very close, but Hera pulling ahead pretty far in vills. Lots of defensive castles for him, and that's the difference now. Yo does not have the castles at home to defend. And even though Hera doesn't have army at home, he's managing to defend. Quite the opposite of Yo. Yo with 3 relics, so 3-2, and 30 minutes into the game, no one taking the middle. And yeah, Hera with at least 3 TC Vil production to get his Vil numbers back. Same for Yo. Yo really needs those Vils. And Treb trying to hit the TC. Now, if there were some way Yo had another group of Tarkans over here at this point raiding as the TC was being hit, that'd be something. You take out the TC and all those Vils. Hera even doing murder holes to protect his castles from the Tarkans. And I wasn't sure how Tarkan versus Berserk would do. Seems like Elite Berserk is actually crazy good. Tarkans have so much more HP, but Berserk's more attack. Let's see, it's more base attack. 11 compared to 4, and then they get from Chieftains +5. So that's 19 + 4, 23 attack versus just 15. So even with less HP. Yeah, and Yo now lost 54 Vils to those raids, needs to replenish them. And our base, hello our base, yes, still going. Another castle from Yo, oh my gosh, this could be a doubt castle though. Here come the Berserks. And the Berserks right in on the villagers. Villagers will have to run to the TC. They can't even path there. Nilly, where are they going? There's a tree there. They can't make it. They are slaughtered. And the Tarkans are not in time to save them. Chemistry on the way. As Yo will try to add in now some cav archers. Does not have the heavy cav archer upgrade. I don't think he'll be able to afford it at this point. Hurt beat MBL. I think they were just playing. I think T90 casted that. Getting farmed. Remember, right now, Hera's #1, Yo is #2 on the highest rating on the ladder. So this will be a good win for Hera in terms of his elo game. Chemistry and then leather archer armor on the way for Yo. Trying desperately to get the units out, but we're not going to have them in time. 97 population to 187. And now, if there ever were a time for someone to chop to the middle and just show it off, it'd be Hera now. But Yo will call the GG. And Hera will take that game. Better KD even for Yo, but Hun units, Tarkin's more expensive there, and I think that shows off. Even with Dave, he didn't have the production he needed in the stables. GG. So we'll look at what's happening on the ladder then. That is Hera gaining 15 points from Yo and moving on up, not at his highest elo, but he's almost there. 7 points below it. Tarkin was misplay, they only to raid? Maybe going cav archers. And he's been playing. He's finally get an elo maybe where we get even games for himself. MPL Hart are playing again. Yo's win rate. Oh yeah, Yo, 69%. As our base points out. What a nice win rate. Okay, Rect, why do you keep typing that in the chat? Hera BRB for 5 minutes. Alright. We'll find someone else we can go cast. And let's see what we have going on. Let's see, we have... Oh, we have Slam! Slam Vivy! Let's go! Slam! Slam Jam. Let's see, capture it. Let's go. Slam is jamming. You get a Slam co- I don't think he can co-cast while he's playing. Let me just scoreboard this. This is Vivy. Vivy, there. So we'll have some walls coming up for Slam. Slam playing a lot of games? Okay. I know Slam doesn't really like playing 1v1s, but it's nice to see him jamming. He's defending with some archers now against Vivy. Spanish versus Vietnamese. Conquistador has become interesting here. And it is stone front. That means there should be a lot of stone for conquistadors. I would hope, at least. This Lamborghini. Oh, that's like the upgrade to the Cobra car. No special buildings on this map. No. Just on Thames and what was that? Vulpine? That previous map? I know everyone loves Slam, right? Hello, Dave's who. Oh, and Hengehold, right? There's Stonehenge there, yeah. Now that doesn't do anything. That's not a special building. That's just a building that's there. And no resource trickle or pop space from it. Oh my gosh, look at this. The chicken is part of the wall for Vivy. He can't place the wall there because of the dead chicken. Oh, just another reason chickens are so annoying when you can't build over them. You're supposed to build the wall through the living chickens for the funnels, not the dead ones. Anyway, both players up to the castle age. Slam on stone will be up first. He's going to do a castle and conquistadors, assuredly. He has some of those Spanish archers running around who cannot be turned into crossbows. Slam had better not overchop over here. Slam remembered his fletching that game. That's important for him. Oh, that's true. Nessie. Nessie is not a building. She is a mythical creature, but she's a fourth unique object for the thing. Yeah, it's like she's not a unit because you can't control her. She's on, I don't know, probably on the other tab of the scenario editor. She's there on Loch Ness. She's there on Loch Ness. That's true. She's on other? Okay. Here, 11's done some Nessie investigation into how often she appears. Apparently it's every 10 minutes and her animation plays for 10 seconds. But that seemed to be inconsistent with our observations, so maybe there's more investigation to do. The most beautiful creature? I don't know, I think the most beautiful creature might still be the Panda Rock. I think the Panda Rock might have Nessie beat. Also with the fact that they're real. And okay, there is Slam's castle. He's jamming it down right in front of that gold. We'll have a stone, a wood, and a forest, and a couple of trapped skirms. Oh, he didn't wall the skirms in. That's fine. The castle will get him anyway. Or one of them. No ballistics yet. But it's Conquistador time, and that means full-on skirms from Vivy. So once Slam notices the skirms, he will have to go for a mangonel or a workshop and some mangonels. And then I imagine the play for Slam is to get a second castle forward. Panda Rock is great. I added some Panda Rocks to TTL maps, so hope you all are looking forward to those. I should lose heavy cav archers, get Parthian tactics for their conks. I think it's nice for them to have heavy cav archer. I don't think conks need any more buffs. I think conks are OP enough. They even buffed the elite conk upgrade, so that's scary enough. It's supposed to be like 1030 bottom lake part and 20 plus top part. Okay. Added a lot of Nessies to the Christmas tree map in T90, never noticed them. I'm sure chat did. So there's ballistics and leather archer armor on the way for Vivy. And conks finding the skirms. Small groups of skirms, yeah, they'll do damage to conks. Might even be cost efficient. Ooh, Slam tried to micro away, but died there. How did he miss that? Conks very inaccurate. Ooh, skirms almost winning this fight. That was okay. That was a good fight for the skirms to kill two conks. I'll take that every day. So there's the mangonel. Cav archers now from Vivy. Cav archer is one of the better units, I think, against conquistadors, but gets tricky with the mangonels added in. Tricky with the siege. Maybe some scorpions could go too. They buffed elite conk just a question of time until they buff elite mangonai. No, they were of the opinion that elite conks weren't seen often enough, so they gave them a. I don't even know what it was. It was like a reduction in their upgrade time. Something else too, I think, but it scared me. It scared me. I think the Janissary and Conquistadors always had a very nice design in that they were really strong in the Castle Age as the super early gunpowder unit, but then fell off in Imp as other technologies caught up to the gunpowder and weren't quite as strong as they were in the Castle Age. So not that design is ruined, but I don't like how they kind of change that. Okay, kind of, it buffs the conks the same way giving Spanish crossbow would buff their archers. And skirms going down, but that's a lot of cav archers. This mangonel doing some work on the skirms. And who wins this fight? The skirms are dying still. And Slam with the mangonel will lose the mangonel, and this is probably a good fight for Vivy, all things considered. Up by 10 vills with 3 TCs, has that extra TC added in. Slam grabbing relics. Going on both sides to grab relics. Looks like he is denying the monastery from Vivy, so hold on, Slam is pretty close to getting 6 relics. Cav archers would need to snipe off a monk now, but if Slam has one conquistador run to the corner of the map, and he gets a monk here quickly, he might grab all of them. If the cav archers are chasing the conch, which they are, Vivy, actually needed to head here for the monk. This doesn't see the monastery there. One skirm in the south. I think one monk could probably convert that. Slam has outpost, so he sees it. And Slam all of a sudden now has 6 relics. That'll help make up the relic difference. It's around 6 vills on gold. I mean, make up the vill difference, but still 15 vills of a lead for Vivy. And that is feeling rough for a player against a player who only has 2 conquistadors now. And cav archers that are out and ready to hoover. But Slam should get that relic. Is relic victory? No, it is not. No relic victory. There is a score victory at just about 75 minutes, though. And the relic is in. The relic is in the monastery. Cav archers will pick the vill. What? The house goes up. Probably not going to be able to destroy a monastery with cav archers, though. But you can with the siege workshop, and that is exactly what Vivy's doing in the south. And only 5 relics. I'm sorry, 5 relics are equivalent to about 6 vills on gold. 6 relics definitely better than that. And workshop going up. Okay, so Slam doing exactly what I thought. Conquistadors mangonels into another forward castle, but lost a couple of fights there. Nice defense from Vivy being able to hold. And oh my gosh, look at the conch nillying on the back of that mangonel. And woo, the castle will go right here. Nice, nice, nice from Slam doing that forward castle. Doing the forward castle right on Vivy's face. Five conks and 3 mangonels. If the castle goes up, this becomes really tricky for Vivy to take a fight because he doesn't want to send CA into a castle. Mangonel's going forward. I'm giving the mangonel a little push. Mangonel's going for the TC. The anti-ACCM. Not going to have a 4-hour lane game. Where are those 18 CA? Oh, look at that. They're in Slam's base. Good question. Oh, and the Ram going for the monastery in the south. That'll eject 2 relics. Scorpion defense from Slam. Scorpion versus CA. A trip back to 2015, if I ever saw one. No ballistics for the Scorpions. And Slam actually about to run out of gold in his base. So he'll have to go to one of the stone sections anyway. Another workshop there for Vivy. Okay, this is weird. If Slam takes this TC down, he is now an open path towards that castle aside from 1 low HP knight. Ooh, I don't think he sees the castle going up though. He doesn't. Okay, how will the mangonels do against the cav archers? How will this go? Slam getting a couple of nice attack rounds. Trying to split the attack rounds up. Those are some brave vills out there. Some CA diving the castle. Conquistadors out. If you're going to try to imp. Hello, Zoo Tables. Thank you for the follow. We are also, chat, we're very close to 15k followers. We're at 14,326, so I appreciate the follows. No idea how many followers we'll get on the front page stream. Maybe we hit 15K there. Maybe we don't. No idea. Yeah, that's an over the head and nilly thing. Thumb ring on the way for Vivy. Great moment for the hot tub stream. For the little cosplay hot tub stream. Still no bloodlines. That's true. Still no bloodlines for the conks. That hurts. With all of it. And no husbandry. When you're fighting cav archers, that hurts. And Slam went from 5 relics, and he's going to be down to 0. Oh, poor Slam. No relics. I mean, Slam himself, he is a relic. But no more relics in his monasteries. All ejected, and he must be feeling pretty dejected right about now. Back page. That's true. There should be a back page of Twitch, too. It looks like it is over. I do think it is over. That was a great forward castle from Slam. Imagine, though, if Slam could get one more forward castle. He's at 7 on stones still. Got a couple of mangonel shots in. What does he need? 2 mangonels, and with those conks, he could get a castle like right here? Right here? Maybe try to run Vivy out of gold. Less than 2k gold left. Herbal medicine. Herbal medicine, great for healing cav archers. Probably the most classic use you'd ever see of herbal medicine for cav archers in deathmatch. And now 'tis Vivy who shall have the relics. But Slam, he's a smart man. He could bring the conks and snipe the monk. Knew Vivy was going for the relics and did not want to let him do it. Still has that outpost there to see it. And now he's thinking exactly what I was thinking. More stone, more trebs. Thank you, internet. Going forward. Easy fitting off conks. And Mangonel will come forward and try to hit not just the palisade but also the TC. Why is there no timer on the screen anywhere? You'll have to ask the Capture Age team why they can't display the years. There is a timer here at the top that counts up to 75 minutes instead of counting down. But okay, doubt TC for Vivy. That's not going to succeed. And wait just a minute, is Slam still in a let's deny Vivy all the gold position and still find a way to win? Maybe he is. Still don't like this fight with the conks on the front. There's a lot of vills who are going to get away and do yet another TC. Wait, is Slam winning this fight? Okay, Slam's going for a castle. He needs the conks to defend the vills in this castle, though. The knights are there. That is exactly where I want to see the castle. He has a ram? I think he needed a mangonel. Does he have enough conks to win this? Can he take the fight? Is this Slam or is this doubt? Can he get the skirms off of the castle foundation? He wants it to be pretty much like 2 tiles over so he can hit the other TC. I don't think this is gonna work, but neither does Slam, and he'll call it GG. Almost. Good effort for the conks. I like that. I called exactly how it was gonna go. Conks into mangonels. Good job to grab the relics early, but Vivy too many skirms. A couple of bad fights early on also felt like Slam didn't quite have the eco he wanted there. Conks are a lot of stone, I think, on Empire Wars. And Boris, Burf2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Also a reminder, we're also streaming on YouTube too, if you want the experience without ads. I had to go down from 4K to 1080p on YouTube, unfortunately, because I was having some internet issues, it seems like, or some rendering issues. Still adless over there. And what do we have now? Oh, Hera MBL, and MBL is not playing a mirror matchup? What is this? On Rampart again, but not mirror. Catch up the live time here. Yeah, Gabby's been playing some Empire Wars. So we'll have, let's see, I'll swap these color, or no, I won't. I'll keep MBL in the red and Hera in the blue. So MBL in the red as the Vietnamese, Hera in the blue as the Sicilians, and the map is once more Rampart. You want some flags? I think we want flags on the overlay. Let's go. MBL, he is from Norway, and Hera, he is from Canada. Boom. Does it look weird for those flags? Are they square? So something about the orientation of those flags always gets me. More like Norway. You're not a Norway fan, Garlic Witch. They are square. Okay. Twitch chat. Automod. That is a geometric description. You don't gotta automod that. What type of century is it where square is an insult? Oh my gosh, Automod making me alt tab around. Wherever the opposite of Norway is, that's where MBL is from. Or he lives in Argentina, he's from Canada. Remember, you gotta stay hydrated. Well, that wouldn't be an insult from SpongeBob, though. Yeah, the insult was continuing SpongeBob after the movie, but at least we still have the first 4 seasons. My favorite RBW map? I don't know. Probably Crownwood, actually. Crownwood feels like the one that is most like a map I'd like to see in an RM game. So Castle Age there for MBL. Yeah, people thinking Square comes from SpongeBob. It well predated that. So Donjons from Hera, but Castle from MBL. Defensive castle as Hera is trying to surround his base, take away his wood access. All that castle hit. Quite a bit, but one more donjon. Maybe some eventual murder holes, and MBL has no wood. And this is going to be a tricky game for MBL to play if he doesn't have wood. Build counts are still equal, but Hera more military and also more donjons. Rat and archers on the way. Hera might need a workshop, maybe some scorpions to deal with that. His sergeants, though, dealing with the feudal archers that are left over from MBL. Yeah, the Swiss square flag. When you think, oh, I'll make flags 4x3, so even though flags have different ratios, it'll still show up in my UI. And then the Swiss flag comes along and ruins your day. By being square. That is... Is there someone who has to do UI design? One of the most annoying things, the fact that flags do not have the same aspect ratio. So Bosaw on the way for Hera as a knight comes in for MBL. And Sergeant's still surrounding MBL's base, going for the outposts. Some Rattan archers hoovering around a bit. Donjon Rush, is this low elo Legends? I don't know, I think Donjons are pretty darn good in the right situation. Amazing to see how the U-Pudding strat was essentially surpassed by pretty much every Phosphoro build. You don't see the Sergeants that much anymore. But I think they're still pretty darn strong. They still have the Castle Age unit that's unbeatable by a Feudal Age unit thing going for them. And another castle for MBL. This one will clear only but a single donjon, though. Keep some of the sergeants away. But MBL still struggling for resources as Hera has him contained. MBL, though, somehow up by 9 vills, and he's moving forward with Rattan archers. Going for a push. Is this another Hera game we cast and he loses? Nice Kai World, are you watching now on YouTube? Seems like whenever I cast Hera and you're watching, he loses. The vexillology nerds have been summoned, they have. MBL 7-0 Eco KD, and amazing to keep all the Vills alive despite all the donjons. Are we gonna jinx him and see the first Vill kill here? Yes, we are. Alright, 7-1 Vill KD. Thanks, chat. I'm sure MBL appreciates that. So here are the monks trying to stop the rat and archers. No ballistics yet, so the Vills can run away. Am I casting the main event? I will be there because I have tickets for it. And if I have good internet, I'll maybe do an IRL live stream from the audience, but I'm not officially casting it, no. I was going to cast the canceled Berlin land before it got canceled, but then it got canceled, of course. Yeah, vlog time. We'll do some travel vlogs. That's how I kill time at the airport. I do kind of want to take a bigger vacation around it. Well, that's what all the subs and support this month goes for. Helping me travel to Red Bull to see it. So, wheelbarrow on the way for Hera, trying to boost his eco. Res collected still very, very close. Base will be there until the 10th. I might want to travel more around Europe, though, rather than just the UK. Going to Harry Potter World in Watford? I don't know what Watford is. I don't think I'd go to a Harry Potter World. Okay, looks like there is a panic donjon for Hera being thrown up on his woodline. He's trying to gate out the Rattan archers. He's sending all of his Vills to build it. And as the game slows to a crawl, archers come in on the other side. Feudal archers, more Rattan archers. Will this go up? Will it be a doubt donjon? It goes up. And now MBL killed a ton of Vills, 14-1, but he will have to get out. Hera does manage to get it up. It is in that's what I assumed. What? Pronounced Watford? Then you always gotta pronounce British words several times until you get it right. Get his donjon up. So donjon's still surrounding MBL's base, but he has managed to push out and cut forward. And now has a great 15 Vill lead, starting to get more res collected, and still hoovering around the Rattan archers, and has a chance to deny a TC if he sees it on his way back, which he very well might. Very well he might. He'll see some Vills on the woodline. Got distracted by the woodline Vills though, but will still come over to the TC in time to force Hera to run. And we'll go after the monks, get one, get two, and not get the third. Does have one conversion come in. But Rattan archers from the other side now controlling two groups. And he can sit here now simply and deny the TC. 2 relics for Hera, but that's it. And visit NL. I've never been to Netherlands before. People are called square because they're not around. That makes sense. I did also want to take a trip to Norway. I've never been to Norway before and think that'd be fun. Hop up to Iceland. Everyone wants me to visit everywhere. The Gouda cheese market. Okay, ram push now. Rams on ramparts. And sergeants will not be enough there. Another donjon on the way up. Rattan archers, though, with good pierce armor. And MBL maybe wants the second armor upgrade, but happy to stand under and tank some fire with Rattan archers. As another monk will be targeted. We'll get a conversion. MBL going to ignore the monk and just go for the Vills. Double ram push on the donjon. Donjon going down. And this looks like a good win for MBL. Although I did say that before for him against Hera on this map, and 3 seconds later it suddenly collapsed and he lost, but I think I'm more confident this time. I teach him how to say it. I think isn't it supposed to have an H in some languages? Muta is nice. Come to Australia? No, Flatch was here earlier. We were talking, we should have a Hawaii meetup. Then we could all, like, meet in the middle. Alright, so Hera with Sergeants trying to raid. Okay, he's grabbing some TCs from MBL. MBL out here has to find a way to wall in his Vils or wall in the Knight. There he goes. MBL 9 and 10 overall with no change in his elo. Well, this will be 10 and 10 with an elo boost then. And there is the GG from Hera. MBL does it. And yet another game we've casted of Hera where he's lost today. 49 to 20 KD. And better eco for MBL. So GG. Also, everyone, there's a like a cyan border around the webcam here. That's gonna go around the webcam on this overlay. Or like right. I was thinking, how do I point at the webcam on the overlay? And I was like, I just point straight at the camera. That's where the webcam is. And I think maybe that like little border for the chat can also be cyan too. Get some more branding going. He definitely was experimenting with that Dragonstar game, where he tried to fast castle and then lost 25 Vils. What else we got going on now? Is Hera going to continue to play? We're going to have a non-Near Hera MBL again. Okay, haven't seen Dorothy or Quarry in quite some time. We have a bit of a spec delay there. Let's see, 7 hours, 17 minutes, so we're almost at the 8-hour mark. Yeah, Gabby up to number 18. Up to number 18. And Nikov, he was sick for a while, but he's starting to pick up some steam. He's got his 93% win rate because he hadn't been playing for a few days, and now his 15 games have all been against some lower rated opponents, so he's getting some wins there. And looks like Liry just gained some points. And right now, the top 4 are Hera, Yo, MBL, and ACCM. Hera's highest was 1707, not quite there yet. MBL a bit below his highest too. Liry with some points to gain. He's at his highest and probably will gain some range. Viper right now sitting in the 12th spot for the qualifier semifinals. And of course, I sat down with Mr. Kirby to get my overlay set up the other day. We hacked at some HTML. And you don't want to know how hacky the CSS was to get these labels on the side so I could scroll this and they would stay in the same spot. But here we are, get all the way down to 50. Daniel, we have a USA player in the top 50, let's go. I'm glad I scrolled all the way down to the bottom. I was like, Kirby, I've never done Tailwind before. I have all these classes on my HTML. And I need to do something really hacky. And he was like, oh, I do Tailwind for work all the time. I was like, let's go, we're hacking at this. And you don't want to know the CSS I typed into a little tiny text box in OBS where you can see 6 lines of code and there's no syntax highlighting. All right, so we will have Hera in the blue as the Catans to the south. And what the... MBL is the red poles to the north. The map is supposed to have one of these, right? Not a top and a bottom? Is this bugged? We have seen this map fail to spawn a lumber camp before. Let's check that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Looks like we're good on lumber camps and Vil counts. I don't know if this is supposed to be a thing. Maybe not. This is why I have I've been fixing TTL maps for the past almost month or so, and I still have a list of stuff that we're adjusting before Silver League starts next week. So that'll be what I do tonight / tomorrow, as I still work on some more overlay stuff too. Now, lots of stuff going on in the map scripting department for us. Oh yeah, that's right. It spawned the lumber camp, but on a straggler tree without Vils. It didn't spawn the lumber camp properly. The polarizing civs? Yeah, that's true. TTL Silver is going to be starting up on the 16th, I think. But that's the start of the round, and players will be scheduling for the week afterwards, probably with Red Bull. But that'll be starting up immediately from Red Bull into TTL.
Do waszych usług.
Posiadał sens.
Jakieś rozkazania?
No, Ackle 4v4. Oh, nice to have a 4v4 event. I'll have to try to cast some of that.
Rozkazania? Tak.
So, scouts opening from Hera. Neither player docking so far.
Owszem.
MBL defending with spears, but Hera has his own spears forward. On this map, you start at the bottom of a huge valley. That's the quarry. You can see the mud terrain where presumably there used to be water that has receded down to here with oysters.
Posiadał sens. Imo. Posiadał sens.
And the spears will be poking a Vil as he runs around.
Imo. Posiadał sens. Sejin.
And gets poked by the spears.
Imo.
And another poking fight. Hera with the hill advantage. Oh, that gate goes down right away. Hera pushing aggressively into MBL's base. Lots of scouts from him. More scouts will be pouring across the map. Scouts and spears. MBL distracted so much he's idling 4 Vils and leaving the gate open. Has to quick wall in the back. Trying to get the walls up to keep the scouts out. Has to lock the gate. Hasn't locked it yet. You can lock it while it's under construction now. He doesn't lock it, and the scouts get in. Maybe a good thing, though, if they get in, if he can kill them, but he opens it again and they can run out.
Rozkazania?
Oh, MBL, you just had to lock it. You were fine, but now you're not. The scouts killing everything. Catan scouts, they already have forging. Oh, that's now 7 Vil kills. MBL losing his spear. The Catan scouts on the hill. Oh, what a disaster for MBL. And there it is, Hera wins. How long was that game? 6:21. We had another game that was 6 minutes today. Is this our shortest? It's either the shortest or the second shortest. Ah, GG. Would I do a stream doing TTL map? Because I have done some streams. If you look through the YouTube VODs or my Twitch channel, I have done some streams with that. I think most of them are probably on my Twitch page. So yeah, oh yeah, Vivy. Vivy, as I said earlier, she helped me with some of the overlay. You get to see the incredible annoyance of the middle bit of the scoreboard. When I click show stats, or when I click statistics, it jumps to the side to stay centered between statistics and score. I never realized Capture Age jumped the scoreboard when you clicked that button, but it does to try to center it differently. Not like we can do anything about that. I don't think we need a separate overlay for the score scene. But I had a good laugh when I saw that. So Hera here with the Catans. Just devastatingly effective. Didn't dock, went for the scouts, and MBL did not get walled. Thanks. Yeah, we're fine with that, bro. We're fine with that. There's cyan on the overlay at least. But it's good, it's good. There we go. And what else is going on right now? We have more Hera MBL. Let's see. I would cast Gabby, but she got matched with someone who's 1900. So looks like that might be an easy win for her. Let's maybe go back to Hera MBL for another game. MBL playing a crazy number of games. Yes, indeed. He's up to, what is that? 152. Yo also on 108, Hart on 113, Lucho 105. So some people grinding. Some people grinding indeed. I wonder how many Huangs played. I remember last time Huang got off to a good start because the ladder lasted for a much longer period of time and people didn't start playing right away. And I think Huang played as many games as the next 4 players combined on the ladder at one point. Like he was beasting that. There was a moment I was afraid he might qualify purely because he would gain elo because of how many games he played. Imagine that, Huang qualifying for a LAN. Oh my gosh, Capture Age maintained the flags because it's the same players. Oh, incentive to keep casting the same players over and over. Alright, so Hera will be the blue Gajurs to the southwest, MBL the red Chinese to the northeast. Were this a random map game, I would heavily favor the Chinese. How it goes on Empire Wars, I'm not sure these days. I think the Chinese still start with negative food and need to gather some. Hera with the Camel Scout trying to punish MBL for going for that really far forward range. MBL does not wall the Vil in, and the Vil is dead. He will kill the Camel Scout though. And usually I'd be happy to trade one Vil for a Scout early on, but that range also was denied, so the follow-up from MBL will be delayed. Hera with one archer out and a second on the way with fletching before MBL even gets his range up. And he's opening for archers. And we'll see what the timing is on this army. He might need to go to skirms because they train faster. And archery range on the way for MBL. As an archer and a few spears come over. Another archer on the way. And that's a double bit axe for MBL. Mining camp with several vills around it. And archer hitting another archer. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone force-picking Chinese, so I don't really have a feel for them right now. I mean, Fire Lancers are still Fire Lancers. They could still go Fire Lancer Siege Tower. Not sure about the lack of camels, though. We do see quite a few camels on Empire Wars, so lacking them could be a bit of a downside for the Chinese now. More skirms coming forward, and we'll have Castle Age on the way for Hera. And a stable and a range coming up. As an archer goes down. And we'll have Archer Skirm still hoovering around outside that wood line, trying to get in. And pick off a villager. Vill almost down. Down it goes. Down it goes. And Skirm Archer pushing forward. Scout coming around. And Vill's going back and forth. Another archer on the way forward. Vill's going down, and killed. Scout dies too, though. And MPO really pushing forward into Hera now. Kills another Vil. Hera up to the Castle Age, though. So Hera going for essentially an FC build. This game already longer than the previous one. MBL getting in on his wood line. And what is he going to FC for the Gajur? Shravamsh Riders? I mean, he has two FC Elephant Archers? Oh my gosh, is this going to be Elephant Archers? He is going double range. Against the Chinese. Is this Elephant Archer? This might be Elephant Archer, chat. What is he doing? Oh, crossbow. That's boring. That's boring. The FC Aztecs earlier didn't work for him. There's a hole in this wood line, Hera. Be a bit worried about that. And you'll need to hold by the TC with crossbows. More crossbows on the other side. FC crossbow. Okay, well the hole won't matter. MBL's in anyway. Doesn't have any sheep in the mill. He's trying to wall off his gold mine. I still don't see any elephants. And now MBL still feudal though, but managing to defend himself from the scouts. One crossbow. One crossbow is going to be so annoying. It's going to be so annoying for the age difference. And let's see. No, this is not walled. The bamboo, don't let it bamboozle you. This actually is open. You can walk between the house graphics and the overflowing blacksmith graphics. The East Asian blacksmith, probably the worst offender of graphics that overflow its bounding box and make you think you're walled when you're not of any building in the game. I played a game against Hera on Arena. Ornu and I had a 2v1 show match. And I thought I was walled, and I wasn't. And the worst part is I knew about that earlier, and it still happened. MBL doing MBL things. This is MBL style. Defensive tower. Towers everywhere. And against crossbows, I mean, it works. He's still up by 8 Vils. Hera will get a second TC up, though, and Hera's going to kill a lot of army back here. MBL had to fight a bear, even. Oh, there's a bit of a DE lag. There we go. Back to normal. Crossbows will be moving around the back. Archer's skirms on the front, Castle Age on the way for MBL. MBL buying stone. Ooh, lumber camp goes down. What's he gonna do there? TC, I guess? The stone was bought for? MBL? TC! There we go, up to the Castle Age. Didn't realize it wasn't Castle. There we go. Crossbow, Bodkin, Elite Skirm for MBL. That was not the game I Mangonel Ornlu's Monk, no. Me and Hera versus Ornlu? Well, what are the settings, though? Like, I have to Mangonel Hera as much as possible while he fights Ornlu? Is that like we're allied, but I have to, like, lame Hera's base with palisades and try to stop him from beating Ornlu? We could set that up sometime. Actually, one of the craziest games I ever played was in the DE beta. It was me, Ornlu, MBL, and Matt Salsa were on a team. And we went into a lobby, and we were on voice chat, so we didn't really want to split the teams up. And we were against 4 people who were just, for whatever reason, added to the beta. And obviously, we're not at, we're not experienced Age of Empires players. So we came up with this idea that to win the game, we had to win with a wonder victory. And whoever on our team actually won with the wonder would be considered the victor. So we spent the game trying to build wonders and then mangoneling each other's TCs, while also trying to fight off the other 4 players who were attacking us. It was pretty crazy. I tried to go for the fast imp wonder right at the start approach, but that was not fast enough. Who won? I don't even remember. It might have been Ornlu. I know it definitely wasn't me. I tried to fast imp wonder and got steamrolled by the other team's 4 players. But I still had enough to do a workshop and some mangonels. The wonder won. So we'll have Horse Collar here on the way for MBL. Mangonel's going for the stable, and rocket carts for MBL, so he looks to push out. He does have a nice 2-vil lead. Ecos are pretty similar. Gajura's Chinese. Not sure what to think about this matchup. The Gajuras do have access to Bombard Cannon, which usually I'd say is good against the Chinese late game, but now with heavy rocket carts, maybe they have something of a counter when the cannon don't have siege engineers. I guess the Chinese don't have that themselves either, so they probably don't have the range there. It's not like they're Korean heavy rocket carts. There's usually only one winter. We have had several games where one of us gets defeated and the other wins. That's okay, because we're both the winner then. Okay, ooh, MBL's army sandwiched on both sides by Mangonel's. Does he escape this? Mangonel shot number 1, number 2 coming in on his face, and he will take a shot on the rocket cart, but kill a Mangonel and manage to escape just barely with a few units. That could have gone much worse for him. Could have gone much, much worse. Doubt is off the list of the standings. Sorry, I didn't read the YouTube chat earlier. Ooh, Hera notices. Noticed at the last second, but did notice. For the victory, some sacrifices have to be made. Cart's going for the Mangonel. Mangonel goes down. And castle going up for MBL. The castle going up for him on the side. I mean, not a castle, a TC going up for him on the stone area. Hera already with a monastery, grabbing 3 relics. And what is Hera doing here? Sneaking around the side, going for the market. Oh, Shravamsh he has the Shravamsh Riders, and with all the farms, that's going to be difficult to wall. Shravamsh Riders, not much attack. That Vil took a while to go down. No forging either. These things actually kind of bad at killing Vils. Only 8 attack. With the magic shield, I actually wonder if the attack upgrades might be more valuable than the armor for them. If you get forging and iron casting, that's one thing. Husbandry. It'll be super speedy with husbandry. And we do have a castle in Chukonu for MBL. Be coming around with the rocket carts. Evacuation. Oh, there go the Shravamsh Riders, but against the Fire Lancers. Wait, does the magic shield absorb the charge attack? Oh, what does Age of Empires become? I think it does. Are Shravamsh Riders the partial counter to Fire Lancers? I won that fight. And he did lose the market. Remember, market's the most important building in the game. Does have a good 15-Vil lead, and we'll split away from the rocket carts. Cart goes down, another Mangonel goes down. Let's go for a conversion on the Chukonu. Mangonel is destroyed. Trumps are the perfect raiding unit. Alright, castle from Hera. He has a monastery on the other side. MBL doing a tower and his own monastery. Vil over there for Hera, going to try to wall in the Vils, of course. And here comes some Shravamsh Riders. So actually, oh, well, with crossbows he can stop this. With crossbows he'll stop it. Vil goes down, and another Vil will go down. She goes, Mangonel going for the tower, and Hera will get the castle up, and this is looking like a pretty darn good, clean win for Hera at this point. Ballistics on the way for MBL at the market, trying to throw down more farms, but T90-like, farming around the mining camp and the lumber camp. Handcart on the way too from Hera. And his castle goes up. Not sure really what MBL can do from here. He is still stuck in the castle age. And Chukonu fending off the crossbows. Mangonel hits the Chukonu. Oh, Siege Tower! Maybe this is the answer. Siege Tower Fire Lancers. Wait a minute. As long as MBL has this as an option, he's not dead. He is not dead. Forging on the way for the Fire Lancers. There goes the Mangonel. Here come the Chukonus. They are eating Hera's crossbows. Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. MBL has access to the strongest strat in the game right now. I really need to do the 3D modeling or learn how to do it. Someone said replace the Siege Tower with a Red Bull can. That sounds like it would be hilarious. You'd have like the can opening at the top for the little door opening animation. He's hoovering, yes. I did find someone sent me like a free to download 3D model of a Red Bull can. I'm not sure how to export frames from it though to turn it into an AoE2 unit. I need to add wheels to it too. And as far as modeling goes, it's basically just a cylinder with more cylinders for wheels. So it shouldn't be that hard. I don't think I'll have time in the next week though. So yes, here come the Fire Lancers. Here come the Fire Lancers in the Siege Tower. Hera's worst nightmare at this point, I'd think. Some Chakram Throwers coming out going for the Siege Tower. And the Fire Lancers will indeed fight the Shravamsh Riders as the Siege Tower goes down. And maybe that's the death of MBL, the destruction of the Siege Tower. Eric's on its way down. That's not going up. And we'll have some squires done for MBL. Did he cancel that? No, he didn't. He did it. He finished it. And Arson, but there is the GG. Hera's victorious. And not even the Siege Tower enough for MBL to come back from that point. It did almost make it work there. And Hera was able to react to it in time. And GG. Nice stream title. Hello there. Hello there. And you would have told someone about in 99, they'd ask what the cheat for it is. Remember, back then, people were using rams and transports as random number generators. Let's go. I don't know who this is. Let's cast Gabby again. Let's go cast some Gabby again. Looks like Hera might be going off for the night, maybe. I didn't see him match MBL. MBL matched Hart, but we'll swap things up a bit. Alright, so we will have Gabby as the blue Dravidians to the west. We'll have Ogrande as the red Huns to the east. The map will be Thames. And of course you have the Royal Albert Hall up here. When you capture it, you get plus 25 max population space. So 225 pop space for the Huns right off the bat. Will take a while to fill that, but they have it. We're at 0 Grande? We'll just call them Grande. It looked like they were around 2k RM. So I'd imagine Gabby has a good advantage here. And with her spear defense, we'll fend that scout off. She's going to send quite a few vills to wall and be safe. We'll be fully walled off now as the Dravidians. Dravidians of Water Civ. But there are no big fish on this map, just some shorefish, so I haven't seen much docking. There are some cattle in the north. Players might want to fight over and use their scouts to take a few foxes too. Oh, and Hope, thank you for gifting out a sub. Thank you for gifting out a sub. Goes to Big Tasty Bacon. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. I'm still working on alerts and stuff. I had 100 gift subs from last month just expired, so I need to work on that sub count again. Yeah, I'm working on that R base. I think I'm gonna go to the Winged Hussar song. I'll make a Winged Hussar image. I just need to make sure it doesn't get confusing and conflict with the game. And the Winged Hussars arrive. Gabby taking the chickens, taking the mouflons. The river is the Thames. Spears come forward through the wall. Scouts opening from Grande, but Gabby will counter with some spears in our range. I'm not going to run through that hole she just deleted as she fills it up with an archery range. Scout hits the other scout. He's running around. Grande scouts will run to the southwest. And we do have a dock and a transport ship. We saw Running do this. Gabby will have her scout there and she'll scout it though. She'll scout the dock, but will she scout the transport? Will she realize dock means transport? We'll have a militia too from Grande just to chase the scout. Why not? Don't know if that was intentional, but it's there. And she'll try to pick a Vil on the mill, but all in all, it's a lot of lost scout HP from her. Almost never like attacking Vils with singleton scouts, but now with the way they're chasing, that's a lot of vital time, so that's probably more worth it. Gabby needs to wall literally everything, Black Forest style, so the transport can't land. Why transport with the shallows? Because the shallows are walled off. The shallows are a pretty big runaround. And there he goes, getting in. Getting in. That might be a Vil kill on the house. Gabby up to the castle age. There was a demo. There's a demo for Gabby. Demo doesn't destroy a transport, though. So you gotta be careful there. She'll have to lead a hole in the wall. And bring a spear over. Scout can go grab that archer. There he goes. More spears for Gabby. Fire out. So transport probably not useful at this point anymore, but did get the scouts in. That'll be another Vil kill. So 2 Vil kills for Grande. Taking a nice score lead here. And Gabby with a couple of Vils hanging out where the Mouflons were. I think they probably finished the Mouflons and then stood idle there. So that'll be another kill. 3 Vils dead. Vils by the wood line. She's going to move them over to some farms. Needs to build the farm and make sure it doesn't get sniped on 0 HP. Okay, there she goes. Okay. More hoses going up. And Scout's going to get in. No, they won't. Nice. Quick wall. Practicing her Alcatraz, hopefully. Spear will come over, get some pokes on the scouts. And this could be another Vil going down. Nice micro. Fights the spears at the end a bit, but gets the Vil. Now 46 to 38 advantage on Vils. Part of that's the castle age timing. Gabby will now have some very slight control of the Thames with the fire galley, but Grande will be not giving up on the water yet, making his own, but Gabby has a second. And now he will try to get in on her other wood line, but she's up to the castle age. And we'll add a TC. Now you do have to be really careful on this map, staying on your home base and not advancing to the north, because you end up giving up a ton of wood control. There's not much wood on this map, and certainly a game where wood control will matter within the 75 limit time limit you're given. Now we'll have Bowsaw and Fletching on the way for Gabby. And another town center going up. We'll have skirms hitting the bear, and militia coming forward also to hit the bear. That bear going after the skirm. Ooh. Grande, okay. The militia are going to save the skirm. Not going to let the skirm die to the bear. And Bowsaw wheelbarrow now on the way for Gabby. And also another TC going up for her. We'll have Castle, Fletching, and Padded Archer armor on the way, and another monastery for her. His dock will go down, a second fire galley, but no repairs on the dock for Grande. Grande repairs the fires. He should win. He should win anyway with the HP difference. And Gabby going for a 3 TC boom. As Grande, ahead in Vils even, comes forward. That's a lot. Is Grande going to go Hun longswords? That's a lot of militia into men-at-arms to be investing into when you're up to the castle age. Is this going to be Hun Siege Tower longswords? I think it is. I think it is going to be Hun longswords. I mean, what else could this possibly be? Remember, Huns actually do have 2-handed swordsmen. Has to be a forward workshop now. You got 7 men-at-arms. You're not going to go men-at-arms and not upgrade that. He's hiding it. He's not doing it forward. He's doing it back far enough. Longsword, chainmail armor. We still will need forging. No gambesons for the Huns. They can do squires and arson. You have to get in, make sure Gabby can't wall, and then... Yeah, Gabby doing more houses. Maybe she's aware something's up. Maybe she can feel it. So, Hun Longswords. Who's ready for Hun Longswords? Hello, British Caboose. Hun Longswords. Alright, here we go. Here is the siege tower. Gabby's selling food, buying stone. She wants another TC, maybe? Buying stone? And once you get through once, you then can can destroy the walls and open up a hole permanently and get your siege tower in. Alright, no vills near here. Here it comes. Springing from the shadows, the siege tower filled with Hun longswords. There they go. What is this? I don't know. Gabby will delete the stable, not going to be able to construct it. One of the longswords is trapped in the hole in the forest between the palisade. Just AoE 2 things, and now these longswords will dive the TCs, daring to attack the villagers and get massacred by the TC fire. They need a siege tower with them to hop in and out if they do this. I think the play is destroy the walls so you can go in and out properly. Gabby will wall off the tower with a workshop. And a couple more places she needs house walls or double palisades. But is mostly okay now. Ram coming forward. Well, Grande was at least in an interesting position with Gabby booming and not doing military. I don't think Hun longswords, though, was the best play. But we did get to see it. This is from the book of Hera. Hera is the Hun longsword expert. Longswords coming through, hitting a villager. Vill goes down. Longswords wanting more pokes to come in as the Vills run into the TC. Ooh, double kill on the longswords. Longsword will run over and go for the monk, but no, get deleted. Now, workshop almost down. Gabby going elephant archers. And not repairing the workshop, but at least mangonelling the ram. Could repair it and keep it up probably at this point. Will she get the mangonel? Not quite. No repairs for her mangonel, but the ram goes down. Workshop will go down too. Longswords will stop that. Oh, there are repairs, just not enough vills repairing. And a couple of elephant archers now to defend. Skirm's on the way. Scores are still close, but Gabby taking a bigger and bigger vill lead. What is this? What is this game? Why do we have Hun longswords? Well, now they're not in the siege tower. The skirms are in the siege tower. Not as good as longswords in a siege tower. Elite skirm on the way too. More monks out for Gabby. So elephant archer, monk, mangonel defense from Gabby, trying to convert the longswords. Here's the elite skirm. Elite skirms can try to pick off the monks in the siege tower. The very speedy siege tower, a couple of mangonels at the front. Oh, and behind this the entire time, 1 TC for Grande, so it's a 30 vil lead just about for Gabby. Armor on the way for the skirm, second armor upgrade, still no bodkin for them. Mangonel dodges the shot. Pushes into the skirms. Skirms avoiding it. And longswords going for the elephants. Will they get the mangonel? Looks like the elephants defend it. Oh my gosh, this is so silly. Even when it doesn't work, it's just ridiculous. Ah, this is amazing. So the Vil could go down here. Oh, hello, clown. How are you doing? Ooh, finally it goes down. That was a quick destruction animation. Ballistics on the way for Grande. But I think Gabby has this safely, now up by almost 40 Vils. This is not working at all. I agree with you, Arbase. It is a very accurate assessment of the build. Siege Tower offering itself to die after 5 minutes of clowning is not peak AoE. If it works, with Hun longswords it is peak AoE. She definitely could use the free monument pop space, but now she's gonna get a castle. There's a GG. And that did not work. 52 to 22 KD. And that is much better eco for Gabby. Much better castle time. Fun idea with the transports. I haven't seen the transport work on this map yet, though. Definitely interesting. Fun try. Let's see. We are at just about 8 hours. So, oof, I'm tired from today. I got to build my stamina up because I got to get ready for 8+ hours at least on Monday. So I'll probably be doing around 10 hours that day, before and then after. Looks like Hera's playing. We'll do a quick game because I have no idea who Merlin AoE is, but Hera got matched with him. So I was like, well, let's get exactly to 8 hours. Let's do a quick game. There we go. So who is Merlin AoE? I don't know, but Hera's playing him. I have a very creative idea for getting flags for players, but I need to know the flags ahead of time. I don't know who Merlin is. Oh my gosh, it's Donut. Hello, Donut. It's lovely to have you around. Welcome. I'd say good morning to you. Is it afternoon now? The Aussies have been showing up for like 3 hours now. So I don't know, like maybe mornings continuing. 1800 from Argentina. Okay. Well, Merlin's beard, he's lost 10 vills already. And Hera will be dropping a castle outside his walls, not inside. And, well, Merlin's only down 2 vills. 10 a.m., but mostly morning. Okay, well, good morning. And thank you for stopping by. We still need to co-cast together sometime, Donut. We need to figure out something to do in a time zone that works out. Oh yeah, also Donut. Vivy helped me with some overlay stuff. Now we have this beautiful cyan all over. Adding some theming to it. Gremlin, no. We're not gonna make you wake up at gremlin hours. This will be a well-timed thing.
Yes.
This is Merlin just realizing that it's Hera. I remember Nadia years ago had that game where she played out and didn't realize it was him for a long time. Well, there's Hera. He will drop the castle forward. There we go. And well, what are the stats there? Hera stats. Beautiful stats. And all right. I think that will be it. So, congrats, Merlin. You also got casted your game against Hera. Speed casted. he would have gained 32 points from that win probably. I mean, imagine if Hera lost that game, right? He'd be losing 32 points. That would demolish his current rating. Well, he would have lost 31 points. He got +2. +2. Maybe it'd be 30 points then. No, it would be 30 points then. He would have been lost 30 points. Anyway, Hera also on current elo. We casted a bunch of Hera losses today, but he's still at an 80% win rate. We had a knack for finding Hera when he was losing. But he is above 1700 and still #1 on the ladder, even with some of his experimental build orders. So thank you everyone for watching. We'll find someone to raid. Let's see, I've been casting Red Bull all day. I'll raid something that is non-Red Bull who's online. He's doing age stuff. Oh yeah, we'll also end on YouTube. So thank you everyone for watching on YouTube. I think I'll have to stream at 1080p from now on to resolve the issues we were having earlier, but I'll see you guys later. Maybe not tomorrow, but definitely by, what's today, Tuesday? Then definitely on Thursday. I'll do another stream, probably another longish